Welcome to Sleepy Love Tales, soothing romance for a restful night. If these stories help you unwind, be sure to subscribe. For now, close your eyes and let's begin tonight's story. The silence between coordinates. The hospital clung to the cliff face like a barnacle, grey stone against grey sky, salt-eaten mortar holding fast against wind that had crossed 3,000 miles of open water before breaking itself against these rocks. Eleanor Henry had chosen this posting precisely because it resembled a lighthouse, useful, isolated, and oriented away from human complication. She was a translator of secrets, though her official title read Communication Specialist Cryptographic Division. The signals room where she spent her nights was windowless, lit by the amber glow of vacuum tubes and the green phosphorescence of oscilloscope screens. Here, the war spoke in fragments, Morse code stripped of context, enemy transmissions reduced to frequency and pattern. Her job was to find meaning in the meaningless, to impose grammar on chaos. Eleanor believed in precision the way some women believed in God. Each decoded message was an act of clarity in a world drowning in obfuscation. She never embellished. She never inferred beyond what the data supported. When she handed her translations to the officers upstairs, she felt the satisfaction of having performed a small surgery on reality, cutting away the uncertain tissue, leaving only what could be proven. The other nurses found her cold. She overheard them sometimes in the canteen. Miss Henry doesn't have a heart. She has a metronome. She didn't correct them. Better to be thought mechanical than to be known as vulnerable. The wounded arrived by convoy, by ship, by ambulance that groaned up the coastal road in the small hours. Eleanor rarely saw them. Her domain was underground, where voices travelled as electromagnetic waves rather than breath and tongue. She preferred it that way. Until the night Captain David Harding was carried through the main doors on a stretcher, his flight suit still reeking of aviation fuel and cordite, his face so wrapped in gauze that only his mouth and one eye remained visible. Eleanor first encountered him not in person but in paperwork. His file arrived in her signals room by mistake, delivered by an exhausted orderly who'd confused the cryptographic office with medical records. She should have sent it back immediately. Instead, she read it. Captain David Harding, fighter pilot, desert theatre, aircraft destroyed behind enemy lines, rescued after 6 days, injuries, second-degree burns, face, hands, fractured ribs, severe dehydration, cognitive status, intermittent amnesia, disorientation regarding time and place, patient calm but uncommunicative regarding details of survival. What caught her attention was a note in the margin, added by the psychiatric officer. Patient repeatedly requests the voice. When asked to clarify, becomes agitated. Recommend evaluation for auditory hallucination. She returned the file the next morning, but the phrase lingered in her mind like a half-decoded cipher. The voice. As if a voice could exist, independent of a body, a person, an intention. 3 days later, Dr. Reeves appeared in her doorway, a rare intrusion. He was holding a reel-to-reel tape recorder, looking apologetic. "Miss Henry, I need to ask you something unusual." She set down her pencil with geometric precision. "Go on." "Captain Harding, the pilot from the Desert Rescue. He's not responding well to standard rehabilitation, won't engage in conversation, barely tolerates physical therapy, but he has this peculiar reaction to radio transmissions. When he hears Morse code or voice traffic through the speakers, his vital signs stabilize. It's as if," Reeves struggled for the word, "as if he recognizes it as safety. You want me to play signals for him? I want you to read to him." Reeves set the recorder on her desk. "Your voice is similar in tone and cadence to the radio operators, and you have security clearance for the material. We have old transmissions, already decoded, no longer classified. Training, Exercises, weather reports, navigational logs, nothing sensitive. But read aloud, in that clear way you have. I think it might help. Eleanor felt something contract in her chest, a small defensive tightening. I decode, Doctor. I don't perform. I'm not asking you to perform. I'm asking you to read. 20 minutes a day. Consider it another form of translation, converting data into something a damaged mind can process. She wanted to refuse, but Reeves was already thanking her, already retreating down the corridor, and Eleanor was left holding a stack of transcripts bound in brown paper, knowing she would agree because refusal would require an explanation she didn't want to give. The first time she entered his room, he was sitting by the window in a wheelchair, his bandaged hands resting on the armrests like broken birds. The gauze had been reduced to dressings now, revealing a face marked by scarring that would fade but never disappear, a map of heat drawn across his left cheek and temple. He turned when she entered, and his one visible eye, grey-blue, startlingly clear, fixed on her with an intensity that made her want to look away. Captain Harding, I'm Eleanor Henry. From Communications, Dr. Reeves asked me to read to me. His voice was rough from disuse but surprisingly gentle. He said someone would read. She sat in the chair positioned across from him, opened the folder, and began with a weather report from 6 months prior. Wind speeds, barometric pressure, visibility conditions over the Mediterranean. The effect was immediate. His breathing deepened. The tension in his shoulders, something she'd noticed without meaning to, released incrementally. When she paused between entries, he made a small sound, almost a word, and she understood he wanted her to continue. She read for exactly 20 minutes, as requested. When she stood to leave, he spoke again. You sound like her. Eleanor paused at the door. Like whom? The voice that brought me back. The sessions became routine. Each evening at 1900 hours she would arrive with new transcripts, radio traffic from forgotten operations, navigational coordinates that had guided aircraft safely home, weather advisories read aloud by operators who never knew their words would be used as medicine. Captain Harding, he insisted she call him David after the first week, began to heal. The bandages came off. He graduated from wheelchair to crutches to walking unassisted. But he continued to request the readings, and Dr. Reeves, pleased with the progress, continued to authorise them. Eleanor told herself it was clinical, that her meticulous timekeeping, never arriving early, never staying late, proved her professional boundaries, that the way her voice softened slightly when reading coordinates, the way she'd learned which cadences made him breathe easier, was simply effective technique. But in truth, something had shifted. The signals room no longer felt sufficient. She found herself distracted during her night work, remembering the way David listened, not to her words but to some quality beneath them, some frequency only he could hear. One evening, after she'd finished the day's transcript, he asked, Do you know what it's like to be lost? Geographically, existentially. He smiled, and the scar tissue pulled slightly at the corner of his mouth. To have no memory of who you were, only of being found. Eleanor set the folder aside. Tell me what you remember. Sand. So much sand it had its own texture of silence. My radio was dead. I'd been walking for 3 days, maybe 4, rationing water from a single canteen, and then he closed his eyes. A voice, coming through static on a frequency that shouldn't have been possible. A woman reading coordinates. Not to me. She didn't know I was there. But I followed them anyway, because they were the only order in all that chaos. And you found rescue. I found a patrol that had been dispatched to those exact coordinates for a different reason entirely, as if she'd summoned them without knowing. He opened his eyes. You sound like her. The clarity, the precision. When you read, I can almost... He didn't finish. Neither did Eleanor. But she understood what he was saying, that her voice had become a bridge to something he couldn't name, and that she had stepped onto it without realizing there was no guardrail. The fog came in thick that October, turning the world beyond the hospital into suggestion rather than certainty. Eleanor's readings gradually deviated from the approved material. She began bringing in more complex transmissions, decoded conversations between pilots, fragmentary distress calls with their resolutions, the terse poetry of emergency coordinates followed by confirmation of rescue. David responded to narrative. She learned this by accident when she read a particularly detailed exchange between a squadron leader and his wingman, conversation that had taken place entirely in code but which she'd translated into its full human meaning. David had wept, quietly, and then apologized. "Don't," she'd said. "It's a reasonable response." To what? To being reminded that you survived when others didn't. After that, she stopped pretending the sessions were rehabilitation. They were something else, a shared country neither of them had intended to enter. He began staying awake at night, he told her, listening to the radio in the patient's lounge, searching for frequencies that resembled what he remembered. She found herself doing the same in the signals room, isolating voice transmissions from the static, wondering if somewhere in that electromagnetic noise was the original, the woman whose voice had become his compass. "Do you want to find her?" Eleanor asked one evening, when the fog was so thick they could barely see the rocks below the window. David was quiet for a long time. "I don't know if she exists. Not as a person. Maybe she was just my mind inventing pattern where there was only noise. That's not how radio works. Isn't it how survival works? The brain creating meaning to prevent collapse?" Eleanor wanted to argue, to insist on the material reality of electromagnetic transmission, the impossibility of hallucinating coordinates that led to actual rescue. But she realized what he was really saying, that he preferred the voice to remain abstraction, rather than risk discovering it belonged to someone he couldn't reach, or someone who wasn't her. The first fissure appeared in December, when David's medical records were updated with recovered documentation from his unit. Someone had tracked down his squadron's operational logs, his mission reports, his service history. Eleanor watched as his amnesia began to retreat, forced back by the advancing army of verifiable facts. He remembered the name of his aircraft, his call sign, the face of his co-pilot who died 3 missions before, David's own crash. Each recovered memory was a small violence, wanted but wounding, and then he remembered her name. Lydia Ashcroft, he said one evening, the words arriving without preamble. Lieutenant, Royal Signal Corps, stationed at a forward communications post in Egypt. She was, his voice caught. She was coordinating search patterns for downed aircraft. That's why she was broadcasting those coordinates. She was trying to find me. Eleanor felt something inside her turn to ice and then shatter. "You're certain?" "I heard someone in the officers' lounge talking about the North Africa Communications Network, and I just knew. Her voice, the way she pronounced coordinates with that slight emphasis on the cardinal directions. It was her." He looked at Eleanor then with something close to desperation. "I need to find her, to thank her, to know if she—" He didn't finish, but Eleanor understood. "To know if she remembers me." "I can help," Eleanor heard herself say. "I have access to military communications records. If she was broadcasting those coordinates, there will be logs." It took 3 days of careful searching through classified archives she shouldn't have been accessing. But Eleanor found her, Lieutenant Lydia Ashcroft, age 27, currently stationed at a signals installation in Scotland, 600 miles north. When she gave David the information, she watched his face transform, relief and longing, and something that looked like grief compressed into a single expression. He thanked her. He asked if she would help him compose a letter. She agreed, because what else could she do? And in that moment, Eleanor understood with perfect clarity that she had mistaken proximity for intimacy, ritual for relationship. That David had been listening not to her, but through her, waiting for his memory to resolve into the face he actually needed to see. The letter took a week to write. David would dictate fragments, then stop, frustrated by the inadequacy of words. Eleanor would suggest phrasing, her translator's instinct kicking in even as her heart performed its own small death. "Dear Lieutenant Ashcroft," the letter began, "you do not know me, but your voice brought me home." Eleanor typed each word with mechanical precision, translating his half-formed gratitude into clean, clear English. She told herself she was being helpful, professional, that this was simply another form of decoding, converting raw emotion into transmittable language. But on the fifth evening, as they worked past her usual departure time, David's dictation shifted. "I heard your voice before I knew my own name," he said slowly. "In the desert, delirious. I thought you were—" He paused. "I thought you were speaking only to me, as if the coordinates were meant to lead me not to rescue, but to you." Eleanor's hands hovered over the typewriter keys. "Should I include that?" "No." David rubbed his face, the scars pulling against his skin. "It sounds insane. She was doing her job. I was one of dozens of missing pilots. She probably doesn't remember my call sign, let alone—" He stopped again. "Let alone what?" The way it felt to be held by nothing but sound. Eleanor typed the sentence before she could stop herself. Then she pulled the paper from the typewriter, crumpled it, threw it away, started over with something safer, more factual, less true. That night, alone in the signals room, she retrieved the crumpled page from the wastepaper basket and smoothed it flat. Read his words again, held by nothing but sound. She understood then what had happened. David hadn't fallen in love with Lieutenant Ashcroft. He'd fallen in love with being saved. And Eleanor, in her nightly readings, had recreated that salvation, offering him the illusion of return without requiring him to leave. It was a mercy. It was also a lie. And Eleanor, who had built her entire identity on accuracy, had been complicit in its telling. The reply from Lieutenant Ashcroft arrived 3 weeks later. A polite professional letter that confirmed she remembered his rescue, expressed relief at his survival, and wished him well in his recovery. There was no poetry in it, no suggestion of anything beyond collegial goodwill. David read it twice, then set it carefully on the table between them. Eleanor waited for disappointment, for grief, for something. Instead, he looked at her and said, "She doesn't know who I am. She remembers your rescue, but not me, not the person who heard her and held on. That person doesn't exist in her memory." He was quiet for a long moment. Maybe he doesn't exist anywhere except here. The air between them felt charged, dangerous. Eleanor should have left, should have gathered her papers and retreated to the safety of the signals room. Instead, she heard herself ask, "Who is he? The person who exists here?" David stood slowly, crossed the small space between them. His hand, still scarred, still uncertain, reached for hers. "Someone who wants to thank you," he said quietly. "Not for reading to me, for letting me hear myself become real again." They kissed, or something like it. A collision more than a convergence, mouths seeking not passion but confirmation. Eleanor felt herself respond, felt her body lean into his even as her mind catalogued all the reasons this was displacement, substitution, a fundamental category error. When they separated, neither spoke. The kiss hung in the air between them like a question neither could answer. That night, Eleanor lay in her narrow bed and understood with terrible clarity David needed someone to love who wasn't the abstraction of Lydia Ashcroft. And she needed to believe that someone could want her, not for her usefulness, but for something more essential, more irreducible. Neither need had anything to do with the other. David was discharged 3 weeks later, cleared for limited duty. He would be returning not to active flight status, but to a training command near London, teaching new pilots the aerial manoeuvres that had once been instinct. The night before his departure, Eleanor found him in the patient's lounge listening to the radio. Static and fragments of Morse code filled the small room. "Looking for something?" she asked. "Just listening." He turned down the volume. "Eleanor, I need to tell you, don't." She sat beside him, careful to maintain distance. "You don't owe me explanations. I owe you honesty." He was quiet for a moment. "I don't know what I feel. I know I'm grateful. I know that your voice became the architecture I used to rebuild myself, and I know that's not the same as love." She said the word for him, sparing him the labour of its articulation. "Is it?" He turned to look at her fully. "How would I know the difference?" Eleanor thought of all the transmissions she'd decoded, all the messages reduced to their essential meaning. She thought of the margin between what was said and what was meant, and how her entire profession existed in that gap. "You would know," she said finally, "because love doesn't require translation." They sat in silence as the radio cycled through frequencies, touching briefly on voices speaking languages neither of them understood, Arabic, Russian, Portuguese, French, before sliding back into static. "I wrote to her again," David said finally. "Lieutenant Ashcroft. I told her the truth, that I'd confused gratitude with something else, that I didn't actually want to meet her, because the voice I needed wasn't hers anymore." He paused. "If it ever was." "What did she say?" "She understood. Better than I did, probably. She said something I keep thinking about. We're all just signals travelling through the dark, hoping someone's listening." He smiled slightly. Very romantic for a signals officer. Eleanor felt something loosen in her chest. Not relief exactly, but a kind of resigned recognition. "What happens now?" "I don't know. I go to London. You stay here, listening to the war." He reached for her hand, held it loosely. "But I'll remember this, not as the place I recovered, but as the place where someone taught me that accuracy is a form of care." "And you taught me," Eleanor said quietly, "that sometimes accuracy means admitting what you don't know." 6 months after David's departure, Eleanor received a letter. Not from him. He'd written twice, brief notes about training exercises in London in the spring, carefully impersonal, but from Lieutenant Lydia Ashcroft. "Dear Miss Henry, Captain Harding wrote to tell me about your work with him during his recovery. I wanted to thank you, not for saving him. We both know I didn't, not really. But for showing him that voices can be more than emergency frequencies. They can be conversation, companionship, the daily static we call connection. I wonder if you know how rare that is. Most of us in this work learn to separate signal from person, message from messenger. You remembered they were always the same thing. If you're ever in Scotland, I'd welcome the chance to meet the woman whose voice replaced mine. Not because I'm jealous, I'm not, but because I'm curious about the person who could teach a lost pilot that being found is different from being home." Eleanor read the letter 3 times, then filed it carefully in her desk drawer. She didn't write back. What would she say? That she'd fallen briefly, impossibly in love with a man who'd been in love with the idea of rescue. That she'd learned love could be accurate and still be wrong. Instead, she returned to her work. But something had shifted. When she decoded transmissions now, she heard not just data, but the voices behind them. The operators sending coordinates into the dark, hoping someone was listening. Hoping not just to be heard, but to be understood. David had been right. We're all signals travelling through space, looking for resonance. And Eleanor had learned, sometimes the most loving Thing you can do is decode the message accurately enough to know when it's not meant for you. She continued her work through winter, through spring, through the slow turning of the war toward its conclusion, and every night, when the signals room fell quiet and the oscilloscopes glowed their ghost green glow, she would think of a pilot in the desert, following coordinates toward rescue, and a voice that had said, "I'm here, I'm listening, you're not alone." It hadn't been love, but it had been true. And for Eleanor Henry, who had built her life on the difference between the two, that was enough. Undercover playlist. Eli Morrison had forgotten how to be nobody. The morning he walked through the doors of Westfield High, he couldn't remember the last time he'd moved through a crowd without people whispering, pointing, or asking for selfies. Here, he was Eli Carter, new kid with a vague backstory involving his dad's job transfer, a deliberately boring choice of clothes, and absolutely no musical talent whatsoever. The first person to crash into him was also the last person he expected to need. Watch it. Maya Bowen didn't look up as she scrambled to collect scattered papers from the hallway floor. Her hair, an impossible shade of burgundy that shifted purple in the fluorescent light, created a curtain between them. Some of us actually have responsibilities. Sorry. Eli crouched to help gather what looked like pages from a manuscript. Let me... Don't. She snatched the papers away. I've got it. He caught a glimpse of her writing before she pulled it back. The soundpost entry. 247. Why Jackson Reyes has lost his revolutionary edge. His stomach dropped. He knew this blog. Had been reading it for months, actually. Maya Bowen was the anonymous critic who'd been systematically dismantling his public persona with surgical precision. "You're new," she said, finally looking at him. Her eyes were an unsettling green. Not pretty exactly, but the kind of colour that demanded a second look. Transfer? Yeah. Eli Carter. You're Maya, she frowned. How do you know that? It's on your papers. Right. She stood up, studying him with the same intensity she probably applied to her music reviews. Word of advice, Eli Carter. Don't try too hard to fit in. This place eats tryhards alive. She walked away before he could respond, leaving behind the faint scent of something like vanilla and rebellion. Tyler found him at lunch. Dude, you already met the Bowen. That's either very lucky or very cursed. The Bowen? Maya Bowen runs this brutal music blog that's got like a cult following. She's taken down more local bands than The Economy. Also plays violin like she's personally mad at the universe. Tyler grinned. Word is she's got zero tolerance for fake people. So you're screwed. If only Tyler knew. The next weeks fell into a rhythm Eli hadn't experienced since middle school. Early mornings on the bus instead of in a town car, lunch in a crowded cafeteria instead of craft services, homework at a kitchen table instead of on a private jet. His security team monitored from a distance. His father called twice daily to ensure he was maintaining the charade, and his social media manager posted throwback photos to maintain his online presence. But the strangest part was Maya. When their English teacher assigned them as project partners, Maya's expression suggested she'd rather be partnered with a paper shredder. Analysing indie pop evolution, she announced on day one, dropping a thick binder between them. I've already done the research. You just need to not mess up my grade. I actually know a bit about music, Eli offered. Right. New kid with a guitar syndrome. Let me guess. You played Wonderwall once and now you're the next Kurt Cobain. Something like that. She looked at him differently after he correctly identified not just genres but specific producers on the track she played during their research sessions. When he mentioned how the evolution of indie pop paralleled the democratization of music production, she actually put down her phone. Huh, she said, maybe you're not completely hopeless. It was the highest compliment he'd received in months. Their work sessions moved from the library to Maya's hideaway. a forgotten corner behind the audio-visual equipment where someone had left an old CD player. Maya had been curating this space with albums, leaving notes about tracks, building something like a shrine to honest music. "This is incredible," Eli said, running his fingers over handwritten track listings. "You've documented everything." "Music is memory," Maya said simply. "People forget that. They think it's just entertainment, but every song is someone's truth at a particular moment. Even the ones that lie are telling the truth about the lie." She pulled out her violin case, an action so natural it had to be habitual. "Want to hear something?" What came out wasn't classical. It was raw, improvised, the kind of music that spoke directly to something behind your ribcage. Eli found himself reaching for the guitar that mysteriously appeared against the wall. "You play?" Maya asked, pausing mid-bow. "A little." They played for 20 minutes. No words, just sound building on sound. Eli carefully avoided anything that might sound like his own compositions, instead falling into a rhythm that supported Maya's fierce melody. When they finished, the silence felt like an ending neither of them wanted. "Not bad, Carter," Maya said, and for the first time, he heard something like warmth in her voice. That night, alone in his temporary bedroom, so much smaller than his penthouse, so much more like home, Eli made a decision that would complicate everything. He logged into the Soundpost with a new account name, Anonymous Melody. "Just wanted to say your review of Jackson's latest single made me think. What if his revolutionary edge isn't lost but evolving? Sometimes artists go underground not because they've lost their voice, but because they're finding a new one." He hit send before he could overthink it. The next day, Maya mentioned the comment. "Got this interesting response on the blog last night. Someone actually defended Jackson Reyes without resorting to fan worship." "Maybe the world isn't completely lost after all," Eli agreed, fighting the urge to smile too widely. Later, Tyler cornered him after band practice. Static noise was exactly what the name suggested. 5 guys with more enthusiasm than talent making noise in Tyler's garage. "Bro, you're holding back," Tyler said, watching Eli play with obvious constraint. "You're like, too good at being deliberately mediocre. It's weird." "Just trying to fit in." "Yeah, about that." Tyler grabbed Eli's guitar pick, a standard black Fender. "Where'd you get this?" "Music store." "They don't sell these anymore. This is vintage." Tyler studied him. "You know what? Never mind. We all have our secrets. But if you ever want to stop pretending you can't play, we could use a lead guitarist who doesn't sound like he's torturing cats." That Friday, Maya stayed after class for the project. They'd moved past the formal research phase into actual discussion, sometimes forgetting they were supposed to be completing an assignment. "Question," Maya said, suddenly serious. "Do you think artists have an obligation to stay true to their original sound?" "No," Eli answered without thinking. "I think they have an obligation to stay true to themselves, even if that means changing, even if their fans hate it. Especially if their fans hate it. Otherwise you're not really creating anymore, you're just maintaining a brand." Maya looked at him for a long moment. "You know what, Carter? You might actually get music." She started packing up her violin, and Eli realised with startling clarity that he didn't want the session to end. The fire alarm that suddenly shrieked through the building was almost a relief. It interrupted what might have been his first genuine impulse in months. As they evacuated, Maya's hand briefly caught his arm. "Same time Monday?" "Definitely." Walking home, Eli received 3 texts. One from his father demanding an update, one from his manager about a potential duet with another teen pop sensation, and one from Tyler. "Dude, I know who you are." His blood went cold. "Your guitar playing gave you away. Don't worry, your secret's safe. But man, this is going to get complicated." "Very complicated," Eli typed back, thinking about Maya's hand on his arm, about the way she'd said, "Not bad, Carter," about how he hadn't felt this real in over a year. Monday morning arrived with the kind of grey sky that made fluorescent lights seem almost romantic. Eli found Tyler waiting by his locker, practically vibrating with nervous energy. "I didn't sleep," Tyler announced without preamble. "I kept thinking about how insane this is. You're Jackson freaking Reyes." "Keep your voice down." Jackson Reyes is in my garage band. Maya Bowen, who once wrote a 2,000-word essay on why your acoustic version of gravity was an insult to both physics and music theory, is falling for you. This is either the universe's idea of a joke or the setup for the world's most twisted love song. She's not falling for me. Right. Tyler's sarcasm could have stripped paint. And I'm actually Beyoncé. Dude, you should see how you look at her. Like she's sheet music you're trying to read. Eli slammed his locker, perhaps with more force than necessary. It's not like that. Then what's it like? The question followed him through the morning. What was it like exactly? Maya had started saving him a seat in classes they shared. She'd initiated conversations about music that had nothing to do with their project. Yesterday she'd shared half a sandwich without being asked. Small things, normal things, things that probably meant nothing. His phone buzzed with a notification from the Soundpost. Maya had posted a new entry, responding to several comments from anonymous Melody. To AM, your point about evolution versus revolution in artistry is interesting. But consider this. Some changes feel like growth, others like abandonment. How do we distinguish between an artist discovering new truth and an artist forgetting who they were? She was brilliant. Absolutely, infuriatingly brilliant. At lunch, Sophia materialized at their table like a gossip-hungry ghost. "Maya Bowen," she announced, sliding into the seat beside her best friend. "We need to discuss your love life." "What love life?" Maya didn't look up from her notebook. "The one that involves mysterious study partners and secret smiles." "Sophia?" "Maya?" Sophia turned to Eli. "What are your intentions with my best friend?" "We're doing a project." Projects. That's what they call it these days. Maya kicked Sophia under the table. "Ignore her. She thinks everything is romance." "Everything is romance," Sophia declared. "Speaking of which, did you see that Jackson Reyes is rumoured to be dating that actress? The one from the vampire show?" Eli nearly choked on his water. "Where did you hear that?" Maya asked, and Eli couldn't tell if he imagined the edge in her voice. "Entertainment Tonight. Though honestly, she seems basic for him. He should date someone with actual musical taste, someone who could challenge him creatively." The irony was so thick Eli could have cut it with a plastic spork. After lunch, Maya pulled him aside. "Want to go somewhere other than the library? Today?" "Sure." She led him off campus down a path he hadn't noticed before. 10 minutes later they emerged at a small park dominated by a war memorial. Maya sat cross-legged on the grass, facing the monument. "My parents died here," she said without preamble. "Car accident 3 years ago." Eli sat beside her, suddenly understanding why the path felt worn. "I come here when I need to think, or when I need to remember who I am." She pulled out her phone, scrolled through photos. Dad was a music teacher. Mum was a nurse who sang in the church choir. Neither of them were famous, but they were real. "You know?" "Yeah," he said quietly. "I know." Sometimes I wonder if they'd understand my obsession with authenticity in music. Like, would they get why I'm so hard on artists who seem to change for money or fame? She glanced at him. "Do you think that's fair?" The question felt like a trap he'd set for himself. "I think being hard on people who abandon their values is fair. Being hard on people who are growing? Maybe not." "How do you tell the difference?" "You listen to their music. Really listen. Truth sounds different than calculation." Maya was quiet for a long moment. "You know what's weird, Eli? You're the first person in this school who talks about music like it matters, like it's more than just background noise." Music is never just background noise, he said without thinking, then caught himself. I mean, to people who really care about it. Exactly, she smiled. A real smile, not the guarded expression she usually wore. Want to hear something embarrassing? I've got a playlist for every mood. Happy, sad, anxious, angry. Even one for confused about feelings. That's not embarrassing, that's beautiful. Really? Really. Music as emotional cartography. That's brilliant. The way she looked at him then, surprise mixed with something warmer, made his chest tight. This was dangerous territory. This was where fake names and real feelings started colliding in ways that could hurt everyone involved. His phone rang, Dad's ringtone. Take it, Maya said. I'll wait. Eli walked a few feet away, answered on the third ring. Progress report, his father said without greeting. Everything's fine. Are you maintaining your cover? No incidents? No incidents. Good. We need you back in studio next week. The label wants demos. Dad? This little experiment isn't forever, Eli. We indulge it because we need clean PR and because your mother insisted, but don't forget what's real. What's real? Eli looked back at Maya sitting beside her parents' memorial, trusting him with pieces of herself. I understand, he said, ending the call. When he returned, Maya was writing in her notebook. Work stuff, she asked. Family stuff. Everything okay? Yeah. She tore out a page, hesitated, then handed it to him. I wrote something for the project, but also not for the project. The paper contained lyrics, simple, honest, beautiful lyrics about finding truth in unexpected places. Maya, this is incredible. It's stupid. It's not. He read it again, recognizing echoes of their conversations, their connection. Do you have a melody for it? Maybe. Want to work on it together? Her smile was answer enough. They spent the afternoon turning her words into music, their collaboration as natural as breathing. When Maya played the melody on her violin while Eli added guitar, something clicked into place. The song wasn't finished, but it was beginning, like them. Walking back to school, Maya bumped his shoulder playfully. Thanks for not making fun of my lyrics. Thanks for sharing them. You know what? I've decided. You're officially not hopeless, Eli Carter. High praise from the infamous music critic. Don't let it go to your head. But it was too late for that warning. Something had already gone to his head, and it wasn't praise. It was the way her laugh sounded when she forgot to be guarded. It was the trust in her eyes when she showed him her writing. It was the growing certainty that what started as deception was becoming the most real thing in his life. That night, Eli lay awake composing in his head, not for his album, not for his image, but for Maya. Real lyrics about real feelings in a way he hadn't allowed himself since becoming someone. His phone buzzed. A text from Tyler. Saw you two at the park. You're in deep, aren't you? Yeah. What are you going to do? Eli stared at the ceiling, thinking about Maya's lyrics, about her parents' memorial, about the way she listened to music like it could save or condemn the world. I don't know. Want some advice? Always. Stop lying to yourself first. The rest might follow. The melody of lies had become a full-time occupation. Eli found himself crafting an elaborate digital existence as anonymous melody, responding to Maya's blog posts with the kind of insight he could only provide as the artist himself. It was self-serving and honest in equal measure, like performing surgery on himself through a mirror. Meanwhile, Static Noise had reluctantly accepted him as their lead guitarist, and Tyler was struggling to balance friendship with the weight of secrets. You're getting better, Maya observed one afternoon, listening to Eli play during lunch. They'd claimed an empty classroom as their unofficial headquarters, a space where Maya could practice violin and Eli could play guitar without wondering if someone would recognise his style. Or you're just getting used to my mediocrity. I'd know mediocrity. This is something else. She studied him like she studied music, searching for the truth beneath the performance. Sometimes you play like you're holding back, like you know exactly where the song wants to go but won't let yourself take it there. Maybe I'm afraid of where it might go, music or life. The question hung between them, loaded with implications neither acknowledged. Sophia interrupted with the grace of a tornado. "Emergency best friend meeting," she announced, dragging Maya toward the door. "Eli, you're excused." "What's the emergency?" Maya protested. "Someone found Jackson Reyes's guitar pick in the hallway, the rare ones, with his signature, which means he's either visited our school or someone here is connected to him more than they're letting on." Eli's blood crystallized. He'd lost that pick 3 days ago. "So what?" Maya called over her shoulder as Sophia pulled her away. "Maybe someone's just a collector." But the damage was spreading. By the end of the day, the guitar pick had become the subject of wild speculation. Theories ranged from secret concerts to celebrities' kids hiding in plain sight. Tyler found Eli at his locker. "You need to be more careful." "I lost one guitar pick. People lose things." "Not custom Jackson Reyes picks. Sophia's already cross-referencing everyone's social media. It's only a matter of time before..." "Before what?" "Maya's smart enough to figure it out." "Maya's smart enough to figure anything out. The question is whether she'll want to when she realizes you've been lying to her face for weeks." That evening, Eli made a decision that probably qualified as emotional self-harm. He started leaving song lyrics in Maya's locker, fragments of verses he'd written but never recorded, pieces of himself he couldn't give any other way. The first note read, "Truth and fiction blur when you're looking through the same lens. Sometimes the realest thing is the lie that makes the most sense." Maya found it the next morning. In English class, she kept glancing at him, then at the paper. "Did you write this?" she whispered during group work. "Write what?" "These lyrics. In my locker." "Why would I do that?" Her expression suggested she wasn't entirely buying his denial, but she let it go. By week's end, 3 more notes had appeared, each one a small truth wrapped in metaphor. The blog post from Anonymous Melody intensified. "What if the greatest artists are the ones we don't recognize? What if authenticity isn't about revealing everything, but about revealing what matters?" Maya's responses grew more engaged, more personal. To AM. "You make authenticity sound like a choice rather than an obligation. But don't we owe our audience the truth of who we are? I never traced the IP. I thought maybe you were a professor or music industry insider. Turns out the truth was even stranger." Eli stared at her words until his vision blurred. She was talking directly to him, even though she didn't know it. The digital debate felt more intimate than their face-to-face conversations. Meanwhile, Maya's grandmother was becoming suspicious in her own way. "This boy you've been studying with," Grace said during one of their weekly dinners. "Are you sure he's just a study partner?" "Gran, please." "I'm not blind, Maya. You come home humming songs you haven't hummed since your parents were alive. You smile at your phone. These are symptoms of something. Symptoms of friendship. In my day, we called it chemistry." Maya blushed furiously. "It's not like that. It never is, until it is." But Grace kept her concerns private until the evening she answered the door to find a black SUV idling outside their modest house. Maya was at orchestra practice, and Grace found herself face to face with a man in an expensive suit. "Mrs. Bowen, I'm David Morrison. I believe my son has become friends with your granddaughter." Grace studied him with the wariness of someone who'd seen too much. "Your son?" "Eli, though you might know him better by his stage name." Back at school, the truth was closing in from all directions. During lunch, Tyler pulled Eli aside. "Sophia's done too much research. She knows someone connected to Jackson Reyes is at this school. She's narrowed it down to you, me, and 2 other guys. One of them is the kid who always wears sunglasses indoors, so her money's on you." "What did you tell her?" I told her she was overthinking things, but Eli, she's smart and she's motivated. How long before she connects dots we can't unconnect? The answer came sooner than expected. Sophia found them after school, practically vibrating with excitement. I know your secret. She held up a printed page. I work on the school paper. I'm always in the computer lab. Someone printed these emails about Project Normal yesterday and forgot to grab them. Eli's heart stopped. You're moonlighting as Static Noise's guitarist. Why didn't you just say so? It's not like it's embarrassing. You're actually good. Relief flooded through him, followed immediately by the recognition that he'd been granted a reprieve, not a pardon. Yeah, he said carefully, just trying to keep a low profile. Well, your secret's safe with me, though, she glanced at Tyler. I might want to interview the band for the paper. That was how Eli found himself performing publicly for the first time in months, albeit with a garage, band instead of a sold-out arena. Maya came to the Static Noise rehearsal/interview session, ostensibly as Sophia's photographer, but she spent more time watching Eli play than taking pictures. You really don't sing? Maya asked during a break. I leave that to others, Eli said, which was technically true. He did usually leave singing to others. It just happened that those others were studio musicians hired to back him up. Pity, you have the right voice for it. Deep but not too gravelly. Could probably handle indie rock or singer-songwriter stuff without strain. How she could know that from listening to him speak was either pure insight or cosmic irony. After the session, as they walked out together, Maya stopped him. Can I tell you something weird? Always. Those lyrics you've been leaving, because I know it's you, don't try to deny it. They feel familiar somehow, like I've heard them in a dream or something. Maybe you're just that intuitive about music, or maybe you're just that intuitive about me. The air between them tightened in a way that demanded resolution. Eli found himself leaning closer, and Maya didn't pull away. For a moment the weight of secrets lifted. Then Tyler's van backfired in the parking lot, shattering the moment like glass. I should go, Maya said, but she didn't move. Yeah, me too. Neither of them moved. Tomorrow? Maya asked. Library? Or the memorial? Let's go somewhere new. Okay, somewhere new. She walked away, and Eli wondered if truth could be a place you travelled to gradually, or if it was more like jumping off a cliff, all at once or not at all. That night he composed the most honest song he'd written in years. Not for an album, not for his image, but for the feeling of standing in a high school parking lot, wanting to kiss someone who might hate him if she knew who he really was. His phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. This is Grace Bowen. We need to talk about my granddaughter. Some secrets, Eli realised, had expiration dates, and his was coming up fast. Grace Bowen's cafe of choice was the kind of place that probably hadn't changed its menu since 1987. She sat in a corner booth, nursing coffee and radiating the kind of authority that made Eli check his posture. You're punctual, she observed as he slid into the seat across from her. That's something. Mrs. Bowen. Grace, and I'll be direct. She slid a printed page across the table. It was a screenshot of the sound post, featuring one of his responses as anonymous Melody. My granddaughter doesn't know I read her blog, and I'd prefer to keep it that way. But I'm reasonably good with computers, and anonymous Melody's comments have a certain authority that goes beyond casual fan knowledge. Eli's carefully constructed world tilted sideways. Combined with my husband's obsession with music history, God rest his soul, I've heard enough industry stories to recognise patterns like famous people's, children hiding in plain sight, like talent that tries too hard to seem ordinary, like very expensive guitar picks lost in hallways. Grace, let me finish. David Morrison came to my house yesterday. That was enlightening. She sipped her coffee with infuriating calm. He wants to know about Maya's influence on his son, wanted to ensure she wasn't distracting Eli from his career. She's not. I know that. The question is, what exactly is she to you? Because if this is some kind of celebrity game, it's not. The words came out more forcefully than intended. Maya is the first person in a year who's seen me as just Eli. Not the product, not the brand, just me. Grace's expression softened imperceptibly. And does Eli care about my granddaughter? Really care? More than I've cared about anything in a long time. Enough to stop lying to her? The question landed like a physical weight. I want to. I'm just... God, Grace, I'm terrified she'll hate me. She's spent months writing about how Jackson Reyes represents everything fake about the music industry. How am I supposed to tell her that your proof her hypothesis was wrong? Grace smiled slightly. Maya's been wrong before. She's also the most forgiving person I know, especially when it comes to matters of the heart. But that forgiveness has limits. She reached into her purse, pulled out an old photograph. 2 people on stage, younger versions of themselves, guitars in hand, singing into a shared microphone. Your grandfather and I had a band once. Nothing famous, but we toured the Midwest, played dive bars and county fairs. This was before Maya's dad came along. She traced the edge of the photo. We understood that music can be both a bridge and a wall. It depends on how honest you're willing to be. What happened to the band? Life, marriage, kids, the usual suspects. Grace tucked the photo away. But the music never left. It just evolved, like everything does if you let it. They sat in silence for a moment. She's planning something for your birthday, Grace said finally. Something at school. If you're going to tell her, I'd suggest doing it before then. Surprises have a way of revealing more than we intend. After Grace left, Eli sat in the cafe staring at his phone. 3 missed calls from his father, 2 from his manager, and 1 text from Maya. New hiding spot after school? I found something I want to show you. The something turned out to be an old music room, forgotten in the renovations that had modernised the rest of the school. Covered instruments lined the walls and everything smelled like dust and possibility. How did you find this place? Eli asked. I'm good at finding hidden things. Maya ran her hand over a vintage piano. I've been thinking about our project, about evolution versus revolution, about how we judge authenticity. She turned to face him, something determined in her expression. I've also been thinking about those lyrics you've been leaving, and about anonymous melody on my blog, and about the way you play guitar when you think no one's listening. Time stopped. This was it, the moment when careful constructions collapsed. Maya, let me finish. I think you're more connected to music than you let on. I think maybe you're in this school for reasons that aren't just your dad's job transfer. And I think... She took a breath. I think I'm falling for you anyway. The honesty in her voice broke something in him. Not the fear, that multiplied, but the isolation, the sense that he had to carry this weight alone. What if, he said carefully, what if there was more? More than just connection to music, more than just complicated family stuff? Then I'd want to know, all of it. Before he could respond, the door burst open. Sophia stood there, breathless and triumphant. Maya, you need to come with me. Now. There's something about the talent show, about Jackson Reyes, about... She noticed Eli, skidded to a stop. Oh, sorry. But Maya, this can't wait. Maya looked between them, torn between curiosity and frustration. Can you give us 5 minutes? 3, and then I'm coming back with a crowbar if necessary. After Sophia left, Maya turned back to Eli. To be continued? Yeah, definitely continued. But as she walked away, Eli knew that time was accelerating faster than his courage. Whatever Sophia had discovered, whatever Maya was planning for his birthday, whatever truth was about to surface. It was all heading toward a collision he couldn't prevent. That night he wrote in his journal something he hadn't done since signing his first record deal. Tomorrow I tell her. Tomorrow I stop hiding behind half-truths and carefully crafted personas. Tomorrow I risk everything real for what might be real. But tomorrow had its own plans. Tyler called at midnight. Eli, we have a problem. Actually, several problems. Sophia knows, she actually knows, and she's giving you until tomorrow to tell Maya yourself, or she's going to do it for you. How did she... Does it matter? Man, this is spiralling. Fast. Eli stared at his ceiling, knowing he'd been given a deadline he couldn't meet or avoid. Tomorrow he'd tell Maya the truth. Tomorrow he'd find out if the person he'd become in her eyes could survive the revelation of who he'd been all along. Tomorrow had become the scariest word in any language. Morning came too quickly, and not quickly enough. Eli arrived at school to find Maya at his locker, holding something that made his heart stop. A printed email conversation between him and his manager, discussing Project Normal, the code name for his public school experience. Sophia found these in the computer lab printer, Maya said without preamble. Someone forgot to collect them yesterday. Her voice was carefully neutral, the tone she used when reviewing music she hadn't decided how to judge yet. Maya, I can explain, can you? Because according to these emails, Eli Carter doesn't exist. According to these emails, you're someone named Eli Morrison who's playing some kind of game with real people's lives. Other students were starting to notice, to cluster nearby with that instinct for drama that teenagers possessed. Please, can we go somewhere private? She studied him for a long moment, then nodded. The music room, 5 minutes. The walk felt eternal. Maya's silence was a wall he didn't know how to scale. When they reached the forgotten music room, she closed the door with more care than necessary. Talk. Where to start? How to explain a year of deception in a way that made sense? Eli chose the only path he knew, the truth. My real name is Eli Morrison. My stage name is Jackson Reyes. I'm here because my parents thought I needed normal friends, normal experiences, normal life, whatever that means. They thought it would make me a better artist. Maya's expression remained carefully blank. At first, I just wanted to get through it, to play the part of boring new kid and wait until I could go back to whatever life I had before. But then I met you, and decided to lie to me for months, and decided I didn't want you to see me the way you saw Jackson Reyes in your reviews. I didn't want you to think I represented everything you hated about the music industry. So you let me fall for a fiction. I let you fall for the most real version of myself I've been in years. Maya laughed, but there was no humour in it. The real version? Eli, you've been commenting on my blog as Anonymous Melody. You've been responding to my critiques of your own work, playing some elaborate game with me. That's not true. Those conversations, those comments, they were real. I was finally talking to someone who understood music the way I do, even if she didn't know who she was talking to. Oh, how noble of you. Her sarcasm could have cut glass. You were saving me from my own prejudices. How very gallant. That's not what I meant. She turned away from him, running her fingers over the dusty piano keys. Do you know what's funny? I've been defending you, not Eli, but Jackson, to Sophia, to anonymous commenters on my blog, even to myself. I've been wondering if maybe I was too harsh, if maybe artists deserve space to evolve. Her hands found a chord, minor and melancholy. I've been writing songs about you, about us, about this feeling I couldn't name because I was falling for someone who supposedly didn't care about fame or image. The chord resolved into something softer. Turns out I was falling for someone defined entirely by fame and image. Maya, please listen. I did listen. I listened to every word you said, looked for honesty in every gesture. And you know what? I thought I found it. I thought I found something real for the first time since my parents died." The rawness in her voice stopped him. This wasn't about celebrity secrets or industry manipulation. This was about trust broken in a place where she kept her deepest wounds. "It was real," he said quietly. "Those moments between us, the music we made together, the way we talked about everything and nothing, that was the most real thing in my life." She faced him again, and he saw tears she hadn't let fall. "How am I supposed to believe anything you say now?" The question hung between them, unanswerable and essential. Before he could respond, the door burst open. Sophia stood there, breathing hard, with Tyler right behind her. "Sorry to interrupt the heartbreak," Sophia said, not sounding sorry at all. "But we have a bigger problem. Someone leaked that Jackson Reyes is enrolled here. There are news vans in the parking lot." Tyler added, "And Eli's dad just pulled up in a very expensive car. This is about to become a circus." Maya looked at Eli with something that might have been pity. "Congratulations, your secret's out, and you didn't even have to tell it yourself." She walked toward the door, paused. "For what it's worth, the songs you wrote, the real ones, the ones for you and not for charts, they were good. Better than good. But I guess we'll never know what else might have been." She left, taking something essential with her. Eli stood in the empty music room, surrounded by covered instruments and broken possibilities. Through the window he could see media trucks arriving, security guards, students with phones out, recording everything. "Eli," Tyler said gently, "we need to get you out of here." But there was no escaping now. Not from the media circus, not from his father's inevitable lecture about damaged brands and controlled narratives, not from the knowledge that he'd lost something irreplaceable through his own cowardice. His phone buzzed. Maya's blog had updated to anonymous. Melody. "Thank you for the conversations. They meant more than you know. Sometimes the truth comes too late, and sometimes it comes too close to the bone. Either way, this is goodbye." The final word felt like a door, closing. David Morrison found him 20 minutes later, flanked by security and fury. "This ends now. Pack your things. We're leaving." "Dad, wait. I need to..." "You need to salvage what's left of your career. Do you have any idea what this has done to our carefully managed image? A secret high school, a girlfriend who's been publicly criticizing your work. Her name is Maya. I don't care what her name is. This entire experiment was supposed to make you more relatable to normal teens, not start some scandal. And it did end, but not the way anyone expected. At the hastily arranged press conference, held in the school auditorium of all places, Eli faced cameras and questions about his public school experiment. The principal stood nervously by the doors, trying to manage the chaos while avoiding being photographed by Entertainment Tonight cameras. When asked about the rumoured relationship with a student blogger, he surprised everyone by turning toward the back of the room. "Maya Bowen is the most honest person I've ever met. She reviews music like truth matters, like art should mean something beyond entertainment. I tried to hide who I was because I was afraid she'd judge the industry version of me instead of just me." He could see Maya in the doorway, having been pulled in by the commotion like everyone else. Her expression was unreadable, not the raw hurt from the music room, but something more guarded, watchful. "I've learned something these past few months. Being real isn't about full disclosure. It's about being honest when it matters, and I wasn't. I'm sorry for that." The questions continued, but Eli's focus had narrowed to a single person. When the circus finally died down and he was allowed to leave, Maya was waiting by the side exit. She'd had time to process, to consider, to decide whether this conversation was worth having. "That was quite a performance," she said. "It wasn't meant to be a performance. Just the truth. Finally." "The truth," she repeated, testing the word. "You know what my grandmother told me once? That music creates bridges and walls depending on how honest you're willing to be. And I think maybe we built both. Now we have to decide which one we want to keep." They stood in the late afternoon sun, the weight of revelation settling around them like dust. Nothing was simple anymore, but perhaps simple hadn't been what they needed anyway. "I'm leaving," Eli said. "My dad's not wrong about the mess this creates, but I want to finish our song, the one you started writing about finding truth in unexpected places." Maya was quiet for a long moment. "What if we finish it and it doesn't sound right? What if we don't finish it and never know?" she smiled. Not the guarded expression he'd become used to, but something fuller, more dangerous. "Send me the lyrics, not as anonymous melody, as you. All of me, all of you." 6 months later, Maya's blog featured a new column, collaborative reviews where artists responded to critiques in real time, creating dialogue instead of one-way judgment. The first series featured an exchange between music journalist Maya Bowen and singer-songwriter Jackson Reyes about authenticity, evolution, and the courage required for both. Their song, the one that started with Maya's lyrics about truth in unexpected places, appeared as a surprise track on Eli's next album, credited to both of them. It wasn't a love song exactly, more like a documented conversation between two people learning how to be honest when honesty hurt. Critics called it brutally authentic. Fans called it relationship goals. Maya called it a beginning, not an ending. On graduation day, she found a new note in her locker. Not lyrics this time, but an address. The location of a small venue downtown. When she arrived that evening, she found a single spotlight on an empty stage, 2 microphones, and a note that read simply, "Truth sounds different when it's shared. Want to try?" The audience was small, Tyler and Sophia, Grace, even David Morrison looking uncomfortable but trying. Maya stepped onto the stage, picked up a microphone and looked out at Eli in the audience. "Ready for people to hear us mess up in real time?" she asked. "As long as it's real," he replied, joining her on stage. "I'm tired of being perfect." "Good," she said, pulling out her violin, because perfect was never the point. The song they played wasn't the one from the album. It was something new, something unrehearsed, something that proved honesty could be found in the space between notes as much as within them. And if some truths came with complications, if some melodies required more than one voice to complete, well, that was just music being honest about what it had always known. Sometimes the best songs are the ones you discover by accident, played by people brave enough to stand in the same space and let whatever comes, come. The end came with applause that felt like permission to begin again. Beyond the horizon of time. Louis Doyle's fingers danced across the console of Astralis 5, the experimental spacecraft's cabin humming with the quiet intensity of cutting-edge technology. The holographic displays cast a blue glow across his features as he ran through the pre-jump checklist for the 3rd time. At 32, he had already logged more test flights than pilots twice his age, but today's mission carried stakes that made his palms sweat beneath his flight gloves. Reading normal on all fractal alignment matrices, called Malcolm Park from the co-pilot's chair. At 35, Malcolm's salt and pepper temples betrayed the stress of their profession, but his eyes still held the eager spark that had drawn Louis to him as a friend and colleague years ago. "Malcolm, if these calculations are even slightly off." "They're not," Malcolm interrupted, shooting Louis a knowing look. "I triple-checked them myself. We'll be back in time for Sophia's ultrasound, tomorrow." The mention of his wife and their unborn daughter brought a smile to Louis's face. The image of Sophia that morning flashed in his mind, standing in their kitchen, her honey-brown hair catching the sunlight, one hand resting on her swollen belly while the other held their 3-year-old son Oliver on her hip. "Promise you'll be careful," she had whispered against his lips as they parted. "Emma and I will be waiting for you." Initiating fractal expansion sequence, Louis announced into his comm, pushing the thought away. "Quantum space-time dynamics. This is Astralis 5. We are go for FTL jump in T-minus 60 seconds. The response from mission control was immediate. "Copy that, Astralis 5. All systems are nominal. Proceed with jump protocol." Louis exchanged a glance with Malcolm. "Ready to make history?" Malcolm grinned. "Just another day at the office." But it wasn't. If successful, this would be the first human-piloted craft to achieve true faster-than-light travel using the revolutionary fractal expansion drive. The technology promised to compress the space ahead of the vessel while expanding it behind, creating a sort of bubble that could slip between the conventional laws of physics. "Fractal field generator at maximum capacity," Louis reported, watching the readings climb. "Initiating jump in 3, 2, 1. He pressed the activation sequence and the universe seemed to hold its breath. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then reality itself appeared to fold around them, stars stretching into impossible lines of light, the blackness of space rippling like disturbed water. "Field stabilization holding at 98%, Malcolm called out, his voice strained with concentration. Wait, Louis, I'm getting anomalous readings in the navigation array." Lewis's fingers flew across the controls. "What kind of anomalous?" "The fractal pattern is destabilizing. It's like something's pulling at the edges of our field." A warning klaxon blared through the cabin as red indicators flooded the displays. Louis felt his stomach drop as he recognized what was happening. "Gravitational interference," he muttered, then louder. "Malcolm, we're being pulled off course. There's a massive gravity well directly in our modified path." Malcolm's face paled as he pulled up the stellar charts. "Via BH1, we're being drawn toward a black hole." The next moments were chaos as they fought to regain control of their trajectory. The ship's engines whined in protest as Louis pushed them beyond their designed limits, attempting to break free from the inexorable pull. "Thrusters failing," Malcolm shouted over the growing cacophony of alarms. "Field integrity dropping below 60%. Louis made a desperate decision. "We need to shut down the fractal drive and attempt a conventional emergency jump out of here." As his fingers moved to execute the command, a strange calm settled over him. Time seemed to slow, each second stretching into minutes. Through the viewport he could see the terrible beauty of Bayer BH1, a perfect circle of absolute darkness rimmed with the ghostly light of dying stars being consumed. "Louis," Malcolm's voice seemed to come from very far away. "Something's happening to our chronometric readings. The time dilation effect is..." Before Malcolm could finish, a blinding flash of light engulfed the cabin. When Louis could see again, a new presence appeared on their sensors, an unknown vessel, its design unlike anything in Earth's registry. It moved with impossible grace, positioning itself between Astralis 5 and the black hole. "Are they helping us?" Malcolm whispered. As if in answer, their communications array lit up with an incoming data packet. Not words or images, but pure mathematics. Equations of such complexity and elegance that Louis felt a chill run down his spine. "It's a correction to our fractal field formula," he realized with sudden clarity. "They're showing us how to compensate for the gravitational distortion." Working with frantic precision, Louis integrated the new calculations into their navigation system. The alien vessel maintained its position, seemingly holding back the full force of the black hole's pull. "Field reforming," Malcolm reported, wonder in his voice. "Fractal integrity at 105%. How is that even possible?" Louis didn't answer, focusing entirely on executing their escape. With the alien mathematics guiding their path, Astralis 5 slipped free of the gravitational well and made the jump back toward Earth. The return journey seemed deceptively normal. Their instruments showed they'd been gone for less than 6 hours, Enough time for some concern at mission control, but nothing catastrophic. It wasn't until they approached Earth orbital space that the truth became clear. "Louis," Malcolm's voice cracked as he stared at the dating display. "According to mission control, we've been gone for 52 years." Louis felt the world fall away beneath him. 52 years. Sophia would be 78 now, Oliver 55, and Emma, his unborn daughter, would be 52 years old, older than he was. As Astralis 5 docked with the gleaming orbital station that hadn't existed when they left, Louis stared out at an Earth that looked both familiar and alien. The blue-green marble still spun serenely below, but new orbital structures and unfamiliar spacecraft patterns told of decades of advancement. "What do we do now?" Malcolm asked quietly. Louis unbuckled his harness with numb fingers. "We go home," he said, "whatever's left of it." The descent to Earth felt surreal. Louis stared out the shuttle window at the transformed skyline of New Seattle, where impossibly tall structures of transparent materials caught the sunlight like crystalline forests. Air traffic moved in precise three-dimensional patterns that would have been chaos in his time but now seemed to follow some intricate dance only these future pilots understood. The medical and psychological evaluations had taken 3 days. 3 days of poking, prodding, scanning, and endless questions while he and Malcolm tried to grasp the enormity of what had happened. The time dilation effect nearby a BH-1 had slowed their subjective experience to a crawl while decades rushed by on Earth. They were living relics, perfectly preserved specimens from the 2120s. "Your cellular structure shows no abnormalities," the chief medical officer had explained, her eyes constantly darting to a neural interface rather than meeting Lewis's gaze directly. "Physically, you're both exactly as you were when you left. Your chronological age is 84, but biologically you're still 32. Now, as the shuttle descended toward the landing pad of what had once been downtown Seattle, Louis clutched a small holographic projector in his hand. It contained the current information about his family, data that the officials had, reluctantly provided after his insistence. Sophia was alive. She had remarried 15 years after his disappearance to a man named Thomas Mathies. They'd had no children together, but Thomas had helped raise Oliver and Emma. Thomas had passed away 7 years ago. Sophia now lived in a life extension community in what used to be called Bellevue. Oliver was married with 3 children and 4 grandchildren. Emma had married twice, with 4 children and 3 grandchildren. Louis had 11 grandchildren he had never met, some of whom were now older than he was. The shuttle touched down with barely a whisper, and Louis stepped out into a world he no longer knew. A sleek transport pod waited to take him to Sophia. Malcolm had family to find as well, a younger sister who was now an elderly woman living in Tokyo. "We'll meet soon," Malcolm had promised before they parted. "We're probably the only people in the world who understand what the other is going through." The transport pod moved silently through the city, its automated systems requiring no input from Louis. He watched the unfamiliar landscape blur by, catching glimpses of everyday life in 2107. People dressed in fabrics that seemed to shift and change with their movements. Many had visible tech integrated into their bodies, subtle glowing lines beneath the skin, eyes with pupils that adjusted mechanically, hands with extra digits that looked both natural and artificial. When the pod finally stopped, Louis found himself before a sprawling complex of elegant buildings integrated with the natural landscape. Trees grew through and around structures in a harmony of design that would have been impossible in his time. A young woman, perhaps in her 20s, waited at the entrance. Her professional smile and the subtle glow of interface tech at her temples marked her as staff. "Captain Doyle," she greeted him. "I'm Mira. I'll be facilitating your reunion with Mrs. Mathis Doyle. She's been informed of your arrival and is waiting in the garden pavilion." Louis followed Mira through winding paths lined with flowers he couldn't name, and trees engineered to bloom year-round. His heart hammered against his ribs. How do you face a woman you said goodbye to yesterday, who has lived more than half a century since then? The pavilion appeared ahead, a graceful structure of living wood and transparent panels that caught the afternoon light. And there, seated in a hover chair near a small fountain, was Sophia. Time had etched deep lines into her face and turned her honey-brown hair to silver, but her eyes, those eyes that had looked at him with love just days ago in his timeline, were unmistakably hers. They widened as he approached, her weathered hand lifting to cover her mouth. "Louis," she whispered, the single word carrying 5 decades of grief, acceptance, and shock. Louis dropped to his knees beside her chair, words failing him entirely. His wife, yet not his wife anymore, reached out, with trembling fingers to touch his face. "They told me, but I couldn't believe it," she said, her voice stronger than he had expected. "You haven't changed at all." "Sophia, Louis began, but what could he possibly say? "I'm sorry I disappeared for 52 years. I still love you as if I saw you yesterday." Instead, tears came, hot and unexpected. Sophia's hand cupped his cheek, her touch both familiar and strange. "Oh, my dear Louis, what a cruel trick time has played on us both." They talked for hours as the sun moved across the sky. Sophia told him of the years after his disappearance, the grief, the long wait, the eventual acceptance. She spoke of raising their children alone until meeting Thomas, a kind man who never tried to replace Louis but instead honoured his memory. "Oliver was so angry when I decided to marry again," she recalled with a sad smile. "He was 8 by then, and he had convinced himself you were coming back any day. Emma was easier, she only knew you, from stories and pictures." Louis listened, trying to piece together the lives that had continued without him. Will they see me?" Sophia nodded. "Emma is coming tomorrow. She's been the most open to this. Oliver," she hesitated. "Oliver needs more time. This is difficult for him in ways I think neither of us can fully understand." As evening approached, Sophia grew tired. Her caretaker, a man with subtle mechanical augmentations, appeared to take her back to her residence. "We've prepared accommodations for you here in the community," Mira informed Louis. "Mrs. Mathis Doyle requested you stay close." That night, alone in a room designed for comfort but feeling utterly alien, Louis stared out at the unfamiliar stars. Light pollution had been nearly eliminated, and the sky was clearer than he remembered. Even the constellations seemed slightly shifted, or perhaps it was just his perception that had changed. The next morning brought Emma. His daughter, the child he had never held, stood before him as a woman of 52, her eyes Sophia's but her jawline unmistakably his own. She approached cautiously, studying him with an intensity that made him want to look away. "My whole life," she said finally. "I've seen your pictures, heard stories about you, but they never said how young you'd be." Her voice caught. "You're younger than my youngest son." Louis stood awkwardly, unsure if he should embrace her or keep his distance. "I don't know what to say, Emma. In my mind, you're still—" He gestured vaguely toward her midsection. A smile broke through her reserve. "Still unborn? Well, I did turn out rather well, if I do say so myself." She stepped forward and, after a moment's hesitation, wrapped her arms around him. "Welcome home, Dad, even if it's not the home you left." Over the next weeks, Louis met most of his grandchildren. Some approached him with curiosity, others with wariness. To them he was both family and stranger, a figure from history, books suddenly animated and walking among them. Ethan, Emma's youngest at 24, showed the most interest. "It's like meeting a time traveller," he enthused during one visit, peppering Louis with questions about life in the 2120s that made Louis realise just how much had changed. Olive remained distant, agreeing only to a brief video call where tension radiated through the connection. "I need more time," he said stiffly. 52 years wasn't enough to get over losing you. I can't just flip a switch because you've returned. As the weeks passed, Louis felt increasingly displaced. Sophia was kind, but the romantic love they had shared had transformed into something else, a gentle affection tinged with melancholy for what might have been. His children had lives fully formed without him. His grandchildren viewed him more as a curiosity than a grandfather. He had no place in this future, no job. His piloting skills, once cutting edge, were now hopelessly outdated. No purpose, beyond being a living reminder of a past most had forgotten. It was during this time of growing despair that Ethan arrived one day with a colleague. "Grandpa Lewis, this is Dr. Jasmine Patterson," Ethan said, introducing a striking woman with dark curls and keen, intelligent eyes. "She's a geneticist at the New Pacific Research Institute. She's been working on the longevity programs that keep Grandma Sophia and others so healthy into their later years." Jasmine extended her hand, her grip firm and confident. "Captain Doyle, your grandson hasn't stopped talking about you since your return. From a scientific perspective, your case is fascinating." Louis shook her hand, noting the lack of visible tech enhancements that had become so common. "Just Louis, please. I'm not sure Captain applies anymore." "Well, just Louis," she replied with a smile that transformed her serious demeanour. "I have about 1,000 questions for you, if you don't mind. Your unique temporal situation presents implications for my research that I never anticipated having the opportunity to explore." There was something refreshing about Jasmine's directness. Unlike others who tiptoed around him as if he might shatter, she looked at him with clear-eyed curiosity and, to his surprise, genuine interest in who he was rather than what had happened to him. "Ask away, Dr. Patterson," he found himself saying. "It's not like I have a busy social calendar these days." She laughed, a warm, genuine sound that seemed to brighten the room. "Call me Jasmine, and don't worry. I won't subject you to all 1,000 questions today. Maybe just the first 100 or so." As they talked, something inside Louis began to stir, a feeling he had thought lost in the void of Bayer BH1. For the first time since his return, someone was looking at him not as a relic of the past, but as a man with a future. "You're avoiding the gravitational constant question," Jasmine accused, pointing her fork at Louis across the table of the small cafe that had become their regular meeting spot over the past month. Louis couldn't help but smile. "I'm not avoiding it. I'm just not convinced your theory about chronometric entropy makes sense." "That's because you're thinking in linear terms," she countered, her eyes bright with a thrill of intellectual challenge. "The mathematics we've developed since your departure suggest time isn't as straightforward as we once believed." Their debates had become the highlight of Lewis's weeks. What had begun as research interviews had evolved into something more. Conversations that range from the technical aspects of time dilation to philosophy, art, and the small details of daily life that reveal the true character of a changing world. Jasmine, at 25, represented the best of this new era, brilliant and forward-thinking, yet with a respect for history that many of her peers lacked. Her work in longevity genetics had given her a unique perspective on time and aging that resonated with Louis' unusual situation. "Maybe I'm stuck thinking linearly," Louis admitted, watching the way the afternoon light played across her features. "In my mind, it still feels like 2125 was just a few months ago." Jasmine's expression softened. "How are things with your family? Has Oliver agreed to meet in person yet?" Louis shook his head. "Baby steps. He's agreed to bring his wife for a visit next month. His children, my grandchildren, are still keeping their distance. And Sophia? She's..." Louis paused, searching for the right words. "She's been wonderful. more understanding than I have any right to expect. But we both know we can't go back to what we were. Too much life has happened for her." Jasmine nodded thoughtfully. "Time creates different kinds of distance. Physical distance can be bridged, but temporal distance..." She trailed off, then reached across the table to touch his hand briefly. "I can't imagine how difficult this is for you." The simple gesture of comfort sent an unexpected warmth through Louis. He'd grown comfortable with Jasmine, but this was the first moment he recognised that his feelings might be evolving beyond friendship. The realisation troubled him deeply. How could he contemplate feelings for another woman when Sophia, his wife, the mother of his children, was still alive? The fact that over 50 years had passed for her but only months for him created an ethical and emotional quandary he hadn't prepared for. That evening Louis found himself walking the peaceful grounds of the life extension community, his thoughts in turmoil. He was so distracted that he nearly collided with Sophia, who was enjoying the evening air in her hover chair. "Louis," she greeted him with a knowing smile, "you look like a man carrying the weight of the universe. Walk with me." He fell into step beside her slow-moving chair, the familiar scent of the jasmine flowers she had always loved filling the air between them. The irony of the scent wasn't lost on him. "Ethan tells me you've been spending considerable time with Dr. Patterson," Sophia observed, after they had walked in silence for several minutes. Louis felt a flush of embarrassment, like a teenager caught passing notes in class. "She's been helping me understand this new world." "Is that all she's been helping you understand?" He stopped, turning to face the woman who'd been his wife in another lifetime. "Sophia, I would never..." "Louis Doyle, don't you dare finish that sentence," Sophia interrupted, her aged eyes flashing with the same spirit that had captivated him when they first met. "Do you think I expect you to live the rest of your life alone? You're 32 years old. And I'm 78, she finished for him. "I've lived a full life, Louis. I've loved 2 good men. I've raised our children. I've held our grandchildren. And yes, I mourned you. Deeply and completely." Her voice softened. "But I also moved forward, because that's what living requires." Louis knelt beside her chair. "I still love you, Sophia. That hasn't changed for me." She reached out to stroke his cheek, her touch gentle. "I know you do, my dear. And I love you. The you I remember, and the you kneeling before me now. But we both know it's not the same love we shared before. It can't be." Tears welled in Louis's eyes. "I feel like I'm betraying you." "No," Sophia said firmly. "The only betrayal would be denying yourself the chance at happiness because of misplaced loyalty to a past that's gone for everyone but you." She took his hand, her grip still surprisingly strong. "I've seen how you look when you talk about Jasmine. It reminds me of how Thomas used to look at me, like he couldn't quite believe his good fortune." Louis didn't know what to say. The wisdom of her words warred with the guilt that had taken root in his heart. "The universe has already taken so much from you, Louis," Sophia continued. "Don't let it take your future too." Their conversation stayed with Louis for days afterward. He went through the motions of his increasingly structured life, meetings with specialists helping him integrate into modern society, visits with Emma and her family, virtual reality sessions to update his piloting knowledge in case a suitable position became available. But his thoughts kept returning to Jasmine, and to Sophia's blessing that felt both liberating and terrifying. When Jasmine called to invite him to a symposium on quantum temporal mechanics, Louis nearly declined. But Sophia's words echoed in his mind. "Don't let it take your future too." "I'd be delighted," he heard himself say instead. The symposium was held in what had once been the Seattle Art Museum, now transformed into a combined cultural and scientific hub. As Louis and Jasmine entered the grand hall, he became acutely aware of the curious glances directed their way. By now, the story of Australis 5 and its time-displaced pilots had become public knowledge, making Louis something of a reluctant celebrity. "Ignore them," Jasmine murmured, seeming to sense his discomfort. "They'll find some new fascination next week." The lectures were largely beyond Lewis's understanding, despite his background in aerospace engineering. The field had advanced so dramatically that he often felt like a student from the medieval era, trying to comprehend quantum physics. But watching Jasmine in her element, asking incisive questions, debating points with the presenters, her face animated with the joy of scientific discovery, stirred something profound in him. She was fully present in her time, embracing its challenges and possibilities with an enthusiasm that made him ashamed of his own reluctance to do the same. After the symposium, they walked along the waterfront where eco-restoration projects had transformed what had been a deteriorating shoreline in Louis' time into a vibrant ecosystem. The Puget Sound glittered under the moonlight, cleaner and more alive than he remembered. "You know," Jasmine said as they paused to watch a pod of bioluminescent jellyfish pulse beneath the surface, "the first time Ethan told me about you, I thought he was exaggerating. The test pilot grandfather who disappeared into a black hole and came back 50 years later without aging a day? It sounded like a plot from those ancient science fiction novels my father collects." Louis chuckled. "Sometimes I still hope I'll wake up and find it was all just a dream, that I'm back in 2125, and Sophia is young and Oliver is still a toddler." Jasmine turned to face him, her expression serious in the moonlight. "Would you really want that? To erase everything that's happened?" The question caught him off guard. I don't know. A few months ago I would have said yes without hesitation. And now?" Louis looked out at the water, considering. "Now I think about what Sophia told me, about the life she built, the happiness she found even after losing me. I think about Emma, who never knew me but became this incredible woman anyway. And I think..." He hesitated, then turned to meet Jasmine's gaze. "I think about the people I wouldn't have met if things had happened differently." Something shifted in the air between them, a recognition of feelings that had been growing despite both their efforts to maintain professional boundaries. "Louis," Jasmine began, her voice uncharacteristically uncertain, "I need to be clear about something. I didn't continue our meetings just for my research." "I know," he said softly. "This is complicated. You have history, literal history, that I can't possibly compete with." Louis shook his head. "It's not a competition, Jasmine. The past is the past, even if for me it feels like present. But I can't live there anymore." Slowly, giving her every chance to pull away, he leaned forward and kissed her. It was gentle and questioning, a kiss that asked permission rather than presumed it. To his relief and joy, she responded, her hand coming up to rest against his chest. When they parted, Jasmine's smile held a hint of wonder. "Well, now I can tell people I've kissed a man from another time." Louis laughed, the sound surprising him with its freedom. "Is that going in your research notes, Dr. Patterson?" "Definitely," she replied with mock seriousness, "under extremely promising developments." Their budding relationship was not without complications. When news reached Louis's family, reactions were mixed. Emma expressed cautious support, while Oliver, during their long-awaited in-person meeting, reacted with stunned disbelief. "She's younger than I am," he pointed out during their tense lunch. "She's younger than your grandchildren." "Chronologically, yes," Louis acknowledged. "But Oliver, I'm not the father you remember. I'm not even the man who would have been your father if I'd stayed. He struggled for the words. "I'm someone new, trying to find my place in this time." Oliver's wife, Jana, placed a gentle hand on her husband's arm. "Oliver, remember what we discussed. Your father didn't choose this." Oliver's expression remained troubled, but he nodded slowly. "I just need time to adjust to all of this. First you return from the dead, and now you're dating someone barely out of university. She has 2 PhDs, Louis felt compelled to point out, then added more gently, and she makes me happy, son. After everything, don't you think we all deserve a little happiness? The question seemed to reach something in Oliver that Lewis's other attempts had not. His son's rigid posture softened slightly. I suppose we do, he conceded. Just be patient with me, okay? I'm still trying to reconcile the father from my childhood memories with the man sitting across from me. I can do patient, Louis promised. I've got time. The irony of his statement made them both smile, breaking the tension. Jasmine faced her own challenges. Her parents, while welcoming to Louis, worried their daughter was setting herself up for heartbreak. He's still processing a massive trauma, her mother pointed out during a family dinner, and eventually he'll have to make peace with his original family. Where does that leave you? I don't know, Jasmine admitted honestly, but I'm not asking for certainty. I'm just following what feels right. As winter turned to spring, Louis and Jasmine settled into a relationship that defied conventional categorization. They were partners in exploring, he learning a new world, she seeing her familiar one through fresh eyes. The gap in their chronological ages became less relevant than their shared curiosity and growing affection. One afternoon, as they picnicked in a floating garden that drifted above Lake Washington, one of the marvels of 20th-7's architectural innovations, Jasmine broached a subject they had been circling for weeks. The New Pacific Institute is funding an expedition to Europa, she said, trying to sound casual but unable to hide her excitement. They're looking for specialists in extreme environment adaptation, which is basically what I've been studying for the past 3 years. Louis set down his glass of synthesized wine, another modern innovation he'd grown to appreciate. Europa? Jupiter's moon? She nodded. The subsurface ocean has shown remarkable potential for supporting modified human habitation. We're talking about establishing the first permanent research base. The implications were clear. How long would you be gone? 3 years Earth time, she replied, watching his reaction carefully. But here's the thing. They need a pilot with experience in gravitational anomalies. The Jupiter system is tricky to navigate even with AI assistance. Your experience with Bayer BH1 makes you uniquely qualified. Louis stared at her, stunned. Are you saying... I'm saying, Jasmine continued, taking his hand, that if you wanted to apply, I have it on good authority that the mission director would be very interested. The prospect was dizzying. To return to space, to have purpose again, using the very skills that had once torn him from his time, felt like a gift he hadn't dared hope for. What about your research here? What about... He hesitated. What about my family? Jasmine squeezed his hand. My research can continue there. Better, in fact, with access to completely new environments. As for your family... She looked at him with understanding. That's a decision only you can make. But Louis, they've built lives that will continue with or without your daily presence. The question is, what life are you going to build? As Louis considered her words, he gazed out at the Seattle skyline, at once familiar in its geography and utterly transformed in its details. In that moment he realized something profound. He'd been given not just a second chance at life, but at love, at purpose, at future. Whatever he decided about Europa, he would no longer be merely a visitor from the past. He would be a participant in the present, with all its complications and possibilities. Jasmine watched the shift in his expression, recognizing the moment when something fundamental changed. She leaned forward to kiss him, not caring who might see. "Welcome to tomorrow, Captain Doyle," she whispered against his lips. And for the first time since returning to an Earth that had moved on without him, Louis truly felt he had come home. 3 months later, Louis stood in Sophia's garden, watching as the afternoon sunlight filtered through the genetically modified cherry trees that bloomed year-round. At 79, Sophia had begun to show signs of slowing down. The life extension treatments could only do so much, but her mind remained sharp as ever. "So you've made your decision," she said, more statement than question. Louis nodded, taking a seat on the bench beside her hover chair. "I have. The Europa mission leaves in 6 weeks, Jasmine, and I will both be going." Sophia smiled, reaching out to take his hand. Her skin felt paper thin against his, the contrast between his artificially preserved youth and her natural aging more pronounced than ever. "You know, when Thomas asked me to marry him, I almost said no," she confessed, her eyes distant with memory. "I felt like I was betraying you, even though you'd been gone for 15 years by then. Oliver was so angry about it. He was still holding on to the hope you'd return." Louis squeezed her hand gently. "I'm glad you said yes. You deserved happiness, Sophia." "As do you," she replied firmly. "I've watched you these past months, Louis. When you first returned, you were a ghost, present in body, but your spirit was still trapped in 2025. Now," she gestured to his face, "now I see life in your eyes again." They sat in comfortable silence for a few moments, the kind that can only exist between people who have shared a lifetime of love, even if that lifetime took very different forms for each of them. "I wanted to ask you something," Louis said finally. "Something important." "Anything, dear." Louis took a deep breath. "Your blessing. Not just your acceptance or your understanding, but your true blessing. For whatever future Jasmine and I might build together." Sophia's eyes filled with tears, but her smile was radiant. "Oh, Louis, you've had that from the moment I saw how she looks at you and how you look at her." She reached up to touch his cheek. "Our time together exists in a different world now, but it was real and precious. Nothing can diminish what we shared. But love isn't meant to be preserved like a museum piece. It's meant to grow, to change, to find new expressions." Louis leaned forward to embrace her, careful of her fragility. "I will always love you, Sophia. Always." "I know," she whispered against his shoulder. "And I will always love the young man who promised to come home to me after his test flight. But we're both different. People now. You have centuries ahead of you, Louis. Live them fully." As they parted, Louis felt a weight lifting, the last lingering threads of guilt that had bound him to a past he could never reclaim. The weeks that followed were a whirlwind of preparation. The Europa mission required extensive training, even for someone with Louis's experience. The technology had advanced considerably, and while his intuitive understanding of spaceflight principles remained valuable, the practical applications had transformed. Jasmine threw herself into final research preparations, her excitement infectious as she described the study she hoped to conduct in Europa's unique environment. They spent long evenings discussing the possibilities, her scientific vision complementing his practical experience in ways that made them ideal mission partners. Oliver finally began to thaw, especially after Louis made it clear that his departure for Europa wasn't an abandonment but an opportunity for both of them to move forward. "I missed your childhood," Louis told his son during a rare moment alone. "I can never get that back, but I can be present for whatever time we have now, and when I return from Europa, I want to know the man you've become, not just the memory of the boy I left behind." Something in those words seemed to reach Oliver in a way nothing else had. "I've spent most of my life angry at you for leaving," he admitted, "even knowing it wasn't your choice. I think I need to finally let that go." Their reconciliation wasn't instantaneous or complete, but it was a beginning. Oliver even brought his children, Louis's grandchildren, to the farewell dinner Emma organised 2 weeks before the mission launch. The gathering was held at Emma's home, a beautiful structure nestled in the mountains outside the city. Nearly the entire extended family attended, creating a chaotic blend of generations that left Louis both overwhelmed and deeply moved. To think, Emma mused, as they stood watching the family mingle, all of this came from you and Mom, all these lives that wouldn't exist if not for you two. Louis felt a profound sense of wonder at her words. Whatever had been lost in his displacement through time, this legacy, these people, had been gained. Jasmine fit seamlessly into the gathering, her natural warmth and genuine interest in each family member earning her acceptance even from the initially sceptical. Louis watched with pride as she engaged Oliver's oldest grandson in a spirited debate about the ethics of genetic enhancement, a topic that would have been purely theoretical in Lewis's original time. As the evening wound down, Louis found himself on the terrace with Malcolm, who had travelled from Tokyo for the occasion. In the months since their return they had kept in regular contact, but the demands of building new lives had limited their time together. "So," Malcolm said, leaning against the railing, "Europa. Never thought we'd get back out there, did you?" Louis shook his head. "After everything that happened with Astralis 5, I assumed my flying days were over." "Funny how things work out," Malcolm mused. "You know, I've been offered a position too, consulting on the Ganymede project. Different moon, same neighbourhood." Louis turned to his old friend in surprise. "You didn't mention this before." Malcolm shrugged, a smile playing at his lips. "Just finalised yesterday. Seems the Jupiter system is the place to be for time-displaced pilots." They laughed together, the sound carrying out over the valley below. For a moment, Louis could almost imagine they were back in flight training, young and certain of their invincibility, the future stretching endlessly before them. "Do you ever regret it?" Louis asked suddenly. "The test flight?" Malcolm considered the question seriously. "Sometimes. I missed watching my niece grow up. I missed my sister's middle age. I came back to find many of my friends gone." He paused, looking out at the stars appearing in the darkening sky. "But then I think, how many people get to see the future, really see it, not just imagine it? We've been given something extraordinary, Louis. Not just longevity, but perspective." Louis nodded, understanding exactly what his friend meant. "To new horizons, then?" Malcolm raised his glass. "To new horizons." The night before the launch, Louis took Jasmine to watch the sunset from Kerry Park, a spot that had somehow survived the decades of urban transformation. The view of the city was dramatically different, with buildings that seemed to defy gravity and transport systems that wove through the air like luminous rivers, but the fundamental geography remained unchanged. "My father proposed to my mother here," Jasmine said as they looked out over the bay. "It's funny how some traditions persist, isn't it?" Louis glanced at her, catching the hint of something in her voice. "Traditions?" She turned to face him fully, reaching into her pocket to withdraw a small object that gleamed in the fading light. Not a ring, as might have been traditional in Louis's time, but a delicate bracelet crafted from a material he didn't recognise. "In my family this is the bonding gift," she explained, her voice steady but her eyes revealing her nervousness. "It's designed to be worn by both partners. It splits into two complementary pieces." She demonstrated, separating the bracelet into two identical bands. "The material is quantum linked. No matter how far apart we are, they'll always respond to each other's presence." Louis stared at the bands, understanding the significance of what she was offering. "Jasmine, are you asking you to be my partner?" "Yes," she said simply. "Not necessarily in the traditional married sense. That feels too bound to old conventions for what we are to each other. But as my chosen one, the person I want beside me as we explore worlds neither of us has seen before." Louis felt his heart swell, with emotion. This woman, who had seen him not as a relic or a curiosity, but as a man worthy of a future, was offering him exactly that, a future unconstrained by the past. "I can think of no greater honour," he said, taking one of the bands and slipping it onto his wrist. It adjusted automatically to fit perfectly, glowing with a soft inner light. No greater joy than discovering new worlds with you, both out there and within ourselves. As Jasmine placed the companion band on her own wrist, both bracelets pulsed in unison, their lights synchronizing in a dance of quantum connection. She stepped into his embrace, and as they kissed beneath the stars, Louis felt the final piece of his new life click into place. The launch day dawned clear and bright. The spaceport, located on what had once been an island in the Puget Sound, hummed with activity as the Europa mission prepared for departure. The ship, the Galileo's Dream, stood gleaming on its launch pad, a marvel of engineering that made Australis 5 look primitive by comparison. Louis's family had gathered to see them off, even Oliver, who had arrived early to have a final moment alone with his father. "I brought something for you," Oliver said, handing Louis a small, weathered object. "Mum saved it all these years. After she married Thomas, she put it away, but she never got rid of it." Louis opened his palm to reveal his original wedding band, a simple gold ring that had been removed during the medical evaluations after Australis 5's return and never reclaimed. "I don't know if it means anything to you now," Oliver continued, "but I thought you should have it. Not to wear," he added quickly, glancing at the quantum bracelet on Louis's wrist, "but to remember." Louis closed his fingers around the ring, deeply moved by the gesture. "Thank you, son. It means everything to me." They embraced, and for the first time since his return, Louis felt like he was truly holding his son, not just the stranger who had grown from the boy he remembered. The final goodbyes were emotional but not devastating. There was a sense of rightness to this departure that had been absent from his unintentional one 52 years earlier. Promises were made to communicate regularly. The quantum entanglement networks allowed near real-time communication even across the vast distances of the solar system. As Louis and Jasmine boarded the Galileo's Dream, Sophia raised her hand in a final farewell. Their eyes met across the distance, and volumes were spoken in that silent exchange, acknowledgement of a love that had endured across time, even as it transformed into something new. In the cockpit, Louis took his position as lead pilot, the familiar sensation of pre-flight anticipation flooding his system. Beside him, Jasmine prepared her biological monitoring systems, her movements confident and precise. "Ready for another leap into the unknown, Captain Doyle?" she asked, a smile playing at her lips. Louis looked at her, this brilliant, compassionate woman who had helped him find purpose when all seemed lost, and then out at the stars that waited beyond Earth's atmosphere. The quantum bracelet on his wrist pulsed warmly, a reminder of the connection they shared. "With you," he replied, initiating the launch sequence. "Always." As the Galileo's Dream rose into the clear blue sky, Louis felt no fear, only anticipation. Whatever waited for them in the cold depths of space, or the mysterious oceans of Europa, they would face it together, two explorers bound not by the accidents of time, but by the deliberate choice to build a shared future. The past could not be changed, but the future remained unwritten. And for the first time since emerging from the temporal distortion of Bayer BH1, Louis looked forward to turning the page. The observation dome of Europa Station Alpha offered a panoramic view that never failed to take Louis's breath away. Above, Jupiter dominated the sky, its massive presence both beautiful and intimidating, banded clouds swirling in perpetual motion. Below, Europa's icy surface stretched to the horizon, cracked and ridged like a giant puzzle waiting to be solved. 3 years had passed since their arrival. 3 years of discovery, challenge, and growth. The research station, buried beneath 20 meters of ice and extending into the subsurface ocean, had become home to 47 scientists, engineers, and support staff, all dedicated to understanding the moon's unique environment. Jasmine had thrived here. Her work on adapting human physiology to the high radiation, low gravity environment had led to breakthroughs that would benefit future missions throughout the solar system. The respect she commanded among her peers filled Louis with pride. "Thought I'd find you up here," came her voice from behind him, contemplating the infinite again. Louis smiled as she joined him at the viewport. "Just thinking about how far we've come. From Australis 5 to Europa," she mused, leaning against him. "Not the journey either of us expected. Not just that distance," he clarified. "The other kind too." She understood immediately, as she always did. The quantum bracelets they wore pulsed in synchronization, their connection as strong as it had been the day they exchanged them. "I got a message from Emma this morning," Louis continued. "Oliver's youngest granddaughter, my great-granddaughter, just graduated from university. Astrophysics, if you can believe it. She says I inspired her choice, though I've never even met her in person." Jasmine squeezed his hand. "The ripples we create extend far beyond what we can see." Louis nodded, remembering Sophia's last message before her passing 6 months earlier. She'd been 91, a remarkable age even with life extension treatments, and at peace with her extraordinary life. "She said she always knew I'd find my way back to the stars," Louis said softly. "Not just back to Earth, but back to where I truly belonged." The intercom chimed, interrupting their moment of reflection. "Captain Doyle, Dr. Patterson, your presence is requested in Subsurface Lab 3. Dr. Dorsey believes they've identified a new form of extremophil bacterium in today's samples." "Duty calls," Jasmine said with a smile. "Race you there?" As they made their way through the station's corridors, Louis marvelled at how seamlessly they had integrated into this community. Here, his unusual temporal displacement was just another interesting fact about him, not the defining characteristic that had overshadowed everything on Earth. The lab was buzzing with excitement when they arrived. Dr. Leon Dorsey, the expedition's chief biologist, looked up from her microscope with barely contained enthusiasm. "You're going to want to see this," she said, gesturing them over. "The new extremophil isn't just surviving in Europa's ocean, it's manipulating its environment in ways that suggest rudimentary intelligence." As Jasmine bent over the microscope, her face lighting up with scientific curiosity, Louis felt a surge of gratitude for the strange, twisted path that had brought him here. The black hole that had stolen his original future had, in its way, given him this one instead. Later that evening, as they prepared for bed in their shared quarters, Louis retrieved a small box from his desk drawer. Inside lay his original wedding ring from Sophia, the one Oliver had returned to him before the launch, alongside a worn photograph of his first family and a small vial of water. "What's that?" Jasmine asked, noticing the vial. "Malcolm brought it back from Earth on the last supply run," Louis explained. "It's from Puget Sound, near where Sophia's ashes were scattered. I thought tomorrow we might take the shuttle to the Western Ice Plains. There's a crevasse there that leads directly to the subsurface ocean. I'd like to pour this into Europa's waters." Jasmine's eyes softened with understanding. "A way of connecting your past to your present." Louis nodded. "Is that strange?" "Not at all," she said, wrapping her arms around him. "It's one of the things I love most about you. Your ability to honour what was while still embracing what is." They stood together by the small viewport in their quarters, Jupiter's reflected light casting a gentle glow across the room. At 55, chronologically 87, Louis had noticed the first subtle signs of aging since arriving on Europa. The preserved youth gifted by the time dilation was finally giving way to the natural progression of life. Strangely, he welcomed these changes. They connected him to the normal flow of time, to the rhythm of existence that all living things shared. Jasmine, now 28, had committed to aging alongside him, declining the more aggressive longevity treatments that might have maintained her youth far beyond his lifespan. "Do you ever wonder what happened to them?" we asked suddenly. "The aliens who saved us from Bayer BH1? Jasmine considered the question. "Sometimes. The mathematical formulas they shared have revolutionized our understanding of space-time, but we've never encountered anything like their vessel again. I like to think they're still out there," Louis mused. "Maybe they make a habit of rescuing foolish explorers who venture too close to black holes." "Perhaps we'll meet them again someday," Jasmine suggested. "Space is vast, but time is longer." "Time," Louis repeated with a soft laugh. "My old adversary and strange benefactor." They fell silent, content in each other's presence as Jupiter continued its stately progress across their window. Tomorrow would bring new discoveries, new challenges, new wonders. The day after might bring something entirely unexpected. Perhaps the decision to extend their mission, or to return to Earth to finally meet the great-granddaughter, following in Louis's footsteps. Whatever came next, Louis knew with bone-deep certainty that he would face it without regret. The universe had given him not one life, but two, each with its own joys and sorrows, its own unique forms of love. As if reading his thoughts, Jasmine turned in his arms to face him, her eyes reflecting the light of a world neither of them could have imagined in their separate pasts. "To borrowed time," she said softly, echoing the toast they had shared on their first anniversary. Louis smiled, his heart full, and to making every moment count. Outside their window, Europa continued its eternal dance around Jupiter, carrying them forward into a future limited only by their courage to embrace it. And in that moment, Louis understood the final lesson of his extraordinary journey through time, that love, in all its forms, was the one force capable of transcending even its relentless passage. For love, unlike time, knew no horizons it could not cross. The end. The voice between us. The air in the archival basement held its breath. Emma Wolfe had learned to work in silence, the kind that settled between heartbeats, that made the scratch of her restoration tools sound like thunder against the perpetual hush. Temperature, 65 degrees. Humidity, 40%. Light, minimal. Everything calibrated for preservation, for keeping the dead from crumbling further into dust. Down here, 3 stories beneath the university library, time moved differently. Slower, more reverent. Emma had been restoring early 20th century recordings for 4 years now, her days spent in the company of voices that no longer belonged to bodies, singing songs for audiences long turned to ash. She'd learned to treat sound as artifact, to separate the technical from the emotional, to hear a voice without imagining the throat that produced it. Until today. She lifted the shellac disc from its sleeve with gloved hands, noting the wear patterns, the slight warp near the centre. 1936. Unmarked. Someone, probably her predecessor, who'd had no patience for incomplete cataloguing, had labelled it simply as unidentified soprano, Vienna, Puccini aria. The kind of mystery that should have intrigued her professionally, but instead sat in the to-be-researched pile for months. She almost hadn't played it, had a dozen other restorations waiting, each with proper provenance, each with actual historical value. But the sleeve was beautiful, Art Nouveau flowers fading into brown paper, and she'd been curious about the weight of it, the way it sat heavy in her hands like grief. Emma placed the disc on the turntable, set the needle with the precision of surgery, adjusted the horn's angle for optimal acoustics. She'd performed this ritual thousands of times. It should have felt routine. But the moment the needle found its groove and the voice emerged from the gramophone's brass throat, Emma knew. The voice was imperfect, breath audible between phrases, vibrato barely controlled, a hairline crack in the upper register where the soprano pushed too hard, wanted too much. Technically, it shouldn't move anyone. Technically, by every measure of professional training Emma had received, it was flawed. But Emma's hands stopped moving. The cotton swab she'd been using to clean another disc fell from her fingers, rolled across the workbench, dropped to the floor. She didn't notice. She knew this voice. Had heard it hum absently over breakfast tea, murmur recipes in German while kneading bread, go abruptly silent when memory pressed too close. For 26 years she'd lived with a grandmother who spoke little and sang never, who seemed to prefer the company of books to people, restraint to revelation, who wore silence like other women wore pearls. But this was her grandmother's voice, 50 years younger, unguarded, singing Tosca's desperate prayer as though she believed someone was listening, as though love might be returned simply for being offered, as though the future hadn't yet taught her that some things once given could never be reclaimed. Vici d'arte, vici d'amore, the voice sang. I lived for art, I lived for love. The past tense felt like prophecy. Emma played it again and again. By the fourth repetition, she'd stopped pretending she was doing restoration work and admitted she was eavesdropping on a version of her grandmother she'd never been allowed to meet. That evening, Emma climbed the 3 flights to her grandmother's apartment with the unmarked sleeve in her bag and her heart performing arrhythmias. The building was pre-war, with radiators that clanked like percussion and hallways that smelled of cabbage and old carpet. Helene had lived here for 40 years, in the same rent-controlled 2-bedroom with the same furniture Emma remembered from childhood. Everything precisely placed, nothing excessive, each object earning its space through utility or beauty. Helene Wolfe sat by the window with her usual tea in her usual chair, spine straight as a blade, hands folded in her lap like a prayer no one would answer. At 73 she remained handsome rather than beautiful, her face all elegant bones and discipline. She wore her silver hair in a bun so severe it looked painful. Her posture suggested a woman who'd learned young that to bend was to break, so she'd simply stopped bending. She looked up when Emma entered, and something in her granddaughter's face must have signalled danger, because she set down the book she'd been reading, Rilke in German, always Rilke, without marking her place. I found something today. Emma didn't sit, couldn't sit. She felt like she was confessing to a crime, though she couldn't name which one. A recording from Vienna, 1936. Helene's teacup paused halfway to her lips. The pause lasted 3 seconds, which was 2 seconds longer than necessary. 2 seconds during which Emma could see her grandmother calculating what to admit, what to deny, what truths could survive exposure to air. Did you? Not a question. Helene's voice remained steady, but her hand trembled microscopically against the china. Tea rippled like a seismograph detecting distant earthquakes. The singer used a false name, or no name at all. Emma waited, watching her grandmother's face for cracks. But I know your voice, Omar. I've known it my entire life. It's you. The cup completed its journey. Helen drank, swallowed, set the china down with the precision of someone who'd learned to control everything but her past. When she finally met Emma's eyes, there was no denial in her face, only a stillness so complete it felt like confession, like the moment before a building collapses when all the weight shifts and everyone inside knows but cannot yet move. What do you want to know? Helene asked. Everything, Emma thought. Why you stopped? Why you never told me? Why you fled Vienna? Who was listening when you sang like that? Who taught you to sound like your heart was breaking in 3/4 time? But what she said was, why does it sound like you're singing to someone who can't answer? Helene's mouth softened at the corners. Not quite a smile, too knowing for grief, too ancient for mere sadness. Her eyes went distant, focusing on something 50 years past and an ocean away. Because I was. The restoration became Emma's obsession, though she pretended otherwise. She told herself it was professional curiosity, a musicological puzzle, a mystery of attribution that needed solving. She submitted paperwork requesting extended access to specialised equipment. She drafted research proposals about anonymous Vienna performers. She created elaborate spreadsheets of plausible matches. But nights found her hunched over the workbench long after her colleagues had gone home, headphones pressed to her ears until they ached, learning to hear what lay beneath the notes, learning to hear her grandmother as a stranger, as a woman, as someone who'd once been young enough to believe in happy endings. Between the phrases she heard breath, not the controlled breathing of professional technique, but something more raw, more desperate. In the vibrato, hesitation. The aria was Puccini, Vici d'arte, Tosca's prayer before she murders the man who would rape her. But her grandmother sang it like a question no deity would answer, like a woman asking why love and devotion must guarantee suffering, why purity of heart cannot protect against pain. Emma began to notice things a casual listener would miss, how the tempo pulled against itself, as though the singer wanted both to rush forward toward some imagined resolution and to linger in these last moments of not yet knowing. How certain words received more air, more weight. Vici d'arte, I lived for art. Vici d'amore, I lived for love. Non feci mai male ad anima viva. I never hurt a living soul. The past tense mattered. The defensive tone mattered more. On her third visit to her grandmother's apartment, each one scheduled now, formal, Emma bringing pastries from the Austrian bakery, Helene pretended not to care about but always ate. Helene started talking. I was nobody, she said, stirring sugar into tea with methodical precision. Daughter of a watchmaker in Graz. He fixed timepieces for people who could afford to care about minutes. Voice lessons paid for by a patron who heard me sing in church and thought I had potential worth investing in. I had technique but no connections, no name that mattered, no family with money or influence. So when the Staatsoper offered me small roles, walk-ons, understudies, chorus work, I took them. I was grateful. Do you understand? Actually grateful to scrub floors in exchange for the chance to sing Carmen Cigarette Girls. And the alias? Protection. For him, primarily, but also for myself. Helene's fingers traced the rim of her teacup, around and around, a gesture. So unconscious, Emma wondered how many thousands of times she'd performed it, working anxiety into porcelain. In Vienna, reputation was currency. A soprano who sang well and behaved properly might advance, might catch the eye of important directors, might be invited to auditions that mattered. A soprano who loved unwisely would disappear, not dramatically, not with scandal, just quietly. No more roles, no more recommendations. The opera world is small, Emma. Everyone knows everyone. Shame travels faster than talent. Emma heard the edit in that sentence, the word scandal replaced with something softer, the way you learn to talk around old wounds. Who was he? The conductor. Helene said it without hesitation, as though the secret had been aging so long in silence it no longer stung to speak aloud, as though after 50 years the statute of limitations on heartbreak had finally expired. Maximilian Adler. Everyone called him Max. Married, prominent, Jewish, though this was 1935, 1936, and such things weren't yet openly dangerous the way they would become. He conducted with the precision of a mathematician and the heart of a poet, which shouldn't be possible but was. I fell in love with his hands first, how they shaped silence into meaning, how they could make an orchestra breathe as one body. Emma tried to picture it, her grandmother young, in love, singing night after night for a man who couldn't claim her, couldn't even applaud her without revealing too much. Did he know? Oh, he knew. Helene's smile turned rueful. Music doesn't lie, Emma. You cannot sing Puccini for a man and pretend indifference. Every rehearsal was a conversation we couldn't have in words. Every performance was a love letter I couldn't send. The intimacy of it struck Emma physical. How desire could live entirely in the space between baton and breath, between his direction and her voice. How two people could be lovers without ever touching. "Did you ever kiss him?" Helene asked. "Almost. Once. After a particularly successful Tosca. I'd sung better than I ever knew I could. Found notes I didn't know I possessed. Sustained phrases that should have been impossible. The audience wouldn't stop applauding. 14 curtain calls. Flowers covering the stage. The director was ecstatic, already talking about extending my contract." She paused, poured more tea with hands that still, after all these years, knew exactly how to avoid trembling. But all I could think was that Max had pulled that performance from me, had conducted me into transcendence. I'd watched his hands all night, followed every gesture, every subtle shift in tempo, and somehow he'd made me more than I was. That's what a great conductor does. He doesn't just lead, he transforms. What happened after? We were alone in the rehearsal room. The orchestra had packed up and left. The stage crew was striking sets, but the music wing was empty. We stood in this bubble of aftermath, both of us still trembling with adrenaline, with the memory of what we'd just created together. Helene's eyes closed, and Emma knew she was seeing it again. Not remembering, but actually seeing. The way trauma stays vivid, but joy fades unless you tend it. He stood close enough that I could smell the pomade in his hair. Bay rum, old-fashioned even then. Could see where he'd cut himself shaving that morning. There was a tiny piece of tissue paper still stuck to his jaw, brown with dried blood. I wanted to remove it, wanted to touch him so badly my hands actually ached. "Did you?" "No, but I wanted to. God, how I wanted to." His hand came up. She demonstrated, palm hovering beside her own face, fingers extended but not quite making contact. He was going to cut my cheek. I could see the intention in his body, the way his weight shifted forward, and I knew if he touched me, I would lean into it, would turn my face into his palm, would cross whatever boundary we'd been maintaining between professional and personal. So what stopped you? He did. His hand just stopped, hung there in the air between us, close enough that I could feel the heat of his skin across the gap, could hear his breathing change, deepen. We stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably 30 seconds. Time does strange things when you're that close to something you want but can't have. Then what? Someone applauded from the balcony, one of the cleaning staff who'd stayed late to watch rehearsal, an old woman, probably 60, 70. She'd seen the whole thing, or enough of it, and just like that, we remembered where we were, who we were, what we couldn't be. Max dropped his hand, took 2 steps back, said, "Excellent work tonight, Fräulein Weber," in this perfectly professional voice, and walked away. Did he look back? No, neither of us did. Looking back would have been acknowledgement, and we couldn't afford that. How long did this go on? Season. Autumn through spring. September 1935 to May 1936. Helene's voice went distant, as though reading dates from a ledger that had been locked away for decades. 8 months of singing with a man who heard me more clearly than anyone ever has before or since. 8 months of being known in a way that had nothing to do with words. She refilled both their teacups, though neither had finished the first pour. That was the real intimacy, you understand. Not touch, but recognition. He knew my voice better than I knew it myself. Could tell from the first warm-up note of rehearsal whether I'd slept well the night before, whether I was happy, whether I was thinking of him. And I could read him through his conducting. Desire in the tempo he set, always slightly faster when he was agitated, when he'd been thinking about me. Frustration in how hard he struck the downbeat. longing in the spaces he left between movements, the silences that lasted one beat too long. You never talked about it? Once. Only once. It was December, snowing. Vienna was beautiful in that way that makes you forget about politics and danger. We were in his office after everyone had left. He was marking scores and I was supposed to be leaving, but I lingered. Finally he said, without looking up, "This cannot continue." "What did you say?" "I said I know. Because I did know. We both knew. It was unsustainable, this thing we were doing. This almost love, this maybe affair that existed only in music. But knowing something should end and being able to end it are two different things. So it continued. For 5 more months, through Christmas, I spent it alone in my boarding room, imagining him with Eva and her family. Through carnival season, when the whole city pretended to be happy. Through Lent, when we sang more sacred music and I had to pretend Handel's passion settings weren't about the agony of unconsummated love. And then came March, the Anschluss. Everything changed. Emma waited. This was the part of history she knew from textbooks, but she'd never considered how her grandmother had lived through it, what it had meant personally. The Nazis marched in on March 12th. Within days, Jewish musicians were being dismissed. Max got his notice on March 15th. He had 2 weeks to settle his affairs and leave the country. The Philharmonic, this orchestra he'd built, musicians he'd trained, they just let him go. Some of them had been his friends. They gave him a farewell dinner, shook his hand, wished him well and went back to work under new management. Her voice had gone flat, factual, as though emotion would complicate the telling. He came to find me 3 days before he was supposed to leave for London, asked me to come with him, said he'd leave Eva with her family. They had money, connections, she'd be safe. We could go to London together, to America, anywhere. He said, "I love you" for the first time out loud after 8 months of saying it, through music. "What did you say?" "I said no." Emma found the conductor's name in a margin note on a score tucked inside the recording sleeve. For H, you sang like you understood. Signed, M. Adler, Maximilian Adler. She found him in the Vienna Philharmonic archives, conductor from 1933 to 1938, when he fled to London ahead of the Anschluss. Married to Eva Adler, née Blumenthal, daughter of a prominent banking family. No children. Emma brought the score to her grandmother's apartment on a Thursday evening. Helene took it in her hands like it might detonate. "You knew Eva," Emma said. It wasn't a question. Everyone knew Eva. Helene's thumb traced the margin note. Beautiful, intelligent, fragile in ways that weren't visible until you looked closely. Her family had already lost one daughter to melancholy. The kind that ends in bathtubs and opened veins. Eva was delicate. The marriage protected her in multiple ways. Did she know about you? I don't know. Max never said. But I think, yes. I think she knew and chose to say nothing because the alternative was worse. Helene set the score down carefully. He loved her, Emma. Not the way he loved me, perhaps, but love nonetheless. He loved her gently, protectively, the way you love something precious that might break. And you? I loved recklessly, completely, the way you love when you're 23 and believe desire alone can remake the world. Helene's laugh was soft, bitter. He asked me to leave with him in March of 1938, when it became clear what was coming. He said we could go to London, to America, anywhere. He would leave Eva with her family's money and protections. We would be free. But you didn't go. No. Why? Helene stood, walked to the window. Outside, rain had started. The kind of thin, persistent rain that made the city look like a memory of itself. Because Eva would have died, she said finally. Not metaphorically, not eventually. Within the year, I think. And Max would have known it was our fault. Mine and his, and that knowledge would have poisoned everything we built together. Love cannot survive that kind of blood. Emma felt something shift in her chest, a recalibration of what she thought was a romance into something more complex, more devastating. Did you tell him that? I told him I wouldn't be the reason he became a man who could abandon his wife to her death, that some loves cannot be consummated without destroying what makes them worth having. Helen turned from the window. He wept. I'd never seen him weep before. Then he kissed me, once, on the forehead, like a benediction, and left. And the recording, made the week before, he wanted something to remember me by. I wanted something to remember who I'd been when I could still choose love over survival. The weight of that sentence settled over the room like snow. 3 weeks after learning about Eva, after understanding the full architecture of her grandmother's sacrifice, Emma confronted the question she'd been avoiding. Why had Helene given up music entirely? Not just the false name, not just Vienna, not just Max Adler, but singing itself. The voice that had moved audiences, that had made a man willing to remake his entire life. She found Helene in the small shared garden behind the apartment building, deadheading roses with surgical precision. It was early September, the air carrying that particular combination of warmth and melancholy that comes just before autumn. Helene wore gardening gloves and her usual cardigan despite the heat, as though she needed armour even against flowers. Tell me about the last time you saw him, Emma said without preamble. Helene's hands stilled on the shears. A bloom, half dead, hung suspended from her fingers. She didn't turn around. I wondered when you'd ask that question. Was it the night you made the recording? No, that was professional, formal. We both knew we were creating an artifact, preserving something that was already past tense. Helene set down the shears with deliberate care, removed her gloves finger by finger. The last time was 3 days before he left Vienna, April 10th, 1938. I remember because it was a Sunday, and the churches were full of people praying for things prayer couldn't fix anymore. The weather was unseasonably warm, spring pretending summer would last forever. She sat down on the garden bench, and Emma sat beside her, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. He came to my apartment, my boarding room really. 1 room, shared bath down the hall, the kind of place where ambition lives before it either succeeds or starves. We'd never been alone there before. It felt dangerous, improper, exposing. But propriety seemed absurd given what we were about to lose. Helene's voice dropped, became almost private, the way you speak when confession requires quiet. He stood in my doorway and said, "One night, give me 1 night, to remember when I'm old and you're a stranger." And I knew what he was asking, not for comfort, not for conquest, for the right to hold one perfect thing before letting it go forever. Emma held her breath, afraid that speaking would break whatever spell was allowing her grandmother to finally tell this. So I let him in. The garden seemed to lean closer, the roses bending as if to listen. We didn't speak much at first. Words would have made it negotiable, conditional, subject to second thoughts we couldn't afford. Instead, we moved like we were still in the opera house, him conducting, me responding, both of us performing the most important scene of our lives. Helene's hands clasped in her lap, and Emma saw they were trembling, as though the memory still had physical weight. He touched me the way he conducted, precisely, reverently, as though I were music made flesh. Started with my face, traced my cheekbones, my jaw, the line of my neck, memorizing, then my hands, turning them over, examining my fingers, the way they curved and rested. "Beautiful," he said. Just that one word. Beautiful. Emma felt heat rise in her own chest. Not embarrassment, but recognition. This was what love looked like when it finally found its body after months of pure restraint. I'd thought intimacy was knowing someone's mind, understanding their thoughts, Helen continued. But that night I learned it's also knowing someone's body, how they breathe when desperate, what sounds they make when careful control finally breaks. He undressed me slowly, his hands learning the geography of skin the way his ears had learned my voice. Every touch felt like permission granted, like a question answered yes. She paused, choosing her words with care. We made love on my narrow bed with the window open and Vienna's spring air cooling our skin. He moved inside me like he was trying to memorize the rhythm, and I found myself singing, actually singing, soft and wordless, against his shoulder. Not performance, not technique, just pure sound, pure feeling. Afterwards we lay tangled together, his hand over my heart, feeling it slow back to normal. Helene opened her eyes, looked at Emma directly. "This," he said, "this is what I'll remember. Not the fear, not the leaving. This." And I knew he was right. We'd taken one perfect thing from a world determined to destroy us, and we'd made it ours. No regime could take that. No distance could erase it. Did he stay the night? Until dawn. We didn't sleep much. Mostly we talked. Actually talked. For the first time without codes or music. He told me about growing up in Munich, about the first time he heard Mahler and realised sound could be architecture. I told him about singing in my father's watch shop, how the ticking used to drive me mad until I learned to use it as rhythm. She smiled, and it was genuine. When the sun came up, he got dressed, kissed me once, properly this time deeply, then he walked to the door and said, "If there's a recording someday, will you listen and remember I loved you?" And I said yes. And he left. I watched him from the window until he turned the corner. He didn't look back. We'd agreed he wouldn't. "And you never sang again." Helene smiled. A real smile this time, sad but not broken. I sang that night. For him. With him. In a way that had nothing to do with audiences or applause. That felt like enough. Emma understood then. Her grandmother hadn't given up music. She'd transformed it, made it private, made it holy. What happened to Eva? She survived. Max got her to London, then to New York. I heard through mutual acquaintances that she lived until 1965, longer than anyone expected. They never divorced. He never remarried after she died. I think he kept his promise to her, in his way. And you? I came to America, changed my name. Helene instead of Helena, Wolf instead of Weber. Learned to be ordinary, married your grandfather because he was kind and didn't ask about my past. Raised your mother, raised you, lived quietly. She picked up the shears again, returned to the roses. But sometimes, late at night, I'll hum that aria, and I'm 23 again, singing for a man who heard everything I meant. That doesn't fade, Emma. Love like that doesn't diminish with age. It just becomes part of your architecture. Emma spent 2 months restoring the recording to the best fidelity 1936 technology and 2025 digital restoration could achieve. She removed surface noise, balanced the frequencies, brought her grandmother's voice forward from the static. But she left in the breath, the hesitation, the places where emotion fractured technique. Those imperfections were the truth. She presented it to Helene on a Sunday morning, in the garden where roses bloomed despite the late season. The recording was now digitized, remastered, saved to a simple USB drive. "I'm going to archive this properly," Emma said. "Not under your false name, not as unidentified, as Helene Wolf, née Weber, soprano, Vienna, 1936. "No," Helene said gently. "Keep the alias. That woman, Helena Stern, she belongs to that moment. To him. Let her remain there." Emma understood. Some loves were too large to be filed correctly, too private to be made public record. Then I'll file it as Anonymous Soprano, Vienna 1936, rare recording, and I'll put in the notes that it's technically imperfect but emotionally devastating. Helene laughed, a real laugh, bright and unexpected. Emotionally devastating. Yes, I like that. They sat together in the garden, two women separated by decades but connected by understanding. Emma thought about all the loves that never made it into history books, all the intimacies preserved only in silence and memory. "Do you regret it?" she asked, "not going with him?" Helene considered this with the seriousness it deserved. No, because the love I had with Max was perfect, precisely because we didn't try to make it domestic. It stayed wild, immediate, untested by years and arguments and the small erosions of daily life. We got to love each other at our best. That's rare. But you gave up so much. I gave up one future for another. I gained your mother. You. This garden. A life that was mine, not borrowed or stolen. That's not nothing. Emma reached for her grandmother's hand. The same hand that once gestured so precisely on stage, that later kneaded bread and braided hair, and held her when she cried. "Thank you for telling me. Thank you for asking," Helene squeezed back, "and for understanding that some stories take a lifetime to be ready for telling." That afternoon, Emma returned to the archive. She catalogued the recording with its anonymous designation, filed it in the temperature-controlled vault where fragile things were kept safe from decay. But she also made a copy, unofficial, unmarked. She gave it to Helene on her 80th birthday, along with a small, expensive record player. "In case you ever want to hear yourself young again," Emma said. Helene accepted it with hands that trembled slightly. Age, not emotion. That night, alone in her apartment with a cup of tea going cold on the side table, Helene played the recording once. Just once. Her younger self sang Tosca's prayer with desperate, imperfect beauty, asking why love and art must hurt so much, why devotion guarantees suffering, why giving everything still isn't enough. She listened to the end, to where the orchestra swelled and her voice climbed towards something transcendent despite the technical flaws. Then she turned off the player and sat in the dark, remembering not the opera house with its velvet and gilt, not the audience with their applause and flowers, but a small boarding room in Vienna with spring air coming through the window and a man's hand over her heart, counting her pulse like it was the only music that mattered. "This is what I'll remember," he'd said. "Not the fear, not the leaving. This." And sitting there in the dark, 80 years old and alone but not lonely, joints aching with the ordinary betrayals of age, Helene realised he'd been right. Some loves don't need completion to be perfect. Some intimacies don't require possession to be real. Some music sounds better for being imperfect, for showing the breadth and effort and humanity behind the notes. The recording existed, flawed, anonymous, filed away where almost no one would ever hear it. The memory existed, private, perfect, preserved not in shellac but in the architecture of her bones. The garden bloomed outside her window, roses she'd planted, tended, dead-headed season after season, making beauty out of the ordinary work of living. Her granddaughter knew her story now. Not all of it, perhaps, but enough to understand that silence isn't always weakness, that some loves survive precisely because they were chosen, consciously and devastatingly chosen. That was enough. More than enough. It was everything. And somewhere across an ocean and 50 years she imagined Max Adler, long dead now, his hands that once shaped sound stilled forever, had thought so too, had kept his one perfect night as she had kept hers, had lived a good life, a kind life, a life that honoured both his promises, the one he made to Eva at an altar, and the one he made to Helena in a shabby boarding room with spring air cooling their skin. Some loves, Helene thought, you carry in your chest like a second heartbeat, and that's exactly where they belong. The end. The waiting heart. The treehouse smelled of pine sap and summer dust. Lucy Brennan sat with her bare feet dangling through the slats, watching Tom Gallagher whittle a piece of cedar into something that might become a whistle, or might remain simply wood remembering the shape of a knife. She was 12 that summer, all knees and freckles and questions. He was 17, sun-darkened and quiet in the way of boys who've learned that silence often says more than words. "My mother says you'll be leaving soon," she said, not looking at him. Tom's knife paused. "Not till after harvest." "That's still leaving." He resumed his work, long curls of wood falling like wishes between the floorboards. "Graduation means something, Luce. Can't stay a kid forever." She wanted to argue that staying wasn't about being a kid, that leaving wasn't about being grown, but she didn't have the words yet. Instead, she said, "Race you to the creek," and was already climbing down before he could answer. The water ran cold even in August, spring-fed and clear enough to count stones on the bottom. They'd been swimming here since Lucy was small enough that her father carried her on his shoulders, while Tom ran ahead, all gangly limbs and laughter. Now she swam as well as he did, maybe better, and when they sat on the bank afterward with the sun pressing heat back into their skin, the silence between them felt different than it used to. "You ever think about what's out there?" Tom asked, gesturing vaguely eastward, toward horizons neither of them had seen. "Sometimes," Lucy admitted, "but mostly I think about what's here." He looked at her, then really looked, and she felt something shift in her chest like a door opening in a house she'd lived in all her life, revealing a room she never knew existed. That evening, the whole valley seemed to gather at the Havisham farm for the threshing dinner. Long tables groaned under platters of fried chicken and corn pudding, green beans, cooked with bacon, biscuits tall as teacups, pies that made the air smell like cinnamon and promise. Lucy helped serve while Tom worked with the men, their paths crossing as they always did, hands brushing as she passed him lemonade, his thanks quiet enough that only she could hear. Later, when the work was done and the musicians tuned their fiddles, Tom found her sitting on a hay bale watching couples dance in the barn's golden light. "Dance with me?" he asked. "I don't know how. I'll teach you." His hand was calloused and gentle as he led her through the steps. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and when she stepped on his feet he only laughed and said, "You're getting it, Luce. You're getting it just fine." The summer spun out in a succession of moments like beads on a string, raspberry picking that left their fingers stained purple, county fair midways bright with electric lights, Tom winning her a stuffed rabbit at the ring toss. Saturday afternoons at the soda fountain where they shared cherry phosphates and argued about which cereal was best at the picture show. Evenings around the radio in her family's parlour, listening to the Lone Ranger and the Shadow, Tom sitting close enough that she could feel the warmth of him, steady as a heartbeat. She didn't know she was memorising him, the way his hair fell across his forehead when he bent over his work, the sound of his laugh, low and easy, the particular blue of his eyes in late afternoon light. She was 12, and he was 17, and that summer was simply the way things were, had always been, would always be, until it wasn't. Tom graduated in May wearing a suit borrowed from his father, his dark hair slicked back, looking like a stranger until he grinned at her afterward and became himself again. Lucy gave him a fountain pen, saved for with months of egg money, and he turned it over in his hands like it was something precious. "For writing letters," she said. "Who am I going to write to?" "Me, when you go off, and do whatever it is you're going to do." He tucked the pen in his pocket, careful. "I'll write," he promised. "That's a promise, Luce." Summer came again, but different now. Tom worked his father's farm and picked up odd jobs in town. saving money for something he didn't name. Lucy helped her mother with the garden and the chickens and her younger brothers, but part of her attention was always elsewhere, tracking Tom's comings and goings like a compass pointing north. December the 7th arrived on a Sunday, clear and cold. Lucy was coming back from church when she heard the radio through the Gallagher's open door, her father and Tom's father standing in the yard with faces like stone. "Pearl Harbor," her father said. "The Japs bombed Pearl Harbor." She didn't understand, not really, not until she saw Tom 3 days later outside the recruitment office in town. His jaw set in that way she'd learned meant his mind was made up and arguing wouldn't change it. "Marines," he said, Lucy's throat closed. "When?" "February. Basic training in San Diego then," he shrugged. "Wherever they send us." She wanted to scream, to cry, to beg him not to go. She was 13 years old and the world was tilting sideways and nothing made sense anymore. Instead, she said, "You promised you'd write." "I will." He reached out and tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, a gesture so tender it hurt. "Every chance I get, Luce. I swear it." The night before he left, both families gathered at the Brennans for dinner. Lucy's mother made all of Tom's favourite foods and nobody ate much of anything. When it was time to say goodbye, Tom walked Lucy out to the porch where the cold February air bit through their coats. "I don't want you to go," she said, the words finally breaking free. "I know. I don't want the war. I don't want anything to change." "Luce," his voice caught. He pulled something from his pocket, a small wooden whistle carved from cedar. "I made this that day in the treehouse, remember?" She took it, her fingers closing around the smooth wood still warm from his pocket. "I remember everything." He kissed her forehead, his lips cold and brief. "Wait for me," he said, and she didn't ask what he meant because she already knew. March 15th, 1942. Dear Luce, boot camp is harder than anything I've ever done. Up at 500 every morning, drills until we can't feel our feet, then more drills. The sergeant says we're the sorriest bunch of farm boys he's ever seen, but I think he might be starting to like us. The ocean is different than I imagined, bigger, louder. At night sometimes I close my eyes and try to hear the creek instead, but it doesn't work. How's the planting going? Your dad should put in more corn on the South 40 this year. The soil's rested enough now. Yours, Tom April 3, 1942. Dear Tom, we planted the corn where you said. Dad grumbles, but he knows you're right. Everything's different now. There are ration books for sugar and coffee and gasoline. Mother has a victory garden that takes up half the yard. I help roll bandages for the Red Cross on Thursdays. I'm 14 now. Did you remember? Sarah Miller had a birthday party and it felt silly, all of us pretending things are normal when they're not. I listen to the radio every night and wonder where you are. The whistle sits on my nightstand. Sometimes I play it and pretend you can hear it, wherever you are. Lucy. The letters became a rhythm, a lifeline stretched across an ocean. Tom wrote about heat and boredom and brief, terrifying moments of combat he described in careful euphemisms. Lucy wrote about rationing and scrap drives, about neighbours' sons who came home and neighbours' sons who didn't, about growing up in a world that seemed to be coming apart at the seams. She learned to read what he didn't say. When his letters came more frequently, she knew he was scared. When weeks passed without word, she learned to wait without breathing until the next envelope arrived. June 1943. Dear Luce, we're somewhere in the Pacific. Can't say where. It's hot enough to melt the ink right off the page. Yesterday, Johnson got a care package from his girl and shared the cookies around. They were so stale we could have used them as grenades, but they tasted like home. I've been reading a lot. Someone left a beat-up copy of Thoreau and I've been working through it slow. He writes about living deliberately, about sucking out the marrow of life. Out here, every day feels deliberate. Every moment feels like it means something. I think about the treehouse a lot, about summer, about sitting on your porch drinking your mother's lemonade, about the way the fields look in the morning when the mist is still rising. I think about you, Luce, more than I should probably admit. T. August, 1943. Dear Tom, I'm 15 now and working at the drugstore after school. Mr. Peterson's son is overseas too and he needed the help. I make sodas and wrap packages and listen to the ladies' gossip about whose victory garden is best and whose daughter is stepping out with which boy. None of the boys here are you. Mother says I'm too young to wait for anyone, that I should live my life and not put it on hold for maybes and somedays. But she doesn't understand. This isn't waiting. This is just knowing. I read your letter about Thoreau 10 times. The part about living deliberately, about meaning. You mean something to me, Tom. You always have. I think about you too. More than I should probably admit. Always, Lucy. The letters grew longer, more honest. They stopped pretending distance meant nothing. Stopped acting like the war was a brief interruption in lives that would simply resume. Tom wrote about fear and faith, about the men he fought beside and the ones who fell. Lucy wrote about loneliness and longing, about the girl she'd been and the woman she was becoming. December 1944. Dear Lucy, not Luce anymore. You're not 12 and I'm not 17 and we should probably stop pretending either of us is still a kid. 3 Christmases. I've been gone now. 3 Christmases of sea rations and sand and missing home so bad it feels like a physical ache. I got your package, the socks your mother knitted, the fruitcake, the photograph of you in your Sunday dress standing by the creek. I've looked at that photograph every day since it arrived. You're beautiful, Lucy. You grew up beautiful, and I wasn't there to see it, and that might be the worst casualty of this whole damn war. I'm tired. We're all tired. But I keep thinking about after, about coming home, about whether home will recognise me when I finally get there. Will you? Tom, January 1945. Dear Tom, I would recognise you blind. I would recognise you in the dark. I would recognise you if years passed and we were both entirely different people. You're not a casualty of anything. You're the best man I know, and you're going to come home, and I'm going to be there when you do. That's not hope. That's certainty. I'm 17 now, old enough to know my own mind, old enough to say this plainly. I love you. I've loved you since I was 12 years old, and you taught me to dance in a hay-strewn barn. I'll love you when you're 80, and we're sitting on a porch drinking cold milk and arguing about corn yields. Come home to me. Lucy March. 1945. Dear Lucy, I love you too. I've loved you since you were all freckles and questions and fearlessness. I love you now, grown and beautiful and braver than any Marine I've served with. When this is over, and it will be over, it has to be over. I'm coming home and I'm asking you to marry me properly, with a ring and witnesses and everything your mother will insist on. Wait for me just a little longer. Tom, June 29th, 1947. The train station smelled like coal smoke and coffee, summer heat and metal warming in the sun. Lucy stood on the platform in a yellow dress she'd sewn herself, her dark hair pinned up in the way that made her look older, sophisticated, like the women in magazine advertisements. She felt neither old nor sophisticated. She felt 19 and terrified, and so full of hope it hurt to breathe. The train came around the bend with a shriek of brakes and hiss of steam. Doors opened, people poured out, sailors and soldiers and civilians, a flood of humanity spilling onto the platform. Lucy's heart hammered against her ribs as she searched face after face, looking for... There. Tom stepped down from the third car, a duffel bag slung over his shoulder, his uniform creased from travel. He'd grown harder, leaner, his face marked with lines that hadn't been there before. But when he saw her, His whole expression transformed, and he was just Tom again. Her Tom. Finally home. She ran. Propriety be damned, she ran straight to him, and he dropped his bag and caught her, lifting her off her feet, burying his face in her neck. She felt him shaking. Or maybe that was her shaking. And then they were both crying and laughing, and she was kissing him, there in front of God and the whole town, kissing him like she'd been wanting to kiss him for 7 years. "You came back," she said against his mouth. "I promised I would." "You kept your promise." "All of them, Luce." He pulled back just enough to look at her, his hands framing her face. Every single one. The celebration that night filled the Grange Hall with music and dancing and the kind of joy that only comes after sorrow. But Tom pulled Lucy outside after an hour, away from the noise and the crowd, and they walked together down the familiar road toward the creek, toward the woods where their treehouse still stood in the old oak. The summer night breathed around them, thick with the sound of crickets and the smell of honeysuckle. Tom stopped walking and turned to face her, and in the moonlight he looked young again, uncertain in a way she hadn't seen since they were children. "I need to ask you something," he said. "I know what you're going to ask." "Let me ask it properly." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small box, worn velvet, gone soft with handling. "I bought this in San Diego before we shipped out. Carried it through 5 years, the Pacific Theatre, then occupation duty in Japan. Kept it close through all of it, so I'd remember I had something worth surviving for." He opened the box. The ring inside was small, simple, a single modest stone that caught the moonlight and held it. "Lucy Brennan, will you marry me?" She didn't answer with words. She kissed him instead, slow and sure, and when she pulled back she said, "Yes, yes, Tom, yes." They married in August in the little white church where they'd both been baptised, where Tom's parents had married and Lucy's parents before them. Lucy wore her mother's dress, altered to fit, and carried wildflowers picked from the fields they'd run through as children. Tom wore his dress uniform because he didn't own a suit that fit anymore, and when he said his vows, his voice shook but didn't break. Their wedding night they spent in the small house Tom had been fixing up since he came home, a farmhouse at the edge of his father's land that needed paint and plumbing, but had good bones and a wide porch and windows that caught the morning light. Lucy stood in the doorway of the bedroom feeling suddenly shy. This man she'd known all her life, somehow a stranger in this moment. Tom came up behind her, his hands gentle on her shoulders. "We can wait," he said quietly. "If you're nervous, if you need time." She turned to face him, this man who'd written her letters from hell, who'd carried a ring through combat zones, who'd waited years for her, and would wait years more if she asked. "I don't want to wait any more," she said. "I've been waiting my whole life for this. For you." He kissed her then, tender and unhurried, and led her inside. The bedroom was simple, a quilt her grandmother had made, curtains that moved with the night breeze, moonlight spilling, across the floor. Tom lit the lamp on the bedside table, the flame casting everything in warm gold, then turned to face her. "You're trembling," he said softly. "So are you." He laughed, a breathless sound. "I am. I've thought about this, about you, for so long, and now that you're here, really here." His hands came up to cup her face. "I don't want to rush. I don't want to do anything wrong." Lucy reached up and began unbuttoning his shirt, her fingers clumsy but determined. "There's no wrong way to love each other, Tom." He helped her with the buttons, then with the pins in her hair, letting it fall in dark waves around her shoulders. Each article of clothing removed slowly, reverently, until they stood before each other with nothing hidden. Lucy felt exposed in a way that had nothing to do with nakedness, vulnerable and seen, and somehow more herself than she had ever been. "You're so beautiful," Tom whispered, his hands skimming her shoulders, her arms, learning the geography of her body with trembling fingers. She touched him in return, feeling the raised scars on his ribs, the hard muscle of his shoulders, the rapid beat of his heart beneath her palm. "So are you?" He drew her to the bed, and they lay down together, limbs tangling, skin against skin for the first time. Every touch was discovery. The curve of her hip, the hollow of his throat, the places that made breath catch and muscles tense with wanting. "Tell me if I hurt you," he murmured against her neck, his lips tracing the line of her jaw. "You won't." She pulled him closer, arching into his touch. "I trust you." They moved together slowly at first, learning the rhythm, the give and take. There was awkwardness, bodies still unfamiliar, pleasure mixed with brief discomfort, but beneath it all was something deeper. Years of longing, of letters written in the dark, of loving each other across impossible distance, all concentrated into this moment of finally. Tom kissed her mouth. Tom, her throat, her shoulders, whispering her name like a prayer. Lucy wrapped herself around him, holding on as if he might disappear if she let go, as if this were still a dream she might wake from. But he was solid and real, and here, and when she gasped his name, he answered with her own, and the world narrowed to just the two of them, just this. Afterward they lay tangled together, hearts still racing, skin damp with sweat. Tom traced idle patterns on her shoulder, his touch gentle now, soothing. "Are you okay?" he asked. Lucy turned her face to kiss his chest, tasting salt. "I'm perfect. We're perfect." "I love you," he said, the words fierce despite his exhaustion. "God, Luce, I love you so much." "I know." She pressed closer, feeling safe in a way she hadn't felt since before the war. "I've always known." They made love again in the deep hours of the night, slower this time, with more confidence and less urgency, learning what made the other sigh, what drew gasps and pleas, what transformed touch into something transcendent. And when they finally slept, it was wrapped in each other's arms, Lucy's head on Tom's shoulder and his hand in her hair, both of them knowing they'd found their way home at last. In the morning, Lucy woke to sunlight streaming through unfamiliar windows and Tom's arm heavy and warm across her waist. She lay still, listening to him breathe, memorizing this new intimacy the same way she'd once memorized the freckles on his arms and the sound of his laugh. He stirred, his eyes opening slow. "Morning, Mrs. Gallagher," she smiled. "Morning, Mr. Gallagher. Any regrets?" "Not a single one." They made breakfast together in the small kitchen. Eggs from Lucy's mother's chickens, bread Lucy had baked the day before. They ate on the porch, watching the sun climb higher, drinking coffee rationed carefully from their meagre stores. "I was thinking," Tom said, "we should fix up that old treehouse, make it safe again." "For who?" He grinned. "For our kids. Someday." Lucy laughed, the sound bright in the morning air. "Someday soon, maybe." Maybe. Life settled into new rhythms. Tom worked his father's farm and Lucy kept the house and helped her mother with the younger children. On Saturdays they drove to town in Tom's old truck and shared cherry phosphates at the soda fountain like they'd done as children. Except now he held her hand across the table and kissed her in public and nobody batted an eye. Some nights Tom woke gasping from dreams he wouldn't talk about, and Lucy held him until the shaking stopped, her presence the only answer to questions he couldn't ask. Some mornings Lucy would catch him standing in the doorway just watching her work, and when she asked what he was doing he'd say, "Just making sure you're real." They learned each other slowly, carefully, the way you learn a language or a skill, with patience and practice, and the understanding that some things take time to master. They fought sometimes, small, disagreements about money or in-laws or whose turn it was to feed the chickens. They made up quickly, neither of them willing to waste time on pride when they'd already lost so much time to distance. In October, Lucy missed her monthly. In November, Dr. Patterson confirmed what she already knew. "We're having a baby," she told Tom that night over dinner. He stared at her, his fork halfway to his mouth. Then he was out of his chair and pulling her up and spinning her around, laughing and crying at the same time. "A baby," he said. "We're having a baby. Are you happy? Luce, He set her down carefully, his hands on her still flat stomach. "I'm so damn happy I don't have words for it." Their daughter was born in June of 1948, squalling and perfect, with Tom's dark hair and Lucy's freckles and a temper that suggested she'd inherited the best and worst of both of them. They named her Rose, after Lucy's grandmother, and raised her in the little farmhouse that Tom kept adding on, too, room by room, as their family grew. On summer evenings they sat on the porch with cold milk and listened to the radio while Rose and eventually her brothers played in the yard. Sometimes Lucy would catch Tom watching her, with an expression she couldn't quite name. Wonder, maybe, or gratitude, or just the simple contentment of a man who'd found his way home after a long journey. "What are you thinking about?" she'd ask. "You," he'd say. "Always you." The years spun out, Rose starting school, the boys learning to drive, grandchildren eventually, Tom's hair going grey, and Lucy's hands developing the same arthritis that had plagued her mother. They grew old together in the house Tom had built, surrounded by the fields they'd run through as children, listening to the radio on quiet evenings when the work was done. On their 50th wedding anniversary, their children threw them a party at the Grange Hall, where they'd celebrated Tom's homecoming. Lucy wore a new dress and Tom wore a suit that actually fit, and they danced the way he'd taught her all those years ago in a hay-strewn barn, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, while their grandchildren watched and whispered about how romantic it all was. "You ever regret it?" Tom asked as they swayed together. "Waiting for me? Marrying me?" Lucy looked up at him, this man she'd loved since she was 12 years old, whose letters she'd treasured through a war, whose children and grandchildren filled the room with laughter. "Not once," she said, "not for a single moment." "Me neither." He kissed her forehead the way he had the night before he left for war, gentle and reverent. "Best decision I ever made. Loving you." "Second best," Lucy corrected. "Oh?" "The best decision was coming home." Tom smiled, that slow, easy smile she'd been memorising her whole life. "That wasn't a decision, Luce. That was a promise, and I always keep my promises." The radio played on, and they danced, and somewhere in the fields beyond the hall, the corn grew tall and green under the summer stars, and all was as it should be. What we borrow from tomorrow. The apartment existed at the intersection of aspiration and sterility. Glass and steel mostly, walls that refused opacity, furniture that suggested function without comfort. Dr. Marcus Webb had arranged it like an exhibition. Books alphabetized by author within subject, screens positioned at ergonomic angles, even the coffee maker calibrated to produce exactly 195 degrees Fahrenheit. Everything had its reason. Nothing had warmth. Outside, the city performed its nightly restlessness. Sirens and laughter, the hiss of tyres on wet pavement, lives unfolding in their glorious disorder. Marcus didn't watch anymore. The view had become data, traffic patterns, weather systems, the predictable pulse of urban metabolism. He had trained himself to see trends rather than moments, aggregates rather than individuals. It was a discipline born of necessity. 2 years ago he had been someone else, the ethical futurist whose TED talk on long-term thinking had gone viral, whose consulting firm advised governments on policy that might not bear fruit for generations. Then came the accident. Not quite an accident, really. An experiment. His own design. He had been developing a neural interface meant to enhance long-term cognitive modelling, a way to make the future feel as immediate as the present. The prototype had worked, after a fashion. It had also left him with tremors in his left hand, episodes of temporal disorientation, and a prognosis that made planning beyond 5 years and exercise in optimism he could no longer afford. The irony was not lost on him. He had spent his career advocating for decisions that privileged future generations, and now he barely had a future of his own. The university had been generous with disability leave. His colleagues had been kind. The media had been mercifully quiet. But Marcus knew what he had become, a cautionary tale, useful only as warning. His remaining work was cataloguing his own failures for posterity. Which was why, when the department chair suggested a graduate assistant to help organise his papers, Marcus had initially refused. He didn't need a witness to his decline. He didn't need someone young and hopeful moving through his spaces, disturbing his careful equilibrium. But the chair had been insistent. Just for the semester. The student needs the funding. You need the help. Besides, it's Cora Brown. She's brilliant. You won't even notice she's there. He noticed. She arrived on a Tuesday morning with rain in her hair and an apology on her lips. "I'm so sorry I'm late. The bus." She stopped, took in the apartment, and her expression shifted to something between appreciation and unease. "Wow, it's very organised." Marcus stood awkwardly near his desk, unsure where to position himself in his own space now that she had entered it. She was smaller than he'd expected, slight in a way that made her seem younger than her CV suggested. 26, the department chair had said, working on a dissertation about moral obligations across temporal distances. Perfect match, he'd said. "The files are here," Marcus gestured to 3 bankers' boxes. "Correspondence, lecture notes, research materials. They need to be digitised and catalogued according to the system I've outlined." He handed her a document, 12 pages of single-spaced instructions. Cora took it, scanned the first page, and smiled. Not the polite smile he'd expected, but something genuine and slightly amused. "You've alphabetized your filing system guidelines. Is that a problem?" "No, it's just very you. I mean..." She caught herself. "Sorry, I've read your work. I meant it as a compliment. You're thorough." The word landed between them, innocuous and somehow cutting. Thorough. A polite way of saying obsessive, inflexible, impossible to please. Marcus felt the familiar defensiveness rising but tamped it down. She was here to work, not to understand him. The desk in the corner is yours. Internet password is on the router. If you have questions, I'll figure it out, Cora said. She was already moving toward the boxes, shrugging out of her rain-dampened jacket. Underneath she wore a sweater that had seen better days, jeans with frayed hems. Everything about her looked temporary, provisional. It irritated him. For the first week they maintained a careful distance. Marcus worked at his desk, Cora at hers. The apartment filled with the sound of typing, the occasional rustle of paper, the click of his fingers against his water glass when the tremors started. She never commented on the tremors. He noticed. But gradually, inevitably, their orbits intersected. She would ask a question about his handwriting. He would clarify a reference. She would bring him coffee, incorrectly made, too much cream, and he would drink it rather than explain the calibrated precision of his own brewing method. Small surrenders. One evening, as autumn light slanted through the windows, Cora looked up from a stack of correspondence and said, "Can I ask you something?" Marcus braced himself. Here it would come. The question about the accident, about his prognosis, about what it felt like to have your body betray your intellect. In your paper on intergenerational ethics, you argued that we owe future people the same consideration as present ones. But what about when the future is uncertain? What if we can't predict what they'll need or value? The question caught him off guard. It was good, sharp. "We work with probabilities," he said slowly. "We can't predict everything, but we can identify trends, likely outcomes. We plan for the most probable futures. But isn't that a kind of arrogance, assuming we know what's likely?" She was leaning forward now, genuinely engaged. "I mean, look at the last 50 years. Who predicted the internet, climate change, AI? We're terrible at prediction. So we should do nothing, make no plans?" His voice had an edge now. "No, we should be humble about our predictions, leave room for error, for change." She paused, then added more softly, "For hope." The word hung in the air between them. Hope. Marcus wanted to laugh, to inform her that hope was a cognitive bias, a failure to properly assess probability. Instead, he said, "Hope is not a strategy." "No," Cora agreed, "but maybe it's a prerequisite." After that, the arguments became routine. She would challenge his assumptions. He would defend them with increasing heat. They debated over coffee and through dinner. She had started bringing food, claiming she needed to eat anyway, and it was wasteful to cook for one. Marcus suspected charity but accepted it, because the alternative was admitting he'd been living on delivery and protein shakes. She brought disorder too, music playing from her laptop. Nothing he recognised, everything slightly too loud. Coffee cups appearing on surfaces he had designated non-beverage zones. Questions that disrupted his train, of thought just when he'd achieved focus. And laughter. God, the laughter. At first it had seemed inappropriate, almost offensive. How could someone laugh so freely in a space dedicated to serious intellectual work? But gradually he'd found himself listening for it, the way one might listen for birdsong after a long winter. One night, very late, Marcus's hand began to shake so badly he couldn't hold his pen. He sat there, willing it to stop, watching the tremors ripple up his forearm. Cora had been working across the room, but she must have noticed because suddenly she was beside him, her hand covering his. "It's okay," she said quietly. "You don't have to." Her touch was warm, steadying. The tremors didn't stop, but they mattered less somehow. Marcus looked at her, really looked, and saw concern without pity, care without condescension. She met his gaze and didn't look away. The moment stretched, charged with something he couldn't name, or wouldn't, because naming it would mean acknowledging it, and acknowledgement would require response, and response might lead to... She pulled her hand back. "I should go. It's late." "Yes," he managed. "Late." After she left, Marcus sat in the dark apartment and felt the absence of her like a physical thing. November arrived with its particular melancholy, the city wrapped in grey light and early darkness. Marcus found himself adjusting his schedule to match Cora's, working when she worked, taking breaks when she did, eating meals at her suggestion rather than his own carefully planned intervals. They had moved beyond cataloguing into something more ambitious, a complete revision of his unfinished manuscript on temporal ethics. It had been sitting, half done, since before the accident. He'd assumed he would never complete it. But Cora had read the draft and declared it too important to abandon. "Your framework is solid," she'd said, spreading printouts across his desk with characteristic disregard for his filing system. "But you're missing the human element. All this talk about future generations, they're abstractions to you. Numbers, probabilities. But they're people, Marcus. They'll fall in love and make mistakes and worry about things we can't imagine. That's precisely why we need rigorous analysis," he'd countered. "Sentiment clouds judgment. Does it? Or does pure rationality miss something essential?" She'd tapped one of his chapters. "Here, you argue we should make sacrifices now for people who don't exist yet. But you never address why. Why should we care about strangers who won't be born for decades? Because it's the right thing to do, ethically coherent. That's circular logic." She'd smiled then, not mockingly, but with something like affection. "Come on, Marcus, you're better than that. There has to be something deeper, some fundamental reason we extend our moral circle beyond ourselves." He'd thought about it for days after. Why did we care about future people? The utilitarian answer was straightforward. More happiness, less suffering, the greatest good. But Cora was right. That felt hollow, incomplete. There had to be something else. Some essential human impulse toward continuity, toward meaning that exceeded our own brief span. Late one evening, as they worked through a particularly thorny section on discount rates, Marcus found himself confessing something he'd told no one else. "Before the accident, I used to run these mental simulations, imagining myself at 60, 70, looking back on decisions I'd made. It helped me think long term, made the future feel real." He paused, staring at the screen. "I can't do that anymore. Can't imagine myself old. The simulation stops at 43, maybe 45. After that, it's just blank." Cora was quiet for a long moment. Then, "My mother died when I was 17. Sudden. No warning. For months after, I couldn't imagine any future at all. It felt dishonest, like I was assuming something I had no right to assume." "How did you get past it?" "I didn't exactly. I just started making smaller plans. Next week instead of next year, then next month. Eventually the horizon expanded again, not because I was certain of the future, but because I chose to act as if I had one." "That sounds like denial." "Or faith," she said softly. "Maybe they're not so different." They'd moved closer during the conversation, Marcus realised. Not deliberately, but gravitationally, as if proximity were the natural state between them. He could see the flecks of amber in her dark eyes, the small scar above her left eyebrow, the way her lips parted slightly when she was thinking. Cora. He wasn't sure what he meant to say. Wasn't sure he could say anything that wouldn't sound foolish or presumptuous or desperate. She leaned in, or he did. The movement was mutual, inevitable. His hand found her face, fingers trembling against her cheek. Her breath caught. The space between them contracted to nothing, and then his phone rang. They sprang apart. The moment shattered. Marcus grabbed the phone with shaking hands, his doctor calling to discuss his latest test results. He took the call in his bedroom, door closed, and when he emerged 15 minutes later, Cora was gathering her things. "Everything okay?" she asked, too casually. "Fine. Routine follow-up." A lie. The results had not been good. "You're leaving?" "It's late. I should..." She gestured vaguely toward the door. "See you tomorrow?" "Yes, tomorrow." But tomorrow was different. She arrived on time, worked efficiently, left promptly. The easy rhythm they'd developed, the arguments and laughter and comfortable silences, had been replaced by politeness, professional distance. Marcus told himself it was for the best. He had no right to want her, to need her. He was a dying man with nothing to offer but burdens. Still, the apartment felt emptier when she was gone. The silence that had once been peaceful now felt accusatory. His careful systems, the alphabetized books, the calibrated coffee maker, the 12-page filing protocols seemed suddenly pathetic. A desperate attempt to control an inherently uncontrollable existence. A week passed, then two. They worked side by side like strangers. Marcus ached with the wrongness of it, but didn't know how to cross back to whatever they'd almost had. Cora seemed equally trapped. Her usual spark dimmed to something manageable and safe. Then, late on a Friday evening, she broke. "This is ridiculous," she announced, closing her laptop with more force than necessary. "We're adults. We can talk about it." Marcus looked up from his work, heart suddenly racing. "Talk about what?" "Don't." Her voice was sharp. "Don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about. We almost..." She stopped, regrouped. "Look, I get it. You're my supervisor, technically. There's a power dynamic, and you're dealing with serious health issues. The timing is terrible. I understand all the rational reasons why this is a bad idea. It is a bad idea, Marcus said quietly. I know, but that doesn't change how I feel. She was standing now, pacing. God, do you know how frustrating it is? Working next to you every day, pretending I don't... She cut herself off, colour rising in her cheeks. Cora, no, let me finish. I'm not asking for anything. I just need you to know that this isn't... I'm not confused. I'm not some naive student with a crush on her professor. I see you. The real you. The brilliant, impossible, infuriating man who alphabetizes his filing instructions and drinks coffee at exactly 195 degrees and still believes, despite everything, that the future matters. Her voice softened. I see you, Marcus. And He was across the room before he'd made a conscious decision to move. His hands found her face, and this time there was no phone to interrupt, no excuse to retreat. He kissed her the way a drowning man might grasp at air, desperately, gratefully, with the full knowledge that this might be his only chance. She kissed him back with equal fervour, her fingers tangling in his hair, her body pressing against his. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Marcus rested his forehead against hers. This is still a bad idea, he whispered. Terrible, she agreed. Completely ill-advised. I don't have much to offer. You have now. That's enough. Is it? The question was raw, vulnerable in a way he'd never allowed himself to be. I can't promise you a future, Cora. Can't even promise you next year. She pulled back just enough to meet his eyes. I'm not asking for promises. I'm asking for honesty, for presence, for whatever time we have. A slight smile. Remember what I said about making smaller plans. Next week instead of next year. Exactly. She kissed him again, softer this time. So, what's our plan for next week? Marcus felt something shift in his chest, a loosening, like a fist unclenching after years of tension. I suppose we should finish chapter 7, she laughed. God, you're romantic. And maybe dinner, somewhere that isn't my apartment. Better. She was smiling now, that full, uninhibited smile that had been absent for weeks. What else? I don't know, he admitted, and then quieter. Show me. For 6 weeks, Marcus lived in a state he could only describe as radical present tense. The future, that vast, unknowable country he'd spent his career trying to map, receded to the edges of his consciousness. What mattered was now. Cora's laughter over badly cooked pasta, her hand warm in his as they walked through Winterbear Parks, the way she sprawled across his precisely made bed, reading drafts of his manuscript and making notes in the margins. She'd moved some of her things into the apartment. A toothbrush, spare clothes, books that multiplied like living things across his surfaces. The disorder that had once irritated him now felt essential, evidence of life, of her. They worked on the manuscript together, her optimism tempering his bleakness, his rigour sharpening her idealism. It was becoming something neither could have created alone, a work that acknowledged uncertainty without surrendering to despair, that demanded responsibility without requiring omniscience. You know what this is about, Cora said one evening, curled against him on the sofa. It's about love. Not the romantic kind, though that too, but the basic act of caring about someone you'll never meet. That's what binds us across time. We love forward. Marcus kissed the top of her head. You're going to make me rewrite chapter 3, aren't you? Completely? She grinned up at him. But you'll thank me when it wins awards. The call came on a Tuesday afternoon in early January. Marcus was in the kitchen making tea. Cora had finally broken him of his coffee-only habit when his phone rang. The Webb Institute, his former research foundation. He almost didn't answer. Dr. Webb? This is Director Morrison. I hope I'm not catching you at a bad time." "Not at all. Professional autopilot." "Wonderful. I'll get straight to the point. The board has been discussing your legacy archive. We'd like to formalize it, create a comprehensive collection of your work, your research, everything. It would be housed permanently at the Institute, a complete scholarly resource." Marcus felt something cold settle in his chest. "I'm still working. The manuscript isn't—" Of course. But we want to begin the cataloguing process. Get ahead of things, so to speak. We're prepared to offer quite generous terms. Full funding for any research assistance you might need, and—" Morrison paused delicately. "We understand your health situation. We want to ensure your work is preserved. Whatever happens. Whatever happens." The euphemism hung in the air like smoke. "I'll think about it," Marcus said. "Please do." "Oh, and Dr. Webb? We need a decision within the month. There's significant donor interest, but the funding window is limited." After he hung up, Marcus stood in the kitchen holding his cooling tea. A legacy archive. They were cataloguing him like he was already dead. Preserving his work because they assumed he wouldn't live long enough to produce more. They were probably right. "Who was that?" Cora emerged from the bedroom where she'd been video conferencing with her dissertation committee. "The Institute. They want to archive my work." "That's good." Her tone was uncertain. "It means they think I'm done. Finished. Worth preserving because I won't be producing anything new." "That's not—" "Marcus, that's a huge honour. It means your work matters. Will continue to matter. It means I'm a relic." The bitterness surprised even him. Cora was quiet for a moment. Then, "Actually, I got some news today too. A funding offer. Full ride for the next 3 years. Research stipend. Everything. From Stanford." Something plummeted in Marcus's chest. "Stanford? Yeah, it's incredible, actually. I'd be working with Brown and Parfit's former students. Access to resources I couldn't dream of here." She was trying to sound excited, but there was something strained in her voice. "When would you start?" "Full semester, if I accept." She moved closer, took his hand. "Marcus, I haven't decided anything. I wanted to talk to you first." "You should go." The words came out flat, automatic. Cora's hand tightened on his. "I said I haven't decided." "It's an extraordinary opportunity. You'd be foolish not to take it." "Don't do that." Her voice had an edge now. "Don't reduce this to a cost-benefit analysis." "I'm being rational. One of us should be." She pulled her hand away. "You know what I think? I think you're scared. I think good things are happening for both of us, and you're looking for reasons to sabotage them. I'm being realistic about my prognosis." "No, you're using your prognosis as an excuse." She was fully angry now. "You're so convinced that you don't deserve a future that you're willing to destroy the present to prove yourself right." The accusation hit like a physical blow. "That's not fair, isn't it? You say you love me, but you won't even discuss the possibility of me staying. You won't consider that maybe I want to be here with you, regardless of what happens. Because it's not about what you want." The words erupted from him. "Don't you see? You think you're choosing me, but you're choosing my disease, my decline. You're choosing to waste your brilliant career sitting vigil over a man who's already halfway gone." Cora's face went pale. "Is that really what you think? That loving you is some kind of martyrdom? Some noble sacrifice? I think you're too young to understand what you're signing up for." "God, you're so arrogant." Her voice was shaking now. "You think you're the only one who gets to make hard choices? The only one who understands consequences? I know exactly what I'm signing up for, Marcus. The question is whether you do." "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means you don't actually want me here. You want the idea of me, the grad student who makes you feel less alone, who validates your work. But the real me, the one who might need things from you, who might stay even when it gets hard, you can't handle that. It's too much risk, too much vulnerability. That's not true. Prove it. She was crying now, angry tears streaming down her face. Tell me you want me to stay. Tell me you're willing to try, even if it's scary, even if we don't know how it ends. Marcus opened his mouth, closed it. The words were there. I want you to stay. I love you. Please don't go. But they tangled in his throat, caught on the hooks of his terror. What if he asked her to stay and she regretted it? What if she wasted her youth on his death? What if loving him cost her everything and left her with nothing? The silence stretched between them, thick and poisonous. That's what I thought, Cora said, quietly. She grabbed her bag, her jacket. I'll come back for the rest of my things. Cora, don't. She paused at the door, not turning around. You were right about one thing. This was a bad idea. I just wish I'd realised it sooner. Then she was gone, and Marcus was alone in his perfectly organised apartment with its calibrated coffee maker and alphabetised books, and the sudden, devastating knowledge that he had just made the worst decision of his life. Marcus spent 3 weeks in a state that felt less like existence and more like suspended animation. He worked on the manuscript mechanically, each word extracted with pliers. The sections Cora had touched, her notes in the margins, her arguments woven through his, were unbearable to read. He tried to delete them, couldn't. She'd come back once, as promised, to collect her things. He'd made sure to be out. Couldn't watch her erase herself from his space. When he returned, the apartment looked exactly as it had before she'd arrived. Pristine, organised, empty. Even the mismatched coffee cup she'd favoured was gone. Only her scent remained faintly on the pillow she'd used. He told himself he'd done the right thing, the rational thing. She had her future now, unencumbered by his decline. She would go to Stanford, do brilliant work, find someone whole to love. He'd given her that. It should have felt noble. It felt like dying. The breaking point came on a Wednesday evening. Marcus was trying to work through a section on ethical uncertainty when his hand began to shake. Not the usual tremor, but something more violent, uncontrollable. The pen clattered to the desk. He watched his fingers spasm, useless and betraying, and something in him fractured. He thought of Cora's hand covering his that first time, the steadiness of her touch, the way she'd looked at him without pity, without fear, just presence. And suddenly he understood what she'd been trying to tell him. It wasn't about the future, probable or possible or planned. It was about being willing to show up day after day in the full knowledge that nothing was guaranteed. To love not despite uncertainty but within it. To choose connection even when, especially when, the outcome was unknown. He'd spent his career trying to make the future predictable, manageable, safe. But the future was never those things. The future was Cora, laughing in his kitchen. The future was risk and mess and the terrifying possibility of joy. And he'd thrown it away because he was too much of a coward to try. Marcus grabbed his phone with shaking hands, called Cora. It rang 4 times, went to voicemail. He hung up, called again, same result. On the 3rd attempt she answered. Marcus, it's late. I was wrong. Silence on the other end, then. About what? Everything. All of it. The words tumbled out. You were right. I was scared. I am scared. Terrified, actually. Of needing you. Of letting you see me get worse. Of loving you and losing you and having to live with the fact that I had something precious and couldn't hold on to it. Marcus, please, let me finish. He took a shaking breath. I spent my whole life trying to predict the future, model it, control it. And then the future happened anyway, and it broke me. Not the accident. That was just mechanics. But you were the thing I couldn't model or predict or control. You made me feel things I'd convinced myself I'd outgrown. Hope, want, the possibility that maybe, just maybe, I could have something good. And you pushed me away. Because I'm an idiot. A brilliant idiot who can model 50-year policy outcomes but can't figure out that love isn't a problem to be solved. It's a choice to be made. Over and over. Every day. He could hear her breathing on the other end. Waiting. I don't know how much time I have, Marcus continued. Could be 2 years, could be 10. My doctors don't know. I don't know. But I know this. Whatever time I have, I want to spend it with you. I want to argue about my manuscript and drink improperly calibrated coffee and watch you spread disorder through my pristine apartment. I want to be scared with you. I want to hope with you. I want to learn how to live in the present tense. What about Stanford? Take it. Don't take it. Whatever you decide, I'll support you, but please, his voice broke, please consider the possibility that you don't have to choose between your future and our future, that maybe they could be the same thing. The silence on the other end stretched so long Marcus thought she'd hung up. Then, where are you? Home, my apartment. Stay there. She arrived 40 minutes later, hair wild from the rain, eyes red-rimmed. They stood in the doorway staring at each other. You hurt me, Cora said finally. I know. You made me feel like I was delusional for loving you, like it was pathological or naive or... I was wrong, completely, utterly wrong, Marcus stepped closer. You weren't naive. I was terrified, and I took my fear out on the best thing that's ever happened to me. You can't do that again. Her voice was steady, but her hands were shaking. If we're going to try this, really try, you have to trust me. Trust that I know my own mind, that I can make my own choices about what I'm willing to risk. I do. I will. He reached for her hands, held them gently. I can't promise I won't be scared. Can't promise I won't mess up, but I promise I'll try to be present, to let you in, to believe that we're worth the risk. Cora looked at their joined hands, then up at his face. I turned down Stanford. His heart lurched. Cora, not because of you, not entirely. I realised something when I was considering it. All that prestige, those resources, they're incredible. But they're not what I need. What I need is to finish work that matters. Our work. The manuscript we've been building together. I can't do that from California. You could have told me. We could have figured something out. You told me to go. The accusation was quiet but sharp. I was an idiot. We've established this. A smile tugged at her lips despite herself. A brilliant idiot. The worst kind. Marcus pulled her closer. I love you. I should have said it before, but I was too busy being terrified and irrational and self-sabotaging. So I'm saying it now. I love you, Cora Brown. I love your disorder and your optimism and the way you argue with my footnotes. I love how you make terrible coffee and laugh too loudly and refuse to accept my careful predictions about the future. She was crying now, but smiling too. You really are terrible at romance. I know, but I'm trying. He wiped her tears with his thumbs. What do you say? Will you teach me? Instead of answering, she kissed him. And this time there were no interruptions, no retreats, no carefully maintained distance. Just two people choosing each other, fully and completely, in the face of an uncertain future. Later, tangled, together in his bed. Her bed now, their bed. Marcus felt something he hadn't experienced in years. Not happiness exactly, but something deeper. Permission. To want. To need. To be vulnerable and still worthy of love. Cora traced patterns on his chest, her touch light and unhurried. So, she said softly, what's our plan for next week? Marcus smiled into her hair. Finish chapter 8. Have dinner somewhere that isn't here. Maybe... He paused, testing the words. Maybe look at apartments. Together. She lifted her head to look at him. Really? This place is mine. Past tense. I want something that's ours. No alphabetized filing instructions? Maybe just a few? At her look, he laughed. Okay, fine. No filing instructions. But I draw the line at the coffee maker. Deal. She kissed him, soft and slow. What about the month after next? Don't know. What about it? Exactly. She settled back against him, her hand finding his, their fingers intertwining. That's the point. And for the first time in years, Marcus found he could live with not knowing. Spring came late that year, arriving not with fanfare but with gradual insistence. Buds forcing their way through bark, green asserting itself against grey. Marcus noticed it first from the new apartment's window, a smaller space than his old one, less meticulously organised but somehow more alive. They'd moved in together in February, a decision that felt both inevitable and radical. The apartment was a compromise. Cora's willingness to maintain some order, Marcus's willingness to accept some chaos. Books were still alphabetized, but not obsessively. The coffee maker still existed, but so did Cora's French press. They'd learned to negotiate space, both physical and emotional. The manuscript was nearly finished. They'd worked on it through winter, through Marcus's good days and bad ones, through Cora's dissertation deadline and his medical appointments. It had become a true collaboration, neither of their, voices dominant but woven together, his rigour and her heart, his caution and her hope. I think we're done, Cora announced one morning in April, reading through the final chapter. Or as done as we're going to be. We could tinker forever, but at some point you have to let it go into the world. Marcus looked at the document on his screen, 300 pages that had consumed the better part of 2 years. The title had changed from his original stiff formulation to something more honest. What We Owe Tomorrow, essays on love, responsibility, and uncertain futures. Do you think it's good? He asked. I think it's real, Cora said. That's better than good. The book went out to publishers in May. By June, they had 3 offers. Marcus chose the press that promised not to market it as his final work or posthumous reflection, the ones that would let it exist simply as what it was. His health had stabilised, much to everyone's surprise. The tremors remained, and there were days when the temporal disorientation made work impossible. But there were also days, more of them now, when he felt almost normal. His doctors were cautiously optimistic. Marcus had learned to be the same. Cora had defended her dissertation in March and taken a postdoc at the university. She was working on a project about care ethics and temporal responsibility, building on the framework they'd developed together. Sometimes Marcus would find her at her desk at 2 a.m, lost in thought, and would pull her to bed with gentle insistence. You can finish tomorrow, he'd say. Maybe, she'd reply, but probably not. Then she'd grin. Good thing we don't have to finish everything in one day. One evening in late June, as summer light stretched golden across the city, Marcus did something he hadn't done since before the accident. He opened his future modelling software, the same program that had once consumed his days, the one that had stopped at age 45 with nothing beyond but blank. Cora looked over his shoulder. What are you doing? An experiment. He began entering variables, not the broad societal ones he'd once focused on, but something more personal. Small plans, next month, next year. A conference they might attend together. A sabbatical they'd discussed. The book tour, if the book did well. Holidays with Cora's family, whom he'd met and who'd welcomed him with surprising warmth, despite the age difference and his condition. The projection extended. 46. 47, 50. The numbers felt less certain than they once had, but somehow more real. What do you see? Cora asked softly. Possibilities, Marcus said. Not certainties, not even probabilities. Just options. Things that might happen if we're lucky, she finished. If we choose well. if we keep showing up. Yes. He closed the program, turned to face her. I have a question. Okay. It's probably too soon. Definitely not rational. But I've learned that waiting for the perfect moment is another form of cowardice. Cora's eyes widened. Marcus, I don't have a ring. Haven't planned a speech. I'm doing this all wrong. He took her hands, felt the familiar tremor in his own. But here's what I know. I want to make plans with you. Not just for next week or next month, but for years. As many as we get. I want to argue about footnotes and drink improperly calibrated coffee and watch you spread disorder through our lives. I want to be scared with you and hopeful with you and present with you. Tears were already streaming down her face. So, Marcus continued, voice shaking, will you marry me? Knowing that I can't promise you forever, can't even promise you next year with certainty, but can promise you that I will show up every day for as long as I possibly can. Cora laughed through her tears. That is possibly the least romantic proposal in history. I know, I'm terrible at this. You really are, she kissed him soft and certain. Yes, absolutely yes. They were married in September, a small ceremony in the university chapel. Cora wore blue. Marcus managed to get through his vows without his hand shaking too badly. Their friends and colleagues filled the pews, a community neither had fully appreciated until they'd needed it. During the reception, Marcus's former department chair pulled him aside. I have to admit, when I suggested Cora as your assistant, I was just trying to help her with funding. I had no idea. He gestured at the celebration, at Cora laughing with her friends across the room. Neither did I, Marcus said. I thought I was finished, done, but it turns out I was just waiting to begin. The book published in November to unexpected acclaim. Reviewers praised its honesty, its refusal to offer easy answers, its insistence that uncertainty was not the same as hopelessness. It became required reading in philosophy departments, policy programs, even medical ethics courses. But what mattered most to Marcus was a letter he received 3 months after publication from a woman in Oregon. She'd been diagnosed with early-onset Alzheimer's at 38, she wrote, and had been preparing to die. Then she'd read the book. It hadn't changed her prognosis, she said, but it had changed how she thought about the time she'd left. She was making plans again. Small ones, yes, but plans nonetheless. Marcus showed the letter to Cora, who cried over it and then insisted they frame it. This is why, she said. This is why we care about the future. Not because we can control it, but because our choices echo. We love forward. On their first anniversary, Marcus and Cora stood at the window of their apartment as dawn broke over the city. The view was nothing like his old place, less impressive, more human-scaled, but it was theirs. What should we plan for next year? Cora asked, leaning back against him. Marcus thought about it. A year ago he wouldn't have been able to answer. The future had been a wall, impenetrable and close. Now it stretched before him, uncertain but navigable. A trip, he said. Somewhere we've never been. Maybe Greece. You've always wanted to see the Parthenon. We could work on the new project there, the one about hope as epistemic virtue. We could. He kissed the top of her head. What else? I don't know. She turned in his arms, smiled up at him. That's the beauty of it, isn't it? We don't have to know. We just have to choose. The sun broke fully over the horizon, washing the room in gold. Marcus watched the light touch everything. The books on their shelves, the coffee maker and French press coexisting on the counter, the ring on Cora's finger that matched his own. Outside, the city was waking up. People were making plans, small and large. Some would work out, many wouldn't. But they were trying, all of them, to build futures from the uncertain present. Marcus thought about the title of their book, What We Owe Tomorrow. They owed tomorrow honesty. He'd come to understand, not certainty but presence, not predictions but choices. The willingness to show up, to try, to love forward into the unknown. Ready? Cora asked. He knew she was talking about breakfast, about starting their day. But the question felt larger somehow. Ready for what came next? For the uncertain future they were building together? Yes, Marcus said, and meant it. The end. The Duelist's promise. The salle d'armes on the Rue Saint-Honoré kept its secrets behind shuttered windows and a discreet brass plate that caught lamplight but revealed nothing. Inside, the air held the particular stillness of a room where violence had been practiced into art. The faint scent of lamp oil, leather, and honest sweat. The scrape of boot leather on polished wood. Christophe Valmont arrived precisely at the 9th hour, as was his custom in all things. The November rain had followed him from the Palais Royal, darkening the shoulders of his coat, and he shook the water from his hat with the same measured economy he brought to every gesture. He was a man who moved as though each action had been weighed beforehand and found just sufficient. The foyer was empty save for a single candelabra and the distant whisper of steel meeting steel. Valmont removed his gloves finger by finger and waited. He had learned patience in harder schools than this. The instructor appeared without preamble, emerging from the practice hall with a blade still in hand, not brandishing it, merely carrying it as one might carry an extension of one's own thought. The weapon found its place on the wall rack with a precision that spoke of ritual rather than habit. Monsieur Valmont? The voice was carefully modulated, neither high nor particularly low, the accent educated Parisian with something underneath it, not quite erased, not quite rural. Your prompt. I do not waste the time of masters. A slight inclination of the head acknowledged the courtesy. The instructor was perhaps 30, slender in the manner of men who favour endurance over strength, dressed in the simple dark coat and breeches that served for teaching. Dark hair was clubbed back severely. The face was clean-shaven, fine-boned, unremarkable until one noticed the eyes, grey as winter rain, and watching with an attention that felt like being weighed on scales one could not see. I am called Beaulieu, the instructor said, and I'm told you wish to improve your defence. I wish to remain alive, Valmont replied. I have been challenged 3 times this year alone, twice by men who had some justification, once by a fool who believed reputation could be borrowed at sword point. And the outcomes? 2 recoveries, 1 burial. Beaulieu's expression did not change, but something flickered in those measuring eyes. Not judgment exactly, but assessment. You come to me to increase that proportion, or to decrease your need for it. The latter, if possible, the former, if not. Honest, at least. Beaulieu moved to the weapons rack and selected 2 practice rapiers, testing each for balance before choosing one and extending it hilt first. We begin. The first lesson was revelation. Valmont had studied with 2 previous masters, one who had taught him to kill efficiently, another who had taught him to make it appear beautiful. Beaulieu taught him that he had been fighting as though his body were an instrument to be commanded rather than a language to be spoken. You think too much, Beaulieu said, after the 5th exchange had ended with Valmont's blade knocked aside almost contemptuously. Your mind decides, then instructs your arm. By the time the message arrives, your opponent has already moved. Then how? Stop thinking with your head. The practice blade tapped once against Valmont's solar plexus. Not hard, but present. Impossible to ignore. Think here, where breath lives. Your body knows things your mind is still debating. They worked for an hour, and Valmont found himself disassembled like a pocket watch, each component examined and found wanting, then slowly, carefully, put back together in a configuration that somehow made more sense than the original. When Beaulieu finally called halt, Valmont was breathing hard, his shirt clinging to his back beneath his waistcoat. You have good instincts, Beaulieu said, wiping down the practice blade with a cloth. They have been trained out of you by men who preferred system to sense. And you prefer sense to system? I prefer students who survive to students who die beautifully. Valmont found himself smiling, a rare expression and one that felt strange on his face. Then we are well matched in our goals. Something passed between them then, a current of understanding that had nothing to do with swordplay. Beaulieu looked away first, busying hands with returning the weapons to their proper place. Same time tomorrow, Monsieur Valmont, if you will have me. The words hung in the air a moment longer than strictly necessary. Then Beaulieu nodded, once, and disappeared back into the practice hall. Valmont walked home through rain-slick streets, and could not say why his pulse still beat faster than the walk demanded. The lessons became ritual, 3 times weekly, then 4, then 5. Valmont found excuses to appear on days when no lesson was scheduled. Question about footwork, a request to observe other students, a simple desire to verify that Beaulieu's other pupils received the same fierce attention he did. They did not. He watched from the shadows of the observation gallery as Beaulieu worked through the prescribed forms with wealthy merchants' sons and minor nobility. Patient, professional, competent. But there was none of the crackling intensity that characterized their own sessions, none of that peculiar current that made the air feel charged, electric. Valmont told himself this observation was professional interest. He was unconvincing even to himself. It was during the 7th week that things shifted. They had been working on deceptive distance, the art of appearing farther away than one truly was, when Beaulieu stepped in to adjust Valmont's stance. Hands on his hips, turning him incrementally, a light touch at the small of his back. "Here," Beaulieu said, and the voice was closer than it had ever been. Warm breath against Valmont's ear. Feel how the weight shifts, not leaning, centering. Valmont felt considerably more than the shift in his weight. He felt the heat of Beaulieu's body near enough to warm his shoulder blades. He felt his own pulse hammering against his throat. He felt the sudden, overwhelming awareness that they were alone in the practice hall, the afternoon light slanting through high windows, and that Beaulieu's hands had stilled on his hips but had not moved away. "Like this?" His own voice came out rougher than intended. A pause. Then Beaulieu stepped back cleanly, completely. Yes, exactly like that. They didn't speak of it, but Valmont noticed afterward how carefully they avoided contact. How Beaulieu demonstrated at a distance, using words where touch had served before. How they both pretended this was normal, expected, how it should be. The pretense lasted 3 days. "Tell me," Valmont said during a rest between exercises, "why did you become a master of arms?" Beaulieu was drinking water from a plain glass and paused mid-swallow. Set the glass down with care. An unusual question. Is it? Men usually have reasons for their professions. And what is yours, Monsieur Valmont? Why does a gentleman of obvious education and means make himself famous for duelling? I asked first. A flicker of something that might have been amusement. Very well. I learnt the blade because it was the one skill that could not be taken from me. A man with a sword and the knowledge to use it need never be powerless. A man, Valmont repeated softly. The grey eyes met his, perfectly level, perfectly opaque. Yes. The silence stretched. Valmont had built a career on reading men, on seeing through their masks to the fear or rage or desperation beneath. Beaulieu's face gave him nothing, and yet that very blankness spoke volumes, a wall raised with too much care. I duel, Valmont said finally, because I am very good at it, and because men mistake courtesy for weakness. I find it useful to remind them otherwise. And do you enjoy it? The reminding? No. The word was honest, stripped of artifice. I enjoy very little, Beaulieu. I do what I do well because it is what I know how to do. A sad epitaph, but an honest one. Beaulieu picked up the practice blade again, weighed it, set it down. Honesty is expensive. Everything worth having is. Their eyes met again, and this time neither looked away. The moment extended, fragile and waited, until somewhere in the building a door banged shut and they both startled like conspirators caught in the act of plotting. Again, Beaulieu said, and the professional mask was back in place, from the third guard. But Valmont noticed as they moved through the forms how Beaulieu's breathing had changed, how those careful hands trembled, almost imperceptibly, before finding their certainty again. He noticed, and he wondered what it meant that he had been watching closely enough to see. Winter settled over Paris with unusual ferocity. The Seine glazed with ice at its edges. The poor froze in their garrets while the wealthy built their fires higher and attended more salons, as though the concentration of warm bodies and warmer wine could hold back the cold through sheer collective will. Valmont found himself attending fewer such gatherings. His evenings were occupied with thoughts he could not quite name, and his mornings with anticipation of the lessons that had become the fixed points around which his days revolved. They had developed a custom of extending their sessions beyond the prescribed hour. Sometimes Beaulieu would ask about Valmont's opponents, what tells they had displayed, how he had read their intentions. Sometimes Valmont would press for details about Beaulieu's philosophy of the blade. The conversations meandered, circled, approached intimacy without ever quite breaching it. It was during one such extension, with the December light already failing and the practice hall lit more by shadow than by candles, that Beaulieu said something unexpected. "You asked once why I chose this profession." Valmont looked up from the bench where he'd been catching his breath. "You answered, power, independence." I answered partially. Beaulieu was standing by the window, silhouetted against the last of the daylight, face unreadable. "The full truth is that I chose it because I had no choice, because the alternative was to be something I could not bear to be. And what was that? Powerless, dependent, confined to a life where every freedom must be begged for, every desire filtered through another's permission." The words hung in the cold air. Valmont rose slowly, drawn forward by something he could not name. "That is not the life of most men." "No," Beaulieu agreed quietly. "It is not." The understanding hit him like a blade slipping past his guard. Clean, sharp, irrevocable. The careful neutrality of clothing. The voice pitched just so, the way. Beaulieu never attended the social gatherings where students invited their masters to be seen, to make connections, to build reputation through association. The walls, Valmont thought. All those careful walls. "I see," he said. Beaulieu turned from the window, and for the first time since they'd met, that composed face showed something raw. "Do you?" "I think so." Valmont took a step closer, then another. "You live as you must, not as you were told you should. At considerable cost. All freedom has a price. And if the price is discovery, scandal, the loss of everything I have built..." Valmont was close enough now to see the tension in Beaulieu's throat, the pulse beating visible beneath skin, close enough to notice details he had trained himself not to see. The curve of a lip, the delicacy of bone structure, the particular quality of fear mixing with something that might have been hope. "Then I would say," Valmont replied, and his voice had dropped to something barely above a whisper, "that you have built something remarkable enough to be worth defending." Beaulieu's breath caught audibly. "Why are you here, Valmont? Truly?" "I don't know." The admission cost him. "I came to learn the blade. I stayed because..." He stopped, started again. "I have spent my entire life learning to read people, to see through their presentations to the truth beneath. And you, I cannot read you. Every time I think I have found the pattern, you shift. It drives me to distraction. Is that what you want? To solve me like a puzzle? No. The word was immediate, certain. I want to know you. The difference is considerable. The grey eyes searched his face, looking for the lie, the trap, the inevitable betrayal. Valmont held himself still and let himself be examined. He had nothing to hide that mattered. If you knew me, Beaulieu said finally, you might be disappointed. I doubt that. Or horrified. I have killed 3 men, Beaulieu. I'm not easily horrified. A ghost of a smile touched those careful lips. You killed men who were trying to kill you. That is different from what I am. And what are you? The question hung between them. Beaulieu looked away toward the darkening window, toward anything but Valmont's face. I am someone who should send you away before this goes any further. But you won't. No. The word was quiet, defeated, strangely triumphant. God help me, I won't. Valmont reached out, slowly, telegraphing the movement, giving Beaulieu every chance to step back, and touched fingertips to the back of a hand. The contact was electric. Beaulieu flinched but did not pull away. What are we doing? Beaulieu whispered. I don't know, but I find I no longer wish to stop. They stood like that as the light failed completely, touching only at that single point of contact, breathing the same air, balanced on the edge of something neither of them had words for. Finally Beaulieu pulled back, but gently. You should go. I have students in the morning. And tomorrow? Our lesson? Tomorrow. A pause. Yes, tomorrow. Valmont collected his coat and hat, moving through the familiar ritual of departure. At the door he turned back. Beaulieu was still standing by the window, a dark shape against darkness. Thank you, Valmont said, for your honesty. It may be the most foolish thing I have ever done, or the bravest. He left before Beaulieu could reply, but he carried the image with him through the frozen streets, that solitary figure, silhouetted and still, wrapped in shadows that were both armour and prison. The lessons continued, but something fundamental had shifted. They no longer avoided contact. When Beaulieu adjusted Valmont's grip, the touch lingered. When they worked close-quarter techniques, they stood nearer than strictly necessary, until Valmont could smell the faint scent of soap and steel, could see the fine texture of skin at Beaulieu's throat. They talked more freely now. Beaulieu spoke, carefully, in fragments, about a childhood in Normandy, a family that had expectations that could not be met, a decision made in desperation and maintained through discipline. Valmont found himself reciprocating with truths he had not voiced in years, the loneliness of his reputation, the exhaustion of maintaining walls, the creeping suspicion that he had turned himself into exactly the kind of man he had once despised. Then change, Beaulieu said simply. It is not so easy as that. Nothing worthwhile is easy. But you're not carved in stone, Valmont. You can become something else. And what would you have me become? Those grey eyes met his, direct and devastating. Happy. I would have you become happy. The words struck him with unexpected force. When had anyone cared for his happiness? When had he? And you? Valmont asked. Are you happy? Beaulieu considered the question seriously. I am free. It is not the same thing, but it is not nothing. It should be both. Should, yes, but we live in the world as it is, not as it should be. Valmont caught Beaulieu's hand, not a touch this time, but a grasp, firm and sure. Then we change the world. You cannot be serious. I have never been more serious. Beaulieu stared at their joined hands, then up at Valmont's face. You understand what you're suggesting? The risk? Not just to me, but to you as well? Association with someone like me could what? Damage my reputation as a duelist? Beaulieu, I am already notorious. What is one more scandal to a man who has built his life on the edge of propriety? This is different. Yes, Valmont agreed. It is, because I have never cared before. The admission hung between them. Beaulieu's fingers tightened on his, a convulsive grip that betrayed everything the careful face tried to hide. This is madness, Beaulieu whispered. Then let us be mad together. The rumour started as such things always did, with a whisper in a salon, a raised eyebrow, a question that was not quite a question. Valmont heard it first at the Countess de Brienne's Wednesday gathering, from a man whose name he could never quite remember, but whose talent for malicious gossip was legendary. I hear you have taken up with Beaulieu, the man said, his tone carefully neutral. An unusual choice of master, is it not? Valmont kept his expression bored. Unusual in what regard? Oh, merely that no one seems to know anything about him. No family, no history. Rather mysterious for someone teaching the sons of the best families, wouldn't you say? I would say that a man's skill with a blade matters more than his genealogy. Of course. Still, one does wonder. There is something odd about him, don't you think? Something not quite. The man trailed off, his implication hanging in the air like smoke. Valmont excused himself before he did something regrettable, but the poison had been planted. He began to notice other things, the way conversation would still when he entered a room, the knowing looks exchanged between acquaintances. The invitations that had been extended were now quietly withdrawn. Paris society had caught the scent of scandal, and like wolves they were circling. Valmont went to the salle d'armes earlier than usual the next day, his mood black. Beaulieu took one look at his face and set aside the practice blades. What has happened? They are talking, asking questions. Beaulieu went very still. About me? About us. There is no us. You are my student. I am your instructor. Do not insult my intelligence, Beaulieu. We both know what this has become. Then we must end it. The words came out flat, final. Immediately, before you are damaged beyond repair. I don't care about... You should. Beaulieu's composure cracked, voice rising. You should care, Valmont. You have a name, a position, a future. I have nothing but this. A gesture at the practice hall, bitter and encompassing. And even this is built on a lie that could collapse at any moment. I will not drag you down with me. That is not your decision to make, isn't it? You think you understand what you're risking, but you don't. You cannot. You have never had to hide what you are, never had to wake each morning and put on a mask so complete that you sometimes forget what lies beneath it. Valmont stepped closer, but Beaulieu retreated, maintaining distance. Then let me know you. Let me see beneath the mask. No. Why? Because if you truly knew me, you would leave. Everyone does, in the end. I am not everyone. You're exactly like everyone. The words were sharp, cruel, designed to wound. You see what you wish to see, some romantic notion of forbidden love, some adventure to relieve the tedium of your privileged existence. But when reality intrudes, when the scandal becomes real and the costs become clear, you will do what all men of your class do. You will protect yourself and sacrifice what is inconvenient. The accusation stung, precisely because Valmont could not entirely deny it. How many times had he done exactly that? How many people had he discarded when they became complicated, problematic, embarrassing? I am trying to be different, he said quietly. Trying is not enough, not in this. Then what would be enough? Beaulieu looked at him with something that might have been grief. Nothing. There is nothing you can do, Valmont. The world is what it is. We are what we are. And some gaps cannot be bridged, no matter how much we might wish otherwise. I don't believe that. Then you are a fool. The word hung between them, and Valmont felt something in his chest constrict. If that is what you think of me, then perhaps you're right. Perhaps I should go. He turned toward the door, waiting, hoping for Beaulieu to call him back. But only silence followed him into the cold December morning. 3 weeks passed. Valmont did not return to the salle d'armes. He threw himself into his old life with savage determination, accepted every invitation, attended every gathering, made himself visible and sociable and utterly conventional. It did not help. The rumours persisted, growing more elaborate with each retelling. Valmont had been seen entering Beaulieu's establishment at odd hours. Valmont had cancelled social engagements to meet with his instructor. Valmont had been observed looking at Beaulieu with an expression that was decidedly unmasterly. And beneath the gossip, a darker current. Questions about Beaulieu's past, speculation about the instructor's origins, whispers that became more pointed, more dangerous. Valmont heard them and felt sick with complicity. By pulling away, by trying to protect his own reputation, he had only drawn more attention to the very thing he had hoped to shield. He had also, he realised with growing clarity, made the worst mistake of his life. On the 23rd day of his self-imposed exile, he received a note. The handwriting was unfamiliar, but the message was clear. You were right. Some gaps cannot be bridged, but perhaps they do not need to be. Perhaps we need only build a bridge strong enough to span them. Beaulieu post-scriptum. I lied. I am not brave enough to do this alone. Valmont read the note 3 times. Then he pulled on his coat and went out into the snow. The salle d'armes was dark when he arrived, but the door was unlocked. Valmont climbed the familiar stairs with his heart hammering against his ribs, uncertain what he would find, knowing only that he could not turn back now. Beaulieu was in the practice hall, standing in a shaft of moonlight that fell through the high windows. No candles, no pretense, just that solitary figure, waiting. You came, Beaulieu said quietly. Did you doubt I would? Yes. The honesty was stark. I have spent 3 weeks preparing myself for your absence. Valmont crossed the space between them, and this time he didn't stop at a careful distance. He came close enough to see the shadows beneath Beaulieu's eyes, the tension held in shoulders and jaw, the way hands clenched and unclenched at those sides. I owe you an apology, Valmont said. You were right. I didn't understand the risk. I didn't understand what I was asking of you. And now? Now I understand that I was wrong. Not about wanting to know you, that desire has not diminished, but about thinking it could be simple, or easy, or without consequence. Beaulieu closed eyes, a gesture of something that might have been pain or relief. The consequences have already begun. There is an investigation. One of my students, his father has connections with the Lieutenant General of Police. Questions are being asked about my background, my credentials, my right to teach. Then we leave Paris. And go where? Live how? Valmont, you're not thinking clearly. I am thinking more clearly than I ever have. He reached up, slowly, carefully, and touched fingertips to Beaulieu's face. The skin was cold from the winter air. I am thinking that I have spent my entire life being what others expected me to be. I am thinking that I am tired. I am thinking that when I am with you, I remember what it is to want something more than mere survival. Beaulieu's eyes opened, and they were bright with unshed tears. You would give up everything? Your name, your position, your entire life? My entire life is duels and salons and endless crushing loneliness. What exactly am I giving up? The possibility of something better, a conventional marriage, children, respectability. I don't want conventional, I want... Valmont stopped, searching for words adequate to the feeling in his chest. I want you, just as you are, whoever you are. You don't even know who that is. Then show me. The challenge hung between them. Beaulieu searched his face, looking for the weakness, the doubt, the moment where conviction would falter. Valmont held himself still and open, offering nothing but truth. Finally, Beaulieu stepped back, reached up to the ribbon that held back that dark hair, untied it with hands that trembled only slightly. Hair fell loose around a face that Valmont had studied for months without truly seeing. Still the same grey eyes, the same fine bones, the same mouth he had tried not to stare at, but different now, revealed. "My name is not Beaulieu," she said quietly. "It is Madeleine Beaulieu, if you prefer, and I am what you have likely already guessed." "A woman," Valmont said, meeting her eyes. "Madeleine, I have known this truth for months. I was only waiting for you to feel safe enough to share it. Yes. Teaching swordplay to men who would have you arrested if they knew. Yes. Living alone, unprotected, building a life from discipline and deception. Yes." Valmont let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. "My God, you are magnificent." Of all the reactions Madeleine might have expected, this was clearly not among them. She blinked, and a single tear escaped to track down her face. "You're not horrified." "Horrified? I am awed. I am humbled. I am entirely undone." He cupped her face in both hands, thumbs brushing away the wetness at her cheeks. "And I am more certain than ever that I would be a fool to let you go. Valmont, Christophe. My name is Christophe. Christophe." His name in her mouth sounded like a prayer. "This cannot work. You must see that. I see that it will be difficult. I see that we will have to be cleverer than those who would destroy us. I see that we will likely have to leave Paris, reinvent ourselves, build something entirely new." He leaned forward until their foreheads touched. "And I see that I do not care, because the alternative is to live without this, without you, and I find I cannot bear it. You're either very brave or very stupid. Can I not be both?" She laughed, a sound that was half sob. "You're impossible. I am in love with you. It amounts to the same thing." The words fell into silence. Madeleine pulled back just far enough to search his face. "You cannot mean that. I have never meant anything more in my life. We have known each other mere months. I have known you every day of those months. I have seen you patient with fools, fierce with competence, careful with truth. I have watched you move through the world as though it might devour you at any moment, and yet you do not hide. You simply become sharper, quicker, more absolutely yourself." His grip on her face gentlened, became a caress. "How could I not love you? You love an illusion. I love a woman brave enough to become a man to claim her freedom. I love a swordsman who fights as though every blade were a prayer. I love—" He kissed her forehead, her temple, the corner of her mouth. "You, however you choose to exist in this world." Madeleine made a sound that might have been surrender. Her hands came up to grip his coat, holding him close even as her body trembled. "If we do this, if we truly do this, there is no safety, no guarantee. We could lose everything. We could, but we could also gain something worth having. And what is that? Each other. Is that not enough?" She looked at him for a long moment, and he saw the exact instant when the walls came down, saw vulnerability and desire and fear and hope chase across her face like clouds across the moon, saw the moment when she decided to trust him. "Yes," she whispered. "God help me. Yes, it is enough." He kissed her then, finally, inevitably. Her mouth was soft against his, tentative at first, then hungry. She tasted like winter and salt and something he could not name but would remember forever. They broke apart only to breathe, foreheads pressed together, hands tangled in each other's clothes. "What do we do?" Madeleine asked against his mouth. "Now, or in general?" "Both." Christoph pulled back just enough to meet her eyes. In general, we plan. We find a way to disappear from Paris before the investigation finds what it is looking for. We go somewhere we can be what we need to be, together. And now, he smiled, and it was not the careful expression he showed to Paris society. It was real and raw and entirely hers. Now, we stop being careful. She must have seen the desire in his face because she coloured, even in the moonlight. But she did not pull away. I have never, she started, then stopped. That is, I have no experience with, nor do I, not like this. He touched her hair, learning the texture of it. We will discover it together. Here? I have rooms nearby, but only if you wish it. I will not press you for anything you're not ready to give. Madeleine looked around the practice hall, the space where she had built her life, maintained her disguise, held the world at bay through discipline and deception. Then she looked back at him. I have spent 10 years being careful, she said quietly. Perhaps it is time to be reckless. His rooms were spare, gentlemen's lodgings without pretension. Christoph lit candles with hands that shook slightly, aware of Madeleine standing in the centre of his sitting room, still wearing the severe masculine clothing that had become her armour. I should tell you, she said suddenly, that I am afraid. He turned from the candles. Of me, of this, of wanting it, of what happens after. The after is uncertain, but the now. He crossed to her, took her hands in his. The now is ours, whatever we make of it. She nodded, and he saw her gathering her courage like a blade being raised to guard. Then she reached up and began to unwind the linen that bound her chest flat. Let me, Christoph said gently. His fingers found the pins and clasps she had used to reshape herself, and one by one he removed them. The coat, the waistcoat, the careful binding beneath. Each layer revealed more of her, the shape she had disguised, the delicate skin that lived only in shadow. She stood before him finally in nothing but her shirt and breeches, and he could see the vulnerability in the way she held herself, prepared for rejection or disgust. Beautiful, he said simply. I am not. You are. He traced the line of her collarbone down to where her heart beat visibly beneath skin. You are everything. She pulled him down into a kiss that was deeper than before, more urgent. Her hands found the buttons of his coat, his waistcoat, working them free with fingers made clever by years of precise movement. His own hands learned the map of her, the sharp edge of shoulder blade, the dip of spine, the unexpected softness of breast against his palm. They made it to his bedroom through mutual momentum, shedding clothes like unnecessary armour. The bed was cool linen and moonlight, and when they fell into it together, Christoph felt something in his chest unlock that he had not known was closed. Tell me what you want, he whispered against her neck. I don't know. I've never allowed myself to. Want? Then let me tell you what I want. He kissed the curve of her neck, her shoulder. I want to understand you. I want to learn what brings you joy, what makes you tremble, what makes my name sound like something sacred on your lips. She gasped as his kisses travelled downward. Her hands tangled in his hair, holding him close. Christoph. Yes, like that. He took his time, mapping her with hands and mouth, learning the language of her body. She was responsive in ways she clearly had not expected, shocked by her own desire. When his hand slid between her thighs, she tensed. I have you, he murmured. You're safe with me. She relaxed incrementally, and when his fingers found the heat of her, she made a sound he would remember for the rest of his life, surprised and desperate and entirely his. Please, she whispered, though whether she was asking him to stop or continue, he was not certain. He chose to continue, slowly, learning what rhythm made her breathing change, what pressure made her hips lift toward his hand. She came apart gradually, beautifully. her face transformed by something beyond pleasure, a kind of recognition, as though she were discovering a part of herself that had always existed but never been acknowledged. When she finally shattered, she cried out his name, and he held her through the aftershocks, feeling humbled and grateful and entirely undone. She pulled him up to kiss him, tasting her own pleasure on his lips. "I want to touch you," she said against his mouth. "You don't have to. I know. I want to." Her hands were clever and careful, learning him as he had learned her. When she wrapped her fingers around him, he groaned into her hair, overwhelmed by the sensation and by the knowledge of who was touching him, what it meant. "Show me," she said. "Show me how." He guided her hand, his own covering hers, finding a rhythm that made his vision blur. She watched his face with the same fierce attention she brought to everything, as though she were memorizing him. "Madeline," he gasped, "I'm going to—" "Yes," she said simply. "Let me see you." Pleasure overtook him with his face buried in her neck, her name on his lips, her hand still moving on him with careful, perfect pressure. Afterward they lay tangled together, breathing hard, the sheets twisted around them. Christoph pulled her close, her back to his chest, his face in her hair. "That was—" he started. "Yes," she agreed. "It was." They lay in silence for a long moment. Then Madeline said very quietly, "What happens now? Now we sleep. Tomorrow we plan. We find a way to build a life that can hold both of us. Is that even possible?" He tightened his arms around her. "I don't know, but I am willing to find out." She turned in his embrace, her grey eyes searching his in the darkness. "I am afraid I will wake and find this was a dream. Then I will be here to remind you it was real." She kissed him, soft and slow. "Thank you." "For what?" "For seeing me, for choosing me, for being reckless enough to believe this could work." "The recklessness is mutual," she smiled against his mouth. "Then we are well matched." "Yes," he agreed, "we are." Dawn crept softly through the windows, illuminating two figures nested close. Christoph woke first, careful not to disturb the woman sleeping against his shoulder. In sleep, Madeline's face was unguarded, young, the tension that she carried like armour fallen away. He studied her, the dark sweep of lashes against her cheek, the soft parting of lips, the way her hand curled against his chest. This was the person she had hidden from the world, protected behind layers of disguise and discipline. That she had chosen to reveal herself to him felt like a gift beyond measure. She stirred as the light strengthened, grey eyes opening to meet his. For a moment there was confusion, then memory, then something that might have been wonder. "You're still here," she said softly. "Where else would I be? I thought perhaps I had dreamed you. If so, we're sharing the same dream." She reached up to touch his face, fingers tracing the line of his jaw. "What do we do now?" "Now?" He caught her hand, pressed a kiss to her palm. "Now we decide what we're willing to fight for." They rose and dressed, Madeline in her masculine clothing, Christoph in his gentleman's attire. The transformation was jarring, a reminder that the intimacy of the night would have to be hidden in the harsh light of day. Over breakfast they made their plans. Christoph had some resources, money his father had left him that he had never touched. Madeline had saved most of her teaching fees, knowing that her position was always precarious. "We could go to Italy," Christoph suggested. "I have cousins in Florence who have not seen me since I was a child. We could present ourselves as what? Man and wife, brother and sister, as what we are. Two people trying to build a life." Madeline set down her cup. "You understand that even if we leave Paris, even if we find some place more tolerant, I cannot simply become what you need me to be. I cannot wake up one morning and be comfortable in skirts and silence. I am not asking you to." "Then what are you asking?" "Nothing. I am offering a partnership. A life where you can be whoever you need to be, and I can be the person who stands beside you. People will talk. Let them. What can they say that is worse than what has already been whispered? She looked at him for a long moment. You're serious about this? Entirely. You would leave everything you know. I would leave everything I am supposed to be, to become something better. Madeleine laughed, a sound edged with disbelief and hope. You are either the bravest man I've ever met or the most foolish. I believe we've had this conversation before, and my answer remains the same. You are both. The decision, once made, became action. Christophe settled his affairs with ruthless efficiency, selling his lease, converting assets to portable wealth, writing letters to acquaintances that said nothing while implying his departure was for business interests abroad. Madeleine was more surgical. She had always known this day might come, had planned for it in the quiet hours when fear outweighed hope. Her students were referred to other masters, her weapons and equipment were sold or given away. The salle d'armes was vacated before the month's end. The only thing she kept was her blade, the rapier that had been her first, the one she'd used to teach herself the art that had become her freedom. I will not leave this, she told Christophe. When he found her in the empty practice hall, the weapon laid across her knees. It is the only thing that has never betrayed me. Then we bring it, he said simply. Whatever matters to you, we bring. They left Paris on a grey morning in late January, when the city was still sleeping off the excesses of the previous night. No farewell gatherings, no dramatic gestures. They simply departed, two travellers among hundreds, unremarkable and unremembered. The journey to Italy took 3 weeks, by coach, by horse, by foot when the roads became impassable with snow. They travelled as Monsieur Valmont and his companion, a young man of indeterminate origins who served as secretary and guard. The disguise was familiar to Madeleine, comfortable in its deception. But at night, in the inns where they stopped, Christophe would take down her hair and kiss the truth of her until she trembled. They made love quietly, urgently, claiming each other over and over as though repetition could make the impossible real. Florence welcomed them with spring flowers and indifferent curiosity. Christophe's cousins were less concerned with his companion's gender than with the possibility that Christophe might want to borrow money. When assured that this was not the case, they offered the loan of a small house in the hills above the city and left them to their own devices. The house was old, vine-covered, with a courtyard that caught the morning sun. Madeleine stood in the centre of it and turned slowly, taking in the walls, the sky, the space that might, possibly, become safety. "What do you think?" Christophe asked. "I think it is a beginning." They spent the first weeks making the house livable, learning the rhythms of the city, figuring out how to exist as something other than teacher and student, gentleman and secret. It was not always easy. Madeleine struggled with the enforced intimacy of shared space, with being known so completely that disguise became impossible. Christophe struggled with his own uselessness, a gentleman trained for nothing practical, trying to build a life with no framework to guide him. They argued, they learned, they compromised, and slowly, carefully, they began to build something that resembled a life. Christophe found work tutoring the children of English expatriates, teaching them French and swordsmanship. The irony was not lost on him. He who had learned to teach from Madeleine, now passing on her wisdom to privileged children who would never know the source. Madeleine was more circumspect. She taught privately, 1 or 2 students at a time, carefully vetted. Women, mostly, who wanted to learn to defend themselves and didn't ask too many questions about why a young man would be willing to teach them. One such student was a widow named Caterina, sharp-eyed and sharp-tongued, who saw through Madeleine's disguise within 3 lessons. "I have not said anything," she told Madeleine over wine one evening, "because it is not my business. But you should know that Florence is full of people living as they must rather than as they are told. You're not as alone as you think." The words were a gift Madeleine had not known she needed. That night she told Christophe about the conversation, and he held her while she cried, not from fear but from the release of tension she had carried for so long that she had forgotten it was there. "You see," he murmured into her hair, "we can do this. We are doing this." "I know, it's just strange to believe it. Yes, I understand. I wake some mornings and think I have dreamed you, dreamed all of this." She pulled back to look at him. "And what do you do then?" "I reach for you, and you are real, and I remember that sometimes the impossible is simply the difficult disguised as the unattainable." She kissed him, long and deep. "You're becoming a philosopher. I am becoming happy. It is terrifying." "Good," she said. "We can be terrified together." Spring became summer. Summer faded into autumn. They built routines, morning coffee in the courtyard, evenings walking through the city streets, nights tangled together in the bed they had learned to share. There were still moments of fear. Word from Paris, carried by travellers, spoke of the investigation into Beaulieu's identity. The authorities had found the salle d'armes empty. The instructor vanished, but suspicion lingered like smoke. "Do you regret it?" Madeleine asked one night, after particularly disturbing news. "Leaving?" Christophe considered the question seriously. "I regret the necessity of it. I regret that the world is what it is. But choosing you, choosing this life, no, never. Even though we must still be careful. Even so, Madeleine, I spent 30 years being exactly what I was supposed to be. Perfect, presentable, empty. I am done with that. I would rather be imperfect and real with you than perfect and alone without you. You are not imperfect. I am deeply imperfect. I am reckless and impulsive, and I have thrown away a comfortable life for something uncertain and difficult." He pulled her close. "And I have never been happier." She tucked her head beneath his chin. "Nor have I. It frightens me sometimes, this happiness, as though it might be taken away. Then we will simply have to hold it tightly while we can." The proposal came in October, presented by Katerina over dinner. "There is a man," she said, "who wishes to open a school, not for young nobles learning to duel, but for practical defence. He needs instructors who understand that a blade is a tool, not a toy. I thought of you both." Christophe and Madeleine exchanged glances. "Both of us?" Christophe asked. "You think I have not noticed that you teach together? That you move around each other as though you share one mind?" Katerina smiled. "My late husband was a swordsman. I know what partnership in the blade looks like." "It would require revealing," Madeleine started. "Not necessarily. The school would welcome anyone willing to learn, regardless of sex or station. If you wish to teach as you are," a meaningful look at Madeleine, "you could. If you wish to maintain your disguise, that also would be acceptable. The choice would be yours." The offer hung between them, tempting and terrifying. "May we consider it?" Christophe asked. "Of course. But do not wait too long. The world may be slow to change, but it does change, and opportunities like this do not come often." They discussed it late into the night, weighing freedom against exposure, possibility against fear. "What do you want?" Christophe asked finally. Madeleine was quiet for a long time. "I want to stop hiding," she said at last. "I want to teach as myself, whoever that is. I want to wake in the morning and not spend the first hour constructing a mask." She looked at him. "But I will not risk you for my freedom." "Then risk us both for our shared freedom, because I want the same things you do. I want a life where we can be ourselves together, without apology. It could all fall apart. It could. Or it could work. We will not know unless we try." Madeleine took his hand. "Then let us try." The school opened in the new year, in a converted warehouse near the Arno. The sign above the door read Accademia della Llama, Academy of the Blade, and below it, in smaller letters, Instructors, Valmont and Beaulieu. They taught together, Christophe in his gentleman's attire, Madeleine in whatever clothing suited the day, sometimes masculine, sometimes feminine, sometimes something in between. Their students were a mix of men and women, young and old, wealthy and poor. Some left when they realised the truth. Most stayed. Word spread, as it always did. But in Florence, among the expatriates and artists, and those who had come to the city specifically because it asked fewer questions than other places, the scandal never quite caught fire. Instead, what spread was reputation. The Academy became known for producing students who understood the blade not as a symbol of status but as an extension of will, who fought with precision and intelligence rather than brute force, who carried themselves with a confidence that came from competence rather than privilege, and at the centre of it the two instructors, who moved around each other like dancers, who finished each other's sentences, who demonstrated techniques with a partnership that went beyond mere skill. People speculated, naturally, but speculation without confirmation is just noise, and Christophe and Madeleine had learned to live in the space between truth and revelation. They did not flaunt their relationship, but neither did they hide it. They lived as they could, partners in work, partners in life, partners in the small domestic rituals that made a life worth living. On the anniversary of their first lesson, Christophe found Madeleine in the empty practice hall, running through forms in the early morning light. "May I join you?" he asked. She smiled and tossed him a practice blade. "Always." They moved through the familiar patterns, the dance they had been learning for over a year now, advance and retreat, attack and parry, the constant negotiation of space and distance and pressure. At the end, they stood facing each other, blades crossed at the guard, neither pressing for advantage. "To first blood?" Madeleine asked, eyes bright with challenge. "No," Christophe said. "To happiness, to freedom, to us." He lowered his blade in salute. She returned the gesture, and they stood like that in the morning light. Two people who had risked everything for the chance to be themselves together. "Was it worth it?" Madeleine asked quietly. Christophe looked at her. This woman who had taught him that courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to be vulnerable anyway. Who had shown him that love was not possession, but recognition. Who had transformed his life from something he endured into something he chose, daily, with full knowledge of its costs and its gifts. Every moment, he said, every single one. She crossed the distance between them and kissed him, there in the space where they had first begun to see each other truly. The kiss tasted like salt and morning and promise. When they broke apart, she took his hand. "Come, we have students in an hour and I want breakfast first. Practical as always. Someone has to be." They walked out together into the Florentine morning, hand in hand, no longer hiding. Behind them the practice hall waited, empty now, but soon to be filled with the sound of steel on steel, the scrape of boots on wood, the patient instruction that turned fear into competence and strangers into students. It was a small life, perhaps, measured against the grand ambitions of Paris society, but it was theirs, built with intention and protected with love, and that they had learned was enough, more than enough. It was everything. In the quiet moments, when the day's work was done, and they sat together watching the sun set over the Arno, Christophe would sometimes ask Madeleine what she was thinking. "That I am happy," she would reply, "and that I spent so long being afraid of exactly this." "Do you still fear it?" "Every day, but I have learned that fear is not a reason to stop. It is simply a companion on the journey. A wise philosophy. I learned it from someone who taught me that the blade is not the point. The point is what you choose to defend with it." "And what do you defend?" She would take his hand then, threading their fingers together. "This. Us. the life we have made from impossibility and stubbornness and love. A formidable defence, the only one worth maintaining. And in the gathering dark, with the city lights beginning to glow like earthbound stars, they would sit together. Two people who had learned that sometimes the bravest act is not to fight, but to choose vulnerability, to let down the armour and trust that what is revealed will be met with recognition rather than rejection, to love and be loved for exactly who you are. This was their promise, made once in darkness, renewed daily in light, and it held. If this is enough. The clock in Dr. Raman's office ticks with the aggressive precision of something expensive. She watches the second hand complete another rotation, while her husband shifts beside her on the cream-coloured sofa, his hand resting on his knee, close enough to reach for hers but separate. "Let's try something different today," Dr. Raman says, her pen poised above her yellow legal pad. "I'd like each of you to write a letter to the other. Not to share aloud, just to write. Sometimes we discover what we mean by seeing it on the page. The assignment feels both absurd and dangerous. They've been married for 7 years. What could possibly need to be written that hasn't already been said in the careful architecture of their shared life?" But she takes the paper Dr. Raman offers, and so does he. "Dear Michael, do you remember the library? Not ours, the one where we met. November, I think, or maybe early December. You were in the economics section, and I was supposed to be researching 18th century literature, but I'd gotten distracted by the way the afternoon light came through those tall windows. You looked up and our eyes met, and for just a moment I thought, but I didn't think anything. That's the truth. Or if I did, I thought, this is someone I could know. This is someone safe." She stops writing, looks up. Michael's pen moves steadily across his page, his brow furrowed in that familiar expression of concentration. She spent 7 years watching that face, learning its vocabulary of small tensions and releases. The scholarship that brought her to that campus had felt like a lifeline, a way out of a childhood spent making do, making less seem like enough. She'd learned early that gratitude was its own form of currency, that if you were careful and quiet and didn't ask for too much, people would let you stay. Michael had been careful too, she realises now, methodical in his affection, building their relationship like one of his economic models, variables controlled, outcomes predicted, risk minimised. 5 more minutes, Dr. Raman says gently. You proposed in that same library, do you remember? In the archives room where no one ever went. You said you'd been carrying the ring for 2 months, waiting for the perfect moment. But then you realised that we didn't need perfect. We needed real. I said yes immediately. I didn't hesitate. Why didn't I hesitate? She sets down her pen. That last line wasn't supposed to appear. She folds the paper quickly before Michael can see, before Dr. Raman can ask her to share. Time, Dr. Raman says. You can keep those, or share them later, if you choose. But I want you both to notice. How did it feel to write to each other rather than speak? Michael clears his throat. Easier, he says, and harder. She nods, still clutching her folded paper. That night, in their carefully curated bedroom, grey walls, white bedding, a single framed photograph from their honeymoon. In Montreal, she lies awake listening to Michael's breathing slow and deepen. The letter's in her purse downstairs in the kitchen where she left it. She should destroy it. Instead, she gets up quietly, goes downstairs in the dark and writes another. Dear Michael, what if careful isn't enough? What if all this time we've been so busy building something stable that we forgot to ask if it was what we actually wanted? I'm afraid that if I say this out loud, you'll think I'm ungrateful, or worse, that I'm someone who doesn't know how to be satisfied. My mother used to say that about women who left their marriages. She didn't know when she had it good. But here's what I can't stop thinking about. What if having it good isn't the same as having it right? What if I'm hungry for something I can't even name? She folds this letter too, puts it in the back of the drawer where she keeps old receipts and expired coupons and other small evidences of a life being lived within careful margins. Upstairs, Michael is still sleeping. She stands in the doorway and watches him. This good man, this kind man, this man who has never once raised his voice or forgotten an anniversary, or failed to notice when she's had a hard day. This man she married because he felt like safety. This man she's beginning to realise she's never fully desired. The thought stops her breath. She goes back downstairs, pulls out the letter, adds one more line. What if I told you that sometimes I dream about running? Not from you. Never from you. Just running. Into something I can't see yet. Something that might be waiting. If only I were brave enough to look. She puts the letter away and goes back to bed. Michael turns toward her in his sleep, his arm draping across her waist with the unconscious familiarity of 7 years of shared nights. She lies very still and thinks about the library, about that first moment, about how she told herself that what she felt wasn't disappointment but something more, mature, relief. Relief that she'd found someone who wouldn't ask her to be anything other than what she already was, someone who would never require her to run. The clock on the nightstand ticks through the dark hours. Outside, November rain begins to fall on their tidy neighbourhood with its tidy lawns and its tidy lives, and she lies there, awake and still, wondering if the problem with careful is that it never has to be brave. Dr. Raman assigns homework. Spend 30 minutes each day in conversation without solving anything. Just talk, she says. See what emerges when you're not trying to fix it. They choose evening walks. Their neighbourhood is designed for them. Young professionals with modest but growing ambitions. Trees planted at mathematically pleasing intervals. Sidewalks smooth enough for running strollers though they don't have children yet. Haven't decided if they want them. Or rather, haven't decided if they want the version of themselves that would have them. Tell me something I don't know, Michael says on the third walk. His hands are in his pockets. They're not holding hands these days, though neither has acknowledged the shift. She thinks for a long time. The air smells like chimney smoke and fallen leaves. Someone is cooking dinner. Garlic, butter, something rich. I'm not sure I know how to be happy, she says finally. He stops walking. What? I know how to be grateful. I know how to be satisfied. I know how to make a list of everything that's good and tell myself that's enough. But actual happiness, the kind where you're not checking to make sure it's still there, I don't know if I've ever felt that. Not sustained. Not without underneath it this feeling that it could all be taken away. Michael stands very still. A leaf falls between them. Because of your childhood, he says carefully, not a question. Maybe, probably. Does it matter why? It matters because... He stops, starts again. Because I've spent 7 years trying to give you security. I thought that was what you needed. I thought if I could just be stable enough, present enough, if I could prove that I wasn't going anywhere, you thought you could fix me. I thought I could love you into feeling safe. She looks at him then, really looks, and sees something she's never allowed herself to see before. He's terrified too. Terrified that love might not be enough. Terrified that all his careful constancy might be insufficient. Michael, she says softly, what if neither of us can be fixed? They walk in silence after that. 3 more blocks, then home to the house they bought together. The mortgage they split exactly down the middle, the life they've architected with such meticulous fairness. In the kitchen, making tea, he says, "Do you remember the night before our wedding?" She nods. They'd stayed apart that night, observing tradition. She'd been at her mother's house, in her childhood bedroom, staring at the ceiling and thinking about thresholds. "I almost called you," he says, "around midnight. I wanted to, I don't know, make sure you were sure. Why didn't you? Because I was afraid you'd say you weren't. The kettle whistles. Neither moves to turn it off. And now, she asks, now I'm afraid you'll say you weren't. Past tense. That you made a mistake and you've been too kind to tell me. She turns off the burner, pours water over tea bags, watching the colour bloom and spread. I don't think I made a mistake, she says slowly. I think I made the safest choice I knew how to make. And I think maybe we both did. He takes his mug, wraps both hands around it though the ceramic is too hot. Is safe such a terrible thing to be? His voice is barely audible, no, but it might be a terrible thing to settle for. That night they lie in bed without touching. Not angry, not distant, just separate. She can feel the inches between them like a physical presence, a gap that contains all the words they don't know, how to say. Can I tell you something? Michael says into the dark. Yes. When we met, I was in love with someone else, a woman from my ethics seminar. She was brilliant, terrifying. She said whatever she thought and didn't apologise, and she wanted things loudly, demanded them. She was going to change the world and she knew it. He pauses. She doesn't speak. And I was drawn to her like gravity, but I was also exhausted by her. Every conversation felt like a test I was failing. Every silence felt like an accusation. When she finally ended it, told me I was too careful, too timid, that I'd never actually take a risk, I was devastated and relieved. And then you met me, she says quietly. And then I met you, and you didn't require anything I couldn't give. You didn't push, you didn't demand, you just accepted. Me, us, this. He turns toward her, though they still don't touch. I thought that was love, he says, the absence of fear, the presence of peace. What do you think it is now? I don't know anymore, but I think maybe love is supposed to ask something of you, supposed to require you to grow, and I think I chose you because you let me stay exactly who I was. The confession hangs in the air between them, not cruel, but devastating in its honesty. Why are you telling me this? She whispers. Because Dr. Rahman said to tell you something you don't know, and because if we're going to do this, actually do this, figure out if this marriage can be something more than safe, then I need you to know that I'm as afraid as you are. She reaches out then, not to comfort, but to confirm. Her hand finds his in the dark, palm to palm. His skin is warm, familiar. They lie like that for a long time, holding hands like teenagers, like people who don't yet know how to ask for more than this small connection. I've been writing letters, she says finally. Letters I don't send. To you. What do they say? Things I'm afraid to say out. Loud. Will you show me? I don't know. Maybe. Eventually. His thumb moves across her knuckles, a small gesture that contains multitudes. I want to read them, he says, even if they hurt, especially if they hurt. She thinks about the drawer downstairs, about the folded papers accumulating like small acts of sedition. Letters that say, what if this isn't enough? What if I need something I can't name? What if the life we've built is a beautiful prison and neither of us has the courage to ask for the key? Okay, she says, but not yet. I'm not ready yet. When you are. They fall asleep still holding hands, but in the morning she wakes alone. Michael is already up, already dressed, already performing the morning routine that shapes their days. Coffee made, newspaper skimmed, emails checked. When she comes downstairs, he kisses her forehead, a habit so ingrained neither of them remembers when it started, and asks if she slept well. Fine, she says, though she dreamed all night, of running. On their next walk he asks her about desire. Not just, I don't mean sex, though that too, but what do you desire? If you could have anything, be anything, do anything. The question is so enormous she almost laughs. I don't know. That's the problem. I don't know how to want things, not real things, not things that might require me to be selfish or difficult or demanding. Try, he says, just try. What if there were no consequences? What if you couldn't fail? What if I wasn't here to disappoint? They've stopped walking. They're standing under a streetlight that's flickering, some malfunction in its timing, so it keeps going dark and then bright again, dark and then bright. I want, she says slowly, testing each word, to feel necessary, not needed in the way that's about function, not about being useful or good or appropriate. I want to feel like my presence in the world makes some kind of essential difference, like I'm not just, she struggles for the word, interchangeable. The light flickers. In the darkness she can barely see his face. You've never felt that? He asks. With me? I felt cherished, protected, valued. She takes a breath, but not necessary. Not like if I disappeared, there would be a hole in the shape of me. More like I've been a good solution to the problem of your loneliness. It's the most honest thing she's ever said to him, and she braces for his anger, his hurt, his defence. Instead, he says, yes, I think that's fair. The light comes back on. They look at each other. I don't know how to love someone in the way you're describing, he says. I don't know if I'm capable of that kind of intensity, obsession, whatever you want to call it. I love through steadiness, through showing up, through being present and predictable, and I don't know if that will ever feel like enough to you. I don't know either, she admits. They walk home in silence, but something has shifted. Not resolution, but recognition. That night she writes another letter. Dear Michael, you asked what I desire. Here's the truth. I desire to be devoured. Not destroyed. Devoured. I want someone to need me the way fire needs air. I want to be looked at like I'm the answer to a question someone's been asking their whole life. I want to matter urgently, not just steadily. And I don't know if that's something you can give me. I don't know if it's something anyone can give anyone. Maybe it's something I have to give myself. But here's what I do know. I don't want to spend the rest of my life being grateful for a love that doesn't challenge me. I don't want to be comfortable. I want to be claimed. And I don't know if that makes me ungrateful or honest. But I'm tired of not knowing the difference. She folds the letter, adds it to the drawer. Upstairs, Michael is already asleep. She stands in the doorway watching him. This good man. This careful man. And feels a tenderness so acute it's almost grief, because she loves him, and she's beginning to understand that love might not be enough. The letter is discovered on a Wednesday. She doesn't remember leaving it out. Must have been careless, distracted, must have forgotten to put it back in the drawer with the others. Michael finds it in the morning while looking for a warranty receipt. Something mundane, something that doesn't matter now, and will never matter again. She's upstairs when she hears the silence change quality, the particular stillness of someone absorbing a blow. When she comes down, he's sitting at the kitchen table, the letter unfolded between his hands. He's not reading it anymore, just staring at it, like it might rearrange itself into something less damaging. Michael, she says, but her voice has no power. He looks up. His face is very pale. How many are there? She doesn't pretend to misunderstand. 8, maybe 9. All like this? Some, not all. Some are kinder. He makes a sound that might be a laugh, but isn't. Kinder. Jesus. He puts his head in his hands. I'm not sure which would be worse, if you'd been planning to show them to me or if you never were. She sits down across from him. The morning light is coming through the kitchen window, illuminating the breakfast dishes neither of them has cleared, the coffee growing cold in their mugs. Evidence of an ordinary morning about to calcify into the morning everything changed. I wasn't planning anything, she says. I was just trying to figure out what I felt, what I wanted. And what you wanted was to be devoured. He picks up the letter, quotes from it without looking. "I want someone to need me the way fire needs air." That's what you wrote. 3 weeks ago, according to the date. Yes. Did you mean it? She wants to lie, wants to soften it, explain it away, tell him it was just words, just a confused moment, just the aftermath of too much therapy. Instead, she says, "Yes, I meant it." He leaves for work without saying goodbye. She hears the door close, the car start, the sound of him driving away. She sits at the kitchen table for a long time, the letter still lying there, her handwriting looking strange and accusatory in the morning light. She reads it again, tries to find the lie in it, the exaggeration, the unfair thing that would let her take it back. But it's all true. Every word. She wants to be necessary. She wants to matter urgently. She wants to be more than a good solution to someone's loneliness. And she doesn't know if Michael can give her that. Worse, she doesn't know if she has the right to ask. He doesn't come home that night. Sends a text around 6, staying at David's. Need time to think. She walks through their house, their carefully assembled life, and sees it differently now. The furniture they chose together at IKEA, assembling it on Saturday afternoons with patient domesticity. The paint colours they debated, settling always on the safest choice, the one that wouldn't offend or challenge. The bookshelves organised by subject, then alphabetically, because Michael likes order and she likes the look of order even if she doesn't care about it intrinsically. Everything in this house is a compromise. Everything is reasonable. Nothing demands anything. She makes dinner for one, doesn't eat it. Pours a glass of wine, then a second. Sits on their sensible grey couch and stares at the wall. Around 9, her phone rings. It's Michael. "I read the others," he says without preamble. Her stomach drops. "How did you—" "The drawer under the warranties. I found them all. I've been at David's reading them." She closes her eyes. "Do you know what the worst part is?" His voice is very steady, very controlled. "Not that you're unhappy. I knew you were unhappy. Maybe not how much, but I knew. The worst part is that in 8 letters, you never once say that you love me. Michael, you say you respect me. You say you're grateful. You say I'm a good man, a kind man, a safe man. But you never say you love me. Did you notice that?" She hadn't. But now that he's said it, she can't unsay it. "I do love you," she whispers. "Do you? Or do you just appreciate me? Because those aren't the same thing, and I think we've been pretending they are for 7 years," she can't answer. "I need to ask you something," he says, "and I need you to be honest. Is there someone else?" "No. God, no. There's never been anyone else." "I don't mean physically. I mean in your head. In these letters. Are you writing to me, or are you writing to someone you wish I was?" The question lands like a blade. "I don't know," she says. The line is quiet for a long time. "I'll be at David's for a while," he says finally. "A week. Maybe more. You can stay in the house. It's half yours anyway. But I need—" His voice cracks. "I need time to figure out if I'm mourning something I never actually had." "Michael, I loved you," he says. Past tense. I'm not sure I can say it in the present. Anymore. Not until I know if the person I loved actually exists. He hangs up before she can respond. She doesn't sleep. She lies in their bed. Her bed now, temporarily, maybe permanently, and stares at the ceiling and thinks about all the ways she's been cruel without meaning to be. Because he's right. She never said she loved him. Not in the letters. Not in the raw, unguarded place where she was trying to be honest. She said she wanted to be devoured. She said she was hungry. She said she felt like she was living in a beautiful prison. But she never said, "I love you." And that's what makes this so hard. Around 3 in the morning she gets up and writes another letter. But this one she doesn't fold and hide. This one she leaves on his pillow. where he'll find it if he comes home. When he comes home. If. Dear Michael, you're right. I never said I loved you. I don't know why. Maybe because I was so busy trying to explain what was wrong that I forgot to name what was right. But here it is. I love you. I have always loved you. Even when I was writing those other letters, even when I was imagining running, even when I was cruel enough to call what we have a compromise. I love your steadiness. I love the way you fold laundry with the same careful attention you give to everything. I love that you've never once made me feel stupid or small. I love that you remember things. My mother's birthday, the name of my childhood dog, how I like my coffee. I love that you chose me, that you keep choosing me, even though I'm making it so hard. But here's the thing. I don't know if love is enough. And I'm terrified that saying that out loud makes me sound like a romantic child who thinks passion is more important than commitment. I don't think that. I know that what we have is rare and precious, and so many people never find even this much peace. But I'm also terrified that if I settle for peace, I'll spend the rest of my life wondering what I gave up to get it. You asked if there's someone else. There isn't. But maybe there's a version of myself I never became, and I can feel her watching me, asking why I chose safety over courage. I don't know how to reconcile these things. I don't know how to be both grateful and hungry, how to love you and still feel like I'm dying of thirst. All I know is that I'm sorry, for the hurt, for the confusion, for not being clear enough or brave enough to say this before I wrote it in letters I never meant for you to see. I love you, and I don't know if that's enough for either of us anymore. She leaves the letter and goes downstairs, makes coffee in the pre-dawn dark, watches the streetlights blink off as morning comes. Her phone buzzes. A text from Michael. I'm coming home tomorrow, not to decide anything, just to talk, okay? She types back, okay. Then she goes outside and sits on the front steps in her pyjamas and waits for the sun to rise on whatever comes next. Michael comes home on a Friday evening. She's made dinner. Nothing elaborate, just pasta and salad. The kind of meal they've shared 1,000 times. But her hands shake as she sets the table, and she has to try 3 times to open the wine. He looks tired when he walks in. Thinner maybe, or just worn. He puts his bag down by the door and stands there, neither of them sure of the protocol for this moment. Hi, she says. Hi. They sit at the kitchen table, the food between them like a neutral territory. For a while they just eat, or pretend to. She pushes pasta around her plate. He takes small, methodical bites, the way he does everything. Finally he sets down his fork. I read your last letter, he says. The one you left on the pillow. She nods. You said you don't know if love is enough, and I've been thinking about that all week. What does enough even mean? Enough for what? To stay married? To be happy? To justify the investment of 7 years? I don't know. I don't either, but I think... He stops, starts again. I think maybe we've been asking the wrong question. Maybe it's not whether love is enough. Maybe it's whether we're willing to let it be enough, even when it's not perfect, even when we're hungry for things we can't name. She feels something crack open in her chest. Michael, Wait, let me finish. He reaches across the table, takes her hand. His palm is warm, solid. I've spent this week being angry, hurt, feeling betrayed, even though I know that's not entirely fair. But underneath all that, there's this other feeling I keep trying to ignore. What feeling? Relief. She stares at him. Relief that it's finally on the table, that we're not pretending anymore, that we can stop being so fucking careful with each other and just... He makes a helpless gesture. Be honest, even if honesty hurts, especially if it hurts. Are you saying you want to stay married? Her voice is barely audible. I'm saying I want to know who we are when we're not being careful, when we're not trying, to be the people we think we should be. I want to know what happens if we actually risk something. Risk what? He squeezes her hand. Risk this. Risk us. Risk the possibility that if we tell the whole truth, we might not survive it. They don't make love that night, but they talk. They talk until midnight, then until 2, then until the sky starts to lighten. They talk about the thesis advisor she had a crush on in grad school, the one who made her feel visible in a way Michael never has. About the woman from his ethics seminar, the one he mentioned before, and how he still sometimes wonders what his life would have looked like if he'd been brave enough to keep her. They talk about desire, not the safe, comfortable desire of 7 years together, but the dangerous kind. The kind that asks you to change, to risk, to surrender. "Do you know what I'm afraid of?" she asks as the sun comes up. They're on the couch now, sitting at opposite ends, facing each other. "Tell me." "I'm afraid that if I admit how much I want, I'll be unlovable, that I'll be too much, that you'll look at me and see someone greedy and demanding and you'll realise you made a mistake." "And do you know what I'm afraid of?" He leans forward. "I'm afraid that I'm not capable of the kind of love you need, that I'll try and still fall short and you'll leave anyway, and I'll have proven that I was never enough to begin with." They look at each other across the coffee table, across 7 years, across the careful architecture they've built and are now dismantling brick by brick. "What if," she says slowly, "we stopped trying to be enough? What if we just tried to be honest? How? I don't know. But maybe we start by admitting what we actually want, not what we think we should want, not what's reasonable or fair or safe, just what we want." Michael nods slowly. "Okay, you first." She takes a breath. "I want you to need me. Not in the calm, grateful way you need a good partner. I want you to need me desperately. I want to matter to you in a way that scares you. I want..." She's crying now, can't help it. "I want to feel essential." He moves across the couch, pulls her into his arms. She can feel his heart beating against her cheek. "Okay," he says. "Okay, my turn." She waits. "I want to let go," he says quietly. "I want to stop being so controlled. I want to... God, I want to be able to want you without worrying about whether I'm doing it right, whether I'm enough. I want to be selfish. I want to take. And I've never let myself do that because I was so afraid that if I did, you'd see how desperate I actually am." She pulls back, looks at him. "Desperate. For you. For this. For the feeling that I'm not just maintaining a system, keeping a marriage running smoothly. I want..." His voice breaks. "I want to lose control with you, and I don't know how." Something shifts in the air between them. A door opening, a possibility emerging. "Show me," she whispers. He kisses her. It's not like their usual kisses, not the polite, affectionate kisses they exchange in greeting and parting. This is raw, urgent. His hands in her hair, pulling her closer, almost rough in his need. Her hands grip his shoulders, nails pressing through the fabric of his shirt, holding on like she might fall. They break apart, breathless. His eyes are dark, pupils wide, and she can see 7 years of restraint beginning to crack. "Upstairs," she says, her voice hoarse. "No." His hand finds the small of her back, pulls her flush against him. "Here, now, I'm done waiting." The words send heat flooding through her. She's never heard this tone in his voice, command mixed with desperation, control slipping into pure need. He kisses her again, deeper this time, his mouth claiming hers with an intensity that makes her knees weaken. His tongue traces her lower lip before delving deeper, tasting her, and she responds with equal hunger, her hands moving to the buttons of his shirt. "Wait," he breathes against her mouth. He takes both her wrists in one hand, gentle but firm, holding them still. "I said I wanted to take. Let me." The words, the touch, the way he's looking at her, like she's water and he's been crossing a desert. It's everything she wrote about in those hidden letters. everything she was afraid to ask for. Yes, she whispers. Yes. He releases her wrists only to frame her face with both hands, kissing her with a thoroughness that makes her dizzy. His thumbs trace her cheekbones, tender even in his urgency, and when he finally pulls back, they're both breathing hard. I need to see you, he says. All of you. Not just your body. I want to see everything you've been hiding. She understands what he means. She stands, and with trembling fingers begins to unbutton her blouse. Not seductively. She's never been good at that kind of performance. But honestly, each button revealing more skin, more vulnerability until the fabric slides from her shoulders. Michael's breath catches audibly. In 7 years he's seen her countless times, but never like this. Never with her standing before him in the grey morning light, chin lifted, eyes meeting his, offering herself not out of duty or routine, but out of genuine desire. I'm hungry, she says, her voice steady despite her racing heart. I'm so hungry, Michael, for something I don't even know how to name, and I'm afraid that hunger makes me ungrateful, makes me broken. You're not broken. He stands, crosses to her, and the way he moves, purposeful, predatory, makes her pulse quicken. He traces the line of her collarbone with his fingertips, feather-light, and she shivers. You're just alive, and so beautiful it hurts to look at you. His hands slide down her arms, across her ribs, learning her body as if for the first time. When his palms find her, his touch gentle but possessive, she gasps. Are you? She manages to ask. Are you alive with me? Instead of answering, he lowers his head, his mouth finding the curve of her neck, the hollow of her throat. Each kiss is a brand, a claim, and she arches into him, her hands tangling in his hair. Michael, she gasps, please. Please what? He looks up at her, and there's something in his eyes she's never seen before. Power, possession, pure satisfaction at her need. Tell me what you want. You. I want you. Not the careful version. I want... She struggles for the words, her mind hazy with desire. I want you to be ruthless with me. I want you to take. I want to feel necessary. Something breaks in his expression, the last restraint shattering. You are necessary, he says, his voice rough. You're so necessary I can't breathe without you. She stands before him, vulnerable in ways that have nothing to do with clothing, everything to do with honesty. The asymmetry should frighten her. It does frighten her, but it's exactly what she needs, to be exposed while he remains in control, to surrender without safety. His hands bracket her hips, thumbs tracing gentle circles. Is that enough? He asks. Is that what you need? Yes, she gasps. Yes, but don't stop. Don't be gentle. I don't want gentle. Good. He pulls her against him. Because I don't think I can be gentle right now. He kisses her again, one hand tangling in her hair, tilting her head back to give him access to her throat. He kisses down the column of her neck, and when his teeth graze the sensitive skin where neck meets shoulder, she cries out. Too much, he murmurs against her skin. Not enough, she breathes. More. He lifts her. She weighs nothing to him in this moment, and carries her the 3 steps to the couch. Lays her down on the cushions. The morning light through the windows paints her skin gold, illuminates every curve. God, he says, 7 years. 7 years, and I never let myself just look at you like this. Look at me now, she says. See me now. He does. His gaze travels the length of her body, and she fights the instinct to cover herself, to hide. Instead, she opens to him. Arms, heart, everything. An invitation. A claim. His hand traces a path from her ankle to her inner thigh, his touch light but deliberate. Tell me, he says. Tell me what you need. Touch me, she whispers. Touch me like you own me. I do own you. His fingers move higher. Just like you own me. We've always belonged to each other. I've just been too afraid to act like it. His touch is revelation. He explores with patience that's almost cruel, learning every response, every gasp, every shiver. She's beyond words now, lost in sensation, in the building heat, in the way he's claiming her with hands and mouth and breath. You're so responsive, he murmurs, watching her face. So beautiful like this. I want to memorize every sound you make. When his mouth follows where his hands have been, she cries out his name. The sensation is overwhelming, heat and pressure and pleasure building like a storm. She's never felt so exposed, so claimed, so thoroughly possessed. Michael, she gasps, I can't. Yes, you can. He doesn't stop. Let go. I want to feel you come apart for me. And she does. The climax crashes through her like a wave, powerful and consuming, making her back arch and her hands fist in his hair. He works her through it, gentling as she becomes sensitive, pressing soft kisses as she trembles and gasps. When she finally opens her eyes, he's watching her with an expression of such naked desire that it steals her breath all over again. Come here, she says, reaching for him. He stands and she watches as he removes his own barriers. She's always known he was beautiful, but she's never allowed herself to really look, to really appreciate the lines of his body, the strength in his frame. When he returns to her, skin to skin, the contact is electric. They fit together perfectly. They always have. But this time there's no hesitation, no careful choreography. Just need and heat and 7 years of restraint finally breaking. Look at me, he says as they join. I want to see your eyes. She meets his gaze and the connection, physical, emotional, spiritual, is almost more than she can bear. For a moment, neither of them moves. They just breathe together, complete. Then he begins to move, and thought becomes impossible. It's not gentle. She asked for ruthless, and he gives it to her, each movement deep and purposeful, making her gasp. His hands grip her hips, holding her, grounding her even as he sends her flying. Is this what you wanted? He asks, his voice rough. Is this how you needed it? Yes, she cries out. Yes, don't stop. Never. He leans down, captures her mouth in a fierce kiss. I'm never stopping. You're mine. Say it. I'm yours, she gasps against his lips. I'm yours. The rhythm builds, urgent and relentless. She wraps her legs around him, takes him deeper, meets him movement for movement. The couch creaks beneath them. The morning light strengthens. Somewhere outside their neighbourhood is waking, but here in this room there's nothing ordinary, nothing careful, nothing held back. I'm close, she gasps. Michael, Wait for me. His rhythm becomes erratic, control fraying. Surrender with me. She holds back barely, her whole body tensing. Then he shifts angle and she shatters, crying out as waves of pleasure crash through her. She feels the moment he follows, the way he shudders, the way he groans her name, the way he collapses against her, trembling. They lie tangled together, hearts racing, skin damp with exertion. She can feel the occasional aftershock ripple through both of them. That was, he starts. I know. We've never. I know. He lifts his head, looks at her, and his eyes are bright with emotion. I love you. God, I love you so much. I love you too. She touches his face, traces the line of his jaw. I didn't know it could be like that. Between us. I didn't know we could. Neither did I. He kisses her softly. But I want it to be like that. Always. No more holding back. No more being careful. Promise. I promise. I'm going to need you like this every day. I'm going to make you feel essential every time I touch you. She pulls him down for another kiss, deeper this time, already feeling desire stirring again despite her exhaustion. "Upstairs," she murmurs against his mouth. "Take me to bed. We have years of careful to make up for." He lifts her, she wraps around him, and carries her toward the stairs. They leave evidence scattered in the living room, passion finally unleashed, restraint finally abandoned. At the top of the stairs, he presses her against the wall, kisses her breathless, and she can feel his desire building again. "I can't get enough of you," he says. "Good," she replies. "Don't." They make it to the bedroom. They have all day. They have the rest of their lives. And for the first time in 7 years, she doesn't feel like she's dying of thirst. She feels claimed, desired, essential. She feels enough. They burn the letters on a Saturday morning in early December, almost exactly 7 years after they met. They do it in the fireplace, standing together, taking turns feeding the pages to the flames. 8 letters, 9 letters. She's lost count. Each one a confession, an accusation, a map of the territory between who they were and who they're becoming. "Do you want to read them first?" she asks. "There are a few you haven't seen." He considers, then shakes his head. "No, I know what they say, or enough of what they say. I think maybe they've done their work." So they burn them. The paper catches quickly, curling at the edges, the ink disappearing into ash. She watches her own handwriting consumed and feels lighter, feels like she's releasing something she's been carrying for too long. When the last letter is burning, Michael puts his arm around her waist, pulls her against him. "Are you sad?" he asks. "A little, but mostly relieved." "Me too." They watch the flames until there's nothing left but embers, and then they go to the kitchen and make breakfast together. Eggs, toast, coffee, the ordinary rituals of a Saturday morning, but different now, easier. "I have something for you," she says after they've eaten, after the dishes are washed and put away. She hands him an envelope, her name on it, his name below it, a stamp already affixed. "What is this?" "A letter. The last one, I think. Or the first new one. I'm not sure which." "Should I read it now?" "If you want." He opens it carefully, unfolds the single page. She watches his face as he reads, sees the moment when his eyes brighten, when his mouth softens. When he's done, he looks at her. "I choose you," he reads aloud. "Not because you're safe, not because you're stable, not because you're the best option or the most practical choice. I choose you because you're willing to be scared with me, because you're willing to admit you don't have the answers, because you kiss me like you're claiming me and touch me like I matter urgently and need me in a way that gives me permission to need you back." He folds the letter, puts it in his pocket. "Is that true?" he asks. "Every word. And if it gets hard again, when we forget, when we fall back into being careful, then we remind each other, we write more letters, we tell the truth, we ask for what we want." He nods slowly. "And you'll stay? I'm not going anywhere, are you?" "No." He pulls her close, kisses the top of her head. "I'm right where I want to be." They decide to take a trip. Not a grand vacation, neither of them has time for that, but a weekend away. Somewhere they've never been. Somewhere new. They choose a cabin in the mountains, 3 hours north, where December snow is already falling. They arrive at dusk, the sky purple and pink, the trees heavy with white. "It's beautiful," she says, standing on the porch while Michael brings in their bags. "Come inside," he calls. "It's freezing out there." But she stays a moment longer, breathing cold air, feeling alive in her skin in a way she hasn't in years. Then she goes inside, where Michael has already started a fire, where wine is being opened, where a weekend of honesty and hunger and choosing each other is just beginning. That night, after they've made love, not carefully, not quietly, but with the urgent need that's become their new language, She lies in his arms and asks, "Do you think we would have made it? If I hadn't written those letters? If you hadn't found them?" "I don't know," he says honestly. "Maybe. Or maybe we would have just continued. Been fine. Been comfortable. Would that have been enough? For me? Maybe. I'm good at accepting things. At making do." He pauses. "But not for you. And eventually your hunger would have eaten through everything. I'd rather have this. Risk and truth and actually feeling things than slow suffocation disguised as peace." She turns to look at him. "When did you get so wise?" "When I got so scared I had no choice." They fall asleep like that, skin to skin, honest and whole. The weekend passes in a blur of snow and firelight, long conversations and longer silences, the kind where you can just be present without having to perform being together. On Sunday morning, he wakes early and finds her standing at the window, watching the snowfall. "What are you thinking?" he asks, coming to stand behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. "That I'm happy," she says, "and that it scares me, because I keep waiting for something to ruin it. Keep waiting to wake up and find out it was temporary." "It might be," he says. "Not the love. I don't think that's temporary. But the ease, the feeling that we've figured it out, that might not last." "So what do? We don't wait for it to get hard again. We don't brace for impact. We just stay here, in this moment, in this happiness. And when it gets hard, because it will, we remember that we did this once. We found our way back. We can do it again." She leans back against him, feels his warmth, his solidity, his presence. "I choose you," she says. "I want you to know that. I choose you." "I know," he says. "I can feel it." They drive home through snow that's still falling, the road slick and slow. Neither of them minds. They're not in a hurry. When they pull into their driveway, their house looks different. Or maybe they're different, and the house just looks like itself. A place they've chosen, a life they're building, a commitment they're honouring not out of obligation but out of desire. Inside, there's a letter waiting for her on the kitchen table. From him. "When did you write this?" she asks, holding the envelope. "Last night, after you fell asleep." She opens it. "Dear love, I'm watching you sleep, and I'm thinking about thresholds. The one we crossed 7 years ago when we got married. The one we crossed when I found your letters. The one we're crossing now into whatever comes next. You asked me once if love is enough. I told you I didn't know, but I think I do now. Love isn't enough if you're asking it to be a shield. If you're asking it to protect you from hunger, from fear, from the terror of wanting something you might not get. But love is enough if you're asking it to be a foundation, if you're asking it to be the place you return to after you've been brave, after you've risked, after you've admitted what you actually want. I want you, not the version of you who's grateful and patient and accommodating. I want the version who's hungry, who admits she's thirsty, who demands to be devoured. And I want to be the man who does the devouring, not carefully, not apologetically, but completely. So here's my promise. I will need you. I will claim you. I will remind you every day that you're essential. And if we forget, when we forget, we'll write more letters. We'll tell the truth. We'll choose each other again. Because that's what love is, I think. Not a feeling that arrives and stays, but a choice we make over and over, a threshold we cross again and again. I choose you. I will always choose you. She reads it twice, then sets it down and goes to find him. He's in the living room, standing by the window looking out at their snow-covered street. "Thank you," she says. He turns. "For what?" "For being willing to be scared with me," he smiles. "Thank you for making it worth it." She goes to him, and he wraps his arms around her, and they stand there as evening falls, as their life together continues, as the future they're building moment by moment unfolds, and she thinks, Yes, this is enough. This is more than enough. This is everything. The end.